Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage. I hope everybody's having a good afternoon so far. Today is quite the large area when it comes to severe weather, so just kind of to prelude what our severe weather risk is for today, it's quite a large area. You'll notice right off the bat we have this large marginal threat, we have a large slight risk, we even have a small enhanced risk for severe weather today. And you might be thinking, today looks like it could be a big day. Well, it will be for some parts of the United States, so we're going to kind of break down exactly where I think the greatest threat for severe weather will be and exactly what we're going live for today, because usually on a day like this where we just have a large marginal and slight risk, I don't always go live for these, but there is a reason why we're live here today, and it is because we have the potential for a tornado or two in Oklahoma today, and that would be specifically in central Oklahoma, where we do have a 5% tornado risk for today, and we'll go over that here in just a moment. Before we get too far into this stream, I do want to mention today's live stream is brought to you by Radar Omega. If you need a weather app to stay ahead of the storms today or on any given day, you can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below. You can get that on iOS and Android. All right, let's hop right into the risk for severe weather today. We talked about this in the video this morning, but there's a couple of changes to the outlook. We have a large slight risk of severe weather, which goes literally all the way from northern Minnesota back into the southern plains and also back into parts of the lower Mississippi Valley, where we still have a mesoscale convective system happening here. You'll see that on radar here, just a large scale line of storms. We'll break this down more in detail for you in just a second. But the area that is really going to be the most watched for this afternoon and evening will be Oklahoma and Kansas, but mostly Oklahoma. Oklahoma has a threat for an enhanced risk for severe weather for Oklahoma City and areas just east of Oklahoma City, where we are talking about the potential for large to very large hail, damaging winds, and we even could see a couple of tornadoes. And notice where the tornado risk is today. It is right in the bullseye of central Oklahoma. That includes Oklahoma City, Edmond, Clinton, right along Interstate 40 near Norman and Shawnee. This is where we're watching for the potential for a tornado or two, and we can't even rule out a strong tornado in today's environment. Even though there's no strong tornado risk here, it's something we can't rule out. We had a similar situation yesterday over in the Texas Panhandle, where we actually had another 5% tornado risk. We never saw any tornadoes in that particular risk, but it's a similar setup today. We do have a lot of shear in the atmosphere, we have a lot of spin, and any storms that can stay discrete in this environment and can organize will have the potential to produce a tornado or two, and a strong tornado cannot be ruled out in today's environment, pretty much like yesterday as well, where we had that potential in place. Even though there was not a 10% hatched area, it doesn't mean we can't see a strong tornado. So this area in particular, we are watching for the potential for a tornado. Now, you'll notice this is the only area in the United States with a tornado risk outlined by the Storm Prediction Center. But I do want to mention we do have a very low tornado potential over in this storm activity that's right now in Kansas. We also have that potential embedded with the MCS that's back over in Mississippi and Louisiana, where an isolated tornado can't be ruled out. Even though there's no tornado risk outlined by the Storm Prediction Center, a tornado cannot be ruled out in today's environment. So just stay weather aware. Overall, though, the main concern today is going to be damaging winds and large hail. Notice we have a large hatched area for damaging winds today. That does include Oklahoma City, Tulsa, and even into southeastern parts of Oklahoma, where we are expecting this storm development as we go over the next few hours to really start to ramp up here and eventually produce the potential for some significant hail and significant damaging winds, and then it'll upscale into a mesoscale convective system as we go closer to around 8 to 9 o'clock tonight. And once that happens, this will become more of a line of storms that pushes down to the south and southeast, and that will eventually go into North Texas and as well as into parts of southeastern Oklahoma. So those areas really have to be staying vigilant for the damaging wind threat. Now, out of any initial supercells that develop today, large to very large hail is going to be the main concern. So if you are in Oklahoma today, you need to be protecting your vehicle. Make sure you're doing that if you can. At least try to protect your vehicle, bring it into a garage. The potential for large to very large hail will start to ramp up here over the next hour or two across parts of Oklahoma. Now, speaking of Oklahoma, we are going to have a severe thunderstorm watch here pretty soon, probably in the next 20 to 30 minutes. This is for the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. Rapid thunderstorm initiation is expected right around 22 to 23Z, which is between 5 and 6 o'clock. A few discrete supercells are possible with a threat of large hail, damaging winds, and a tornado or two. And the watch probability is a 95% chance, basically meaning that there will be a watch issued here in Oklahoma probably pretty soon. So if you are in Oklahoma, you definitely need to make sure you're staying weather aware. Obviously, it's kind of hard to see this outline because there's a blue background on top of the blue outline for this risk, but that would basically be anywhere in this particular area here. So if you're anywhere in central or western Oklahoma, that is where we're watching for the greatest concern for severe weather for today. Now, if we go through the timing over the next few hours, you are going to see this storm development really ramp up as we get closer to 5, 6, 7 o'clock. Let's go back to the 18Z model run so we can go a little bit further in time here. This is right around 5 to 6 o'clock, though. Notice that storm initiation will really start to ramp up around Oklahoma City over the next really hour or so. These storms will really upscale quickly, producing the threat for significant hail, significant damaging winds, and the potential for a tornado. We will have Storm Chaser, Storm Runner Media, and as well as another Storm Chaser with us here in a little bit. And I think Storm Runner Media will be live in like 15 minutes, so we'll have them here shortly. These storms will start to push to the east towards Oklahoma City as we get closer to around sunset. These will be producing the threat mainly for wind after we get past 9 o'clock tonight. And notice how this organizes into a mesoscale convective system. It will eventually produce the main concern for damaging winds. Maybe it's still an isolated tornado, but the threat is going to be lower after 9 to 10 o'clock tonight. By the time we get closer to midnight, this continues to move to the south and east, producing predominantly a wind threat, both in southeastern Oklahoma, even in parts of western Arkansas, and as well as back over into North Texas overnight tonight. And by the time we get to 3 or 4 in the morning, this line of storms is pushing right into North Texas and Arkansas, and you might be thinking, what are you talking about? We just had a line of storms exactly like this one this morning in North Texas, and unfortunately it's going to happen again. So if you're in North Texas, be prepared for damaging winds. Flying trampolines are definitely a possibility. By the time we go into tomorrow around lunchtime, though, this thing really starts to fizzle out. But we'll be still watching for some damaging winds out of this in those areas. Back over near Kansas City, storms are actually going to ramp up over the next few hours. We might get a new severe thunderstorm watch near Kansas City here pretty soon. Right around 8 o'clock tonight, you'll notice pretty numerous thunderstorm activity from Wichita back into northwestern Missouri. The main concern is going to be large hail and damaging winds. The tornado threat is actually very low. It's not zero, but it's very low. They don't have a tornado risk outlined here, but I'm still not ruling out a quick spin up out of one of these storms. Once we get closer to 10, 11, 12 o'clock tonight, these storms continue to push east. They will still be somewhat severe as they move towards central Missouri, but overall the storms will start to weaken out with mostly just gusty winds and small hail after midnight tonight. So not super concerning there. And the current mesoscale convective system that we have down in Mississippi and Louisiana, that will start to weaken out as we get closer to 8, 9, 10 o'clock tonight. Eventually that's pretty much done with after, really, I'd say about sunset or so tonight. So that's what we're looking at in terms of the timing for today. Haven't really looked at any of the storms on radar yet, so let's kind of hop through that here real quick. We do have some severe weather right now near Jackson here in Mississippi. There's no tornado risk right now with these storms. Notice this is a live shot here out of Jackson, Mississippi. This is on the Radar Omega app, and you can watch all these live cams on their app with the top link in the description below. We should be able to see a pretty visible shelf cloud here pretty soon, so we'll be keeping a close eye on this particular live cam. But again, notice all the storm activity moving right into Jackson as we speak. The main concern here is going to be damaging winds with some sporadic hail. Not ruling out a brief tornado, but I think the risk is definitely on the lower side of things. We do have an activity down here as well near Macomb, Mississippi, and near Baton Rouge. This is all mostly damaging winds as well, but there is a tornado possible label on this particular activity, so make sure that you're staying weather aware. And we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning here. That's going to be for Lincoln, Lawrence, and Franklin County, Mississippi. That is for the threat of damaging winds up to 60 and quarter-sized hail. So at this point, pretty numerous threat here of damaging winds up to 60. Moving across Mississippi and as well as eastern parts of Louisiana. We have multiple live shots here, so we'll keep a close eye on all of those. We do have a severe storm as well with a tornado possible label in Kansas. Rotation still on the broader side of things, but it's been trying to come together here recently. This is near McPherson in Kansas, where again a tornado possible label is on this storm. But the tornado threat again is low. I think the greatest concern here will be ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. More storms developing just north of Wichita. We'll be watching for those here over the next little while. We have a storm just south of Nebraska City, back over in southeast Nebraska as well. That is producing some large hail and damaging winds, and we just got a brand new warning as well north of Des Moines. So storms are also ramping up here in Iowa. Though it's a pretty, isolated to scattered severe weather threat, we are still going to be watching for some damaging winds, some large hail. Tornado threat is pretty much zero in Iowa today, so I'm not super concerned about that risk. And then back over east of Davenport, which we do have a live cam there out of Fort Madison, Iowa on the right side of your screen. We do have a storm over here that is currently producing some damaging winds and hail. But overall, the activity here right along the border is not too significant. And also another warning just issued on the storm south of Nebraska City. That's going to be for Schubert. So again, quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds being the main concern. Alrighty, and then again, we're going to be watching for storm development here in Oklahoma here pretty soon, so that's really the next thing to be watching for, so I'll be watching for that pretty closely. It does look like just north of Jackson, we do have a little maybe notch developing here, a little kind of hook developing on this, so maybe a low tornado risk with this activity just to the north of Jackson. And again, this area is not under a tornado risk from the Storm Prediction Center today, but this is another area that we have to watch for the potential still for an isolated tornado, as it is a mesoscale convective system, and these do tend to produce some spin up tornadoes. So and again, this is a live shot here right out of Jackson, Mississippi right now on the Radar Omega cyclone port, and so we'll be watching to see if we can see a shelf cloud here as well as this approaches, but we got a couple different shots here. Too many warnings. There are a lot of warnings, and by the way, I mentioned this earlier, but we officially have a new warning system that is in place on our stream. Now, warnings are not going to pop up on screen quite yet, but we do have a new warning system where whenever a warning gets issued, I will be able to see exactly the details. So we just got a warning now in Clinton, Rock Island, and Scott County in Iowa. That is for damaging winds up to 60. And this is what we're going to be looking at. It's back over here, so you can see it on the map now. So we have a brand new warning system that'll show me everything that is happening. And I'll show it here real quick. This is what it looks like. So, I mean, it shows me everything that we need to know. It'll show upgrades, downgrades, all that sort of stuff. We're going to be using this in our live streams literally all the time because it is a major upgrade. It'll be able to show us everything that's happening, and even in some cases, upgrades on warnings, in addition to warnings being issued, could be faster than the actual radar because it's coming directly from the source. So it's a major upgrade from what we had before. It wouldn't be possible without all of our channel members, so I do appreciate anybody that's a member here on the channel. But yeah, it's a major upgrade, and within the next couple of weeks, once my vacation's over, we will also have warnings that display on screen. So whenever there's a new warning issued, we'll also see it on the screen. If there's a tornado warning, it'll display immediately, basically. So that'll be another big upgrade as well. So a lot of cool stuff coming, but that's what we're working on right now. And eventually the warning counter also will be automatically updating. Right now it's more manual, so that'll also be here pretty soon. But yeah, a lot of cool stuff. Thank you, TC Porter, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Thank you, Vex, for the $5 super chat. I'm at Culver's. What should I order? I would say cheese curds, honestly. Thank you, Reed, for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Don't stop griddying. Never stop griddying. That's our thing. Thank you, Sandy, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. I do appreciate it. Let's go back to this live cam here. Cheeseburger? Cheeseburger doesn't sound bad either. We also have a downgrade on the warning back over in Hancock County, Iowa. The wind threat has just been downgraded to 60-mile-per-hour winds. The storm is rolling in. I don't know which way this is looking, but the left side of your screen, I think, this is the storm here. I thought we might be able to see the shelf cloud, but I don't think we're going to. This is, again, in Jackson, Mississippi is where we're looking right now. I think the storm's behind us. Thank you, Muse, for 10 gifted members. I appreciate that. Thank you, Muse. If you got a gifted membership, make sure to thank Muse in the chat. I do appreciate your generosity. Where's my doll? What, this? Yeah, so somebody mailed me this, by the way. For those that aren't members of the channel or looked at our Twitter page or Facebook, somebody mailed me a doll that looks like this. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there, but yeah, it's pretty interesting. We also got the Max Velocity underwear that's also come in, apparently. This is another fan mail. Legitimately just underwear. With my face on it. I don't understand what was happening in that. Whoever ordered that stuff, I don't understand. Very interesting. By the way, the wind's picking up here now in Jackson, Mississippi. This is the storm activity that we're looking at right now. They have a little bit of broad rotation just north of Jackson, so we're looking at that too. The wind is picking up here. See the storm rolling in. We're looking the other direction. Put the underwear on the doll. That'd be interesting. It's a little creepy just saying. I know, it is. It's extremely creepy. It's not even a good picture. Like, it could, I mean, I thought like maybe somebody would be able to pick out a better picture, but nope. Yeah, so this storm's rolling through right now in Jackson, Mississippi. Wind's picking up right now. The leading edge of the storm activity would be this right here, which we cannot see. This is looking the other direction, so we're looking kind of like northeast almost here, I think. So. Yeah, the crochet tornado's on the wall too. That is correct. Some people have too much time on their hands. I don't know. I have no clue. So yeah, this is the leading edge of the damaging wind threat right now, going to Jackson, Mississippi. And then further up here to the north, we had a little broad circulation near Madison. Does not look as intense here. We're still watching for this as it moves to the northeast. Maybe to produce a brief tornado threat. We have we did have a tornado possible label. We still do back over here near Macomb. Let's check out this rotation real quick. It might be a little bit of rotation also going towards Macomb in Mississippi. Velocities have not updated, but another little, notch that's developed here on this line of storms. And any of these little notches that we get could produce a tornado threat. And then back over in Kansas real quick, we do have a tornado possible label near McPherson. Again, we still have broad circulation here, so just continue to stay in your safe place if you're in McPherson, Kansas. Could still get a tornado with that activity. And then back over near Topeka, nothing yet, but storms will be there a little bit later in the afternoon. And then just a normal storm, really, with quarter-size tail, 60-mile-per-hour winds right along the border there of Nebraska and Iowa. This is the storm north of Davenport. It's been warned again. This is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds just northeast of Davenport. So if you're in this particular warning, just continue to stay away from windows. Falling trees are possible as well. All right, let's go back down. We'll stay in Mississippi for now until that storm initiation begins over in Oklahoma. And again, we'll have Storm Chaser, Storm Intermedia with us. And we'll also have another Storm Chaser that we've never used before, or we might, so that's something else that we'll be watching for too. Here's the wind right now that's moving right now towards Brandon, Mississippi. It actually looks like we have some really strong downburst winds here, upwards of 70 miles per hour. Wouldn't be surprised if we got an upgrade to this warning for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Very, very possible. This is that live shot right now out of Jackson, Mississippi. The camera's still shaking here. Should get Reed Timmer to hit the gritty. I don't know. I don't think he's ever. I mean, he might. Maybe when I do a chase with him, like next year. Liv, if you want to mail stuff to us, there is a link in the description. Thank you, Goose, for becoming a 1-month member. Should talk about the severe heat. Yeah, Texas is horrendous right now. I don't know. I don't think we can put that on. Let me go to temperatures here. Let's go to models. We'll go to heat indices. Let's see. Or do they have heat indices on here? They might not. Let me let's take this off. On the radar again. 1 second. Okay, rotation. I'm not really seeing a whole lot of rotation anymore on that northern side. This is the heat indices right now in Texas. Let me pull it up here for you. And really across the country, it is absolutely brutal right now. It's one of the hottest times of the year is right about now, since we have so much humidity and whatnot. Like, these are the heat indices right now across the country. If we go back into the southern plains, look at this. Heat indices right now across almost all of central, north, and south Texas are currently in the 110s. We have 121 degrees for heat index back over, I think, near Galveston, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure exactly where that is, but I mean, it's insane right now in Texas. This is air that you can wear in Texas right now. It is extraordinarily hot. The only reason why it's not hot over here is because of that mesoscale convective system that rolled through. Otherwise, it would probably feel the same way over here. Like, I mean, we'd basically be seeing, if storms rolled through DFW, it would be much colder when it comes to the heat index. It's absurd, though. I mean, this is horrendous. You know, the dew points right now, for example, they're right now sitting in the 70s and even in the low 80s. It's just awful. The temperatures are in like the 90s, near 100 in a couple spots. But like, again, air that you can wear right now in Texas, it is something else. I'm glad I'm not there in South Texas, because I don't know how in the world I'd be able to go outside in that. That's just crazy. Thank you, Mickey, for also becoming a maximum velocity member, and welcome to the Velocities. Can't breathe. Yeah, that weather is no. It's just no. No, thank you. It's miserable in Dallas. If you got those storms this morning, it would be different. You would not be miserable in my, I don't think, at least, if you had those storms this morning. Still have some broad circulation going towards Macomb, Mississippi. We're still watching for a tornado threat out of this activity. Again, QLCS tornado threat could evolve over the next little while. It's not really that high of a threat. It's really relatively a low threat, but something to think about. This is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center on this particular area in Louisiana and Mississippi. Damaging winds and a marginal severe hail risk will remain possible with this linear complex of thunderstorms that's rolling across both Louisiana and Mississippi. Still not ruling out a brief tornado. There is a tornado possible label on this particular cluster of storms near Macomb, so not impossible to see that. And there is your new severe thunderstorm watch that was just issued for Oklahoma. So this severe thunderstorm watch just issued for Oklahoma. This will include areas like Oklahoma City, Ponca City, Clinton, Hobart, Ardmore, just northeast of Altus, all under the gun here for the potential for severe weather, where there is going to be a threat for large to very large hail, damaging winds, and even a few tornadoes will be a possibility in this particular severe thunderstorm watch. And here it is. It's now on the map. This is their exact wording. So scattered damaging winds and isolated significant damaging winds up to 75 miles per hour. So again, make sure that you're hatching down trampolines, protecting loose lawn items as well. Scattered large to even isolated very large hail events up to 2.5 inches in diameter is likely as well. In addition to that, there is going to be a potential for a tornado or two. So if you are in this particular watch, you need to be staying vigilant for all modes of severe weather. This is their summary here. So thunderstorms are expected to rapidly intensify late this afternoon across west central Oklahoma and track east and southeastward across parts of the watch area. Supercells capable of large to very large hail, damaging winds are the main concern. An isolated tornado or two will be possible with the strongest of cells, and I think the greatest concern for that will really come out of those initial discrete supercells. I think this will be really the target area to watch for, would be just around in western Oklahoma City near El Reno. I think will be really the best chance for a tornado. Again, it's a pretty localized area here, but I think overall our best chance for some sort of tornado threat will probably be just to the west or right around Oklahoma City here over the next few hours. Now again, it is a slightly conditional threat. It's less conditional though than yesterday, because we are going to see storms initiate here. I still think we're going to get at least a tornado here somewhere today. So if you are anywhere currently in Oklahoma, just stay vigilant and stay weather aware, as there will be a potential here for some severe weather that could be rather significant. If we go to the satellite imagery on Radar Omega, you'll also be able to see the cloud coverage is becoming a lot less covered. Basically, we have a lot less clouds out there, so all this peaks of sunshine that we have right now, that's going to create more instability. It's going to basically create a more unstable atmosphere, and we are eventually going to see this tornado threat and even just the severe weather threat in general start to ramp up here over the next hour or so. I do expect our first storm to probably get going in the next half an hour or so, and that'll probably be between Elk City and Oklahoma City, probably around Clinton or so. That's where I think our initial storm initiation will be. On the reflectivity right now, we do have a small little speck, it looks like, on radar near Thomas. So something's there. Let me go 7 frames here. You can see like a little shower has developed. It's not really getting past though. It's really not a strong enough updraft, just not getting through the atmosphere. But this will be the area where I do think our initiation will begin. We also have a couple of thunderstorms in the Panhandle. Threat over here is relatively low, but hail and wind being the main concern in those particular areas. And you'll see that also on this satellite imagery. Here's a more widespread view here. So again, you got the storm cell initiation back over north there, Amarillo. That's not where our tornado risk is going to reside. It's going to come out of anything that can blow up here, which we have one little storm that tried to blow up back over near Elk City, but that's struggling so far. But I think by about 6 o'clock or so, it should be a much more favorable environment for severe weather. Also, the storm near McPherson was just upgraded to 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds now, and there is also a threat for golf ball-sized hail, and there is also a tornado possible label on this particular cell. So anywhere in that pink and black, that is where our greatest concern right now is residing for the potential for large to very large hail, and as well as the threat for damaging winds upwards of 70 miles per hour. So that'll be the area to watch for. And again, we will have Storm Chaser, Storm Intermedia with us here in just a little bit. They are currently looking at vehicles, so we'll pull them up once they're on the road. Yeah, again, we're using Radar Omega. You can download that with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Thank you, Jasper, for the $9.99, and also thank you, Shelly, for becoming a Velocity member. Also got some storm activity right now near Davenport and western Illinois. And this activity will be mostly wind and hail. Very low tornado risk out of any of this activity. It really should be 0. We don't really have any wind shear in this particular area that's really capable of producing a tornado. We do have a storm back over here in Iowa right now that is producing mostly just a wind threat. Maybe some large hail as well. That's going to be going towards the north side of Boone. And also near the Angona area, there's also a damaging wind threat there. There you go.
R is showing initiation between 6 and 7, though.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a new tornado warning. That's going to be out of this QLCS tornado threat back over in the Amite City and Roseland areas. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. That's near Roseland and Amite City. Right there would be where that tornado would be located if we do have one. We might have one on the ground. I'm not sure yet. We'll have to look at the velocities here. Pretty strong rotation. Again, a little QLCS tornado threat heading towards Amite City and Roseland here in Mississippi. So it's going to be going right towards Interstate 55 as well. Sorry, this is in Louisiana. My apologies. This is in Louisiana. In Amite, Louisiana, Roseland, Louisiana, and Gullet, Louisiana. Going towards Interstate 55 in Louisiana. Sorry, not Mississippi. If you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. And away from windows, if you are traveling currently on Interstate 55 here, make sure that you are trying to avoid this area at least, or at least just kind of pulling over, maybe somewhere up near like the Tangifoya area, or perhaps back down near Independence, as there is some pretty strong rotation here, and we may have a tornado on the ground already. If not, it could be on the ground at any time. We do have something showing here, but it's not clear enough for there to be a confirmed tornado, but it's probably on the ground. Just not super definitive quite yet. Again, heading towards Roseland and Amite City, Louisiana. And Amite City is a bit more of a populated area here in Louisiana, so definitely something to keep in mind here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We also have a tornado warning for Pike County and Amite County, Louisiana as well. So 2 tornado warnings now. If you are in either of these pink polygons, you need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Again, there's now 2 different tornado warnings. One again in Louisiana, and then we got our other one back over here in southern Mississippi. And we could even get a third one somewhere else up here to the north. There's definitely a lot of these little notches that have been developing here. Back up near Jackson. There's also a little bit of circulation near Canton. So possibly something there as well at some point down the road. Okay, let's see. I'll have another radar scan in a second, so we'll check in on this in just a moment. Trying to see if we have any live shots of these storms. Give me 1 second here. Yeah, I'm not seeing any cameras right now in Mississippi. Let me check Louisiana. See if we can confirm anything. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, Tangifolia County and St. Helena County in Louisiana for this southern tornado warning. This storm is moving east at about 45 miles per hour. Again, radar indicated rotation right now, but it could be on the ground right now going towards Roseland and Amite City. And then the other storm that's back up here just south of Magnolia in Mississippi is also tornado warned. And again, if we have a tornado, it would be right in this little hook here going towards the Aussie Ka area and eventually going towards Highway 48. And it's currently near Interstate 55. So if you're in either of these two pink polygons, again, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building and away from windows. And if you're on the interstate, try to avoid this area. Obviously, the interstate is going to be busy since it's 5 o'clock on a Tuesday on this Tossing Trampolines on Tacos Tuesday. So make sure that you're trying to avoid this area. But unfortunately, it's just a large-scale, mesoscale convective system that's going to bring even a QLCS tornado threat here. But radar is not updated yet. We're still waiting on that. Yeah, we don't have any live shots right now of this area. All right, here's the latest radar scan. We might have a tornado right here. That looks like debris to me. The correlation coefficient is still looking like there's a tornado on the ground here near Amite City. If you're in Amite City, Louisiana, again, you need to seek shelter. We may have a tornado on the ground here. Velocities have not yet updated. Let me check the northern one here. This one doesn't have a debris signature. This one that's currently near Amite City, though, has a debris signature. So the one near Amite City likely is on the ground. If not, it may have already lifted, but there's at least debris in the atmosphere right now from probably at least a prior tornado that just happened. So right near Amite City and Roseland and Arcola, again, you got to get underground if you can. There's more than likely a tornado on the ground heading your direction, and it'll eventually go right along Highway 16, again, for Tangifolia County and St. Helena County in Louisiana. That, to me, looks like a tornado, or one that was at least on the ground there prior. And that's going to be approaching Interstate 55. Again, Amite City is not any small little town here. There's definitely a pretty good road network here. So the one in Mississippi is for 4,300 people, and the other one down here to the south is for 17,000 people. So these are not small towns or anything like that. We've been dealing with a lot of areas the last couple of streams, at least, that they're, those areas have been under, hundreds of people or less. This is obviously a much more populated region here, back over in both Mississippi and as well as back into Louisiana. All right, we'll wait for another radar scan here. And if you're just tuning in, possibly a tornado in progress heading towards Amite City and Roseland, and then the one south of Magnolia right now could also be on the ground at any time. Rotation still remains pretty strong on both of those circulations. So again, if you're in either of these warnings, you need to get underground if you can. If not, get to a safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Again, both of these tornado warnings popped up pretty quickly. These are QLCS tornadoes that we're looking at. That's the current threat, which is a quasi-linear convective system. What that essentially means is that we're looking for embedded rotations inside of a line of storms, and that is what we're currently seeing on the radar right now. So and you need to seek shelter if you're in either of the two pink polygons. This one right now near Amite City does look the most definitive. That, again, looks like there was at least a tornado on the ground. I'm not sure if it still is, but we still have a debris signature there. So more than likely at least a tornado was on the ground at some point. Yeah, there was a CC drop on the last scan too, and so I do think there was something. It was very, very minimal. This scan shows more of a circular area of just kind of sporadic debris, so I think we at least had something on the ground. It could still be on the ground, but I think there was at least something briefly there near Hillsdale and Kendron in Louisiana. I have another radar scan in just a moment. This is in Mississippi and Louisiana. Those are the two states. Southern Mississippi and eastern Louisiana right now. Just waiting on a radar scan. Thank you, Miranda, for also becoming a maximum velocity member. And welcome to the velocities. This is not in Ohio. Ohio is not going to have storms today. Or any severe weather, at least. Okay, if we still have a tornado, it would be going right over Mite City. So we're watching for that threat right here. Near Mite City. Again, nothing officially confirmed yet. Yeah, nothing officially confirmed yet. We have 2 new warnings. We have 1 in Missouri, and we also have 1 in Illinois. But those are just severe. Nothing fully confirmed here. This still looks like something, though, near Mite City right now. That might be a tornado, but the velocities are not lining up with that. I had a situation like this in Temple, Texas, where it looked pretty similar, too. Could also just be clear air. The northern tornado warning, let's check that out. No debris signature at all in the northern tornado warning in Mississippi. So that one's not confirmed. This one's still near Roseland and Mite City. That one still looks strong enough to the point where we could have a tornado. If there is a tornado, again, it would be pretty much right over Mite City right now. So if you're still tuning in, might have power in Mite City, get to your safe place. We could have a tornado on the ground at any time as this does move to the east. I do think this is on the ground. Just not officially confirmed here. The debris signature, again, if there is a tornado, it would be literally right over Mite City right now. That could be a debris signature. Velocities don't match up perfectly with it, but... yeah, zoom back out here. See if I can look at my phone and try to double check this. This feels awfully similar to the tornado that we had in... it looks like a tornado to me. I think we have a tornado right now in Mite City. I think we do. So, again, even if we don't, you should still seek shelter. Because we could have one at any time. But I think we do have a tornado moving right through Mite City and eventually going right along Highway 16. I don't think there's any other radar sites I can confirm that with, unfortunately. Yeah, none of these other ones reach. Ooh, maybe this one? The terminal radar site does show pretty strong rotation, too. Oh, look at this. We might have a tornado on the ground right now east of Kentwood, too. This is not even warned. That might be a tornado on the ground right now east of Kentwood. There's a little debris signature there, too. That might also be a tornado. That rotation's pretty strong. And this one is still radar indicated. This one here, though, this one looks like it's on the ground. This is not warned. If you're currently near Highway 38, near Mount Hermon, or Lewiston in Louisiana, I would seek shelter. That might be an unwarned tornado right there. That's what it looks like right there, just east of Kentwood. That's a debris signature if I've ever seen one. And that rotation's pretty strong. And this is embedded in all that rain, too, so if anybody's, like, driving, they're not going to be able to really see that. That's, again, near Lewiston as well. The tornado warning also up here just got updated. Let's see what the next radar scan shows. There might be something there, too. I'm surprised it's not warned. This one's just east of Kenwood right now. Radar just updated. We're going to check all 3 of these areas here. We got possibly 3 different tornadic hooks here on radar on the QLCS threat here. Okay, reflectivity just updated. So again, we got 1 hook right here just east of Mite City, Louisiana. We got another one here east of Kentwood. We got another one up here just to the southeast of Magnolia. And there's still something there, not super clear. Trying to wait for the velocities to update here too. All right, here's the latest scan. All right, here's the storm near Mite City. So still pretty strong rotation here. All right, so the storm's still with pretty strong rotation. No debris signature as of right now. So at least for now, this is not confirmed. The one that's back up here in between the 2 warnings, There is still rotation here. I'm not seeing, though, anything super definitive. There is still an inflow notch here, so there's a chance that this still does produce something as it moves towards, I think it was Herman Center, Louisiana, or Mount Herman. So that area will be next in track for that. The northern tornado warning looks much broader than before, so I'm not as concerned about that storm. The storms back up in Jackson, Mississippi. These ones have become very disorganized at this point. Still mostly linear, with predominantly a wind threat, but I'm not seeing as much of a tornado risk up in this area. This is a live shot of Jackson, Mississippi. Just raining there right now, some gusty wind still in the area, but the bulk of the threat has moved through that particular region. All right, let's go back down to the tornado warnings. We'll wait for another scan here. QLCS tornadoes usually aren't super strong, but there are cases where we do have strong tornadoes in this activity. But a lot of the time, they're not super strong. What do I think about the tornado risk in Oklahoma? Go back to the beginning of the stream. I talked about it quite a bit then. How do I like differential equations? It's horrendous. Thank you, Neven, for becoming a member. We got another warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new warning for Tylertown, north of Franklinton. This is going to be really for two different storms here. It's going to be for this hook that we have here, and then we also have another hook just east of Kentwood. So this is not super shocking. That was rotating. I think there was already a tornado with this, at least briefly on the ground. We had a debris signature on that. But if you're in this warning, again, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. So again, that is your brand new tornado warning. And that is what I'm talking about, by the way. The warning system that we had just gave us this warning probably about a second and a half before it got on screen. So even though it's not a big difference, it can make a difference in some cases. With that said, though, again, anywhere in this pink polygon near Tylertown, Mississippi, back into Mount Herman, Louisiana, you need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. This is all because of a QLCS tornado threat that's developing here. DK, I do think this line of storms will make it to Alabama, but I don't think the threat of wind will be as significant, and the tornado threat should be pretty close to zero by the time it gets into southern Alabama. So I'm not as concerned about that area, but probably at least some rain, some gusty winds, and then maybe a low tornado risk, but it's very low, pretty close to zero. We should have another radar scan here in just a second, so we'll wait here for a moment. By the way, I appreciate you becoming a 20-month VIP Velocity member. That is insane. Thank you, Shelly, for becoming a member as well. I think I already said that, but thank you. Do I prefer to track hurricanes or tornadoes? Definitely tornadoes. Hurricanes can be very repetitive. Whenever I do a live stream on hurricanes, if it's like, if we're doing a live stream for hurricanes as it's happening, it's a little bit different. But like days in advance, they are just so repetitive. I still like doing them. They're just very repetitive. Still waiting on a radar scan. Let's go back to Oklahoma here. Okay, no storms yet in Oklahoma. Again, that initiation will probably be within the next half an hour to 45 minutes. This radar's only updating every like 6 minutes right now. There are power outages near a mite. I think we had a tornado in a mite, honestly. I do think we had a tornado in a mite. It never got officially confirmed, but I think we had one. We might even have one now. This is your new area of circulation. It's outside of the tornado warning on the latest scan. No debris signature update yet. But that right there is now outside of the tornado warning northeast of Independence in Louisiana. So we might get a new warning on this in a moment. The rotation appears broader on the storm east of Kentwood into Tylertown, Mississippi. And this is for Pike County, Walthall County, Mississippi, and then Washington County, Louisiana. Rotation does appear a little bit broader on radar. This one still looks the most concerning to me. Here, a Mite City in Louisiana. Just waiting for a CC update here. See if we can confirm anything. All right, here's the latest update. No debris signature, so nothing confirmed here, but that rotation really stronger now, just southeast of a Mite City. This will be more on track for the Hoosier area, eventually going towards Osceola, Louisiana, Folsom, and Martinsville. So if you're in those areas, stay vigilant. The tornado risk will be going in your direction here pretty soon with this particular threat for a tornado. There's no tornado warning on that southern side yet. Once it gets issued, we'll let you know. Yeah, I'm not super concerned about pronunciation right now. We're not gonna get too caught up on that. Thank you, Michael, for becoming a moderate velocity member, and welcome to the Velocities. Let me see if we have any other live cameras. Let me check real quick. Also, thank you, Happy. Appreciate you becoming a maximum velocity member. We're currently in Mississippi and Louisiana. Again, if you're just tuning in. Again, QLCS tornado threat right now in progress, where any of these storms here that develop hook echoes or even just like hook shapes on this embedded line could produce the potential for a tornado. We have, again, 3 different warnings, 2 of them for the same thing. The one down here to the south is for a different storm. I'm surprised they haven't issued a new warning for this yet, honestly, because that hook is now outside of the warning. If we do get a tornado, it would be probably on the northeast side of Independence, heading towards Hoosier and Osceola. You can see that hook pretty clearly here. This is your hook right here. If we had a tornado, it would be embedded right in the circle that I just drew here. So just west of 445 is where we'd be looking for that potential. Okay, let's see. Got another little CC kind of thing showing here. It might, again, be clear air. Gonna see what the velocities show. Just might be clear air showing up on the correlation coefficient. Hey, if you're in Hoosier or Osceola, Louisiana, you should be in your safe place. If you know any friends or family in that area or in Folsom, you should let them know. There's no warning on this southern rotation right now. They have issued a huge severe thunderstorm warning for this entire area, and that is going to be for the potential for damaging winds up to 60, and there's also a tornado possible label on this. Hopefully people in Hoosier are, seeking shelter in case this does try to drop a tornado. Unfortunately, right now, this rotation is going right into an area that's not warned. I don't know how strong the rotation is. All right, it looks a little bit broader, but there's definitely still rotation here. And this will be where we're watching for that potential of a tornado still. It's going to be right in that hook. Looks like a thumb. The northern rotation up here looks much broader than before as well. So, at least a little bit broader. And again, these storms right now are moving to the east at about 40 miles per hour, up to 45 miles per hour. So this entire area currently is in the potential for damaging winds and also the potential for a tornado. Austin, by the way, that's fine. I see that. That's fine. I noticed that. Will Wichita Falls see anything? I don't think Wichita Falls will get much. Honestly, I think it'll be a pretty low threat for severe weather. Thank you, Teresa, also for becoming a member. Any risk for Tennessee? Just isolated hail and wind. That's the main concern up there. Also, we had a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust over, actually 72 miles per hour for a wind gust just east of Jackson. And Jackson, Mississippi is dealing with a threat right now for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. Got a surge of wind going through this area. This is, again, your leading edge of storm activity, eventually going towards Forest, Newton, and Meridian. Carthage, Philadelphia in Mississippi, all on the track for the threat of damaging winds upwards of 60 miles per hour. Again, your 3 tornado warnings currently in Mississippi or in Louisiana, and there you go, new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So they have issued now a new tornado warning on this. Took a little while. That's for Folsom in Louisiana. This is for Washington counties, St. Tammany County, and as well as Tangifoia County, Louisiana. If you're in any of this area, you need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Again, this tornado could be on the ground at any time. This is a storm we've been watching for quite a while, where it still has a pretty clear hook on radar. If we have a tornado, it would be just along or west of Highway 445. So you need to be in your safe place if you're in this warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Get into an interior room of your home or building. Should have another radar scan in hopefully a moment. Here it comes. See what this looks like. See if we can confirm anything. The ORCAS also for becoming a member. Yeah, this area wasn't under a tornado risk to begin with. This does not really surprise me, though, because, again, the mesoscale convective systems, they are not easy to predict. And honestly, the tornado threat here should be really low, but we all have these little circulations that are developing in the line, so it's naturally going to be a bit higher in the short term. With that said, we can still see tornadoes outside of a tornado risk from the Storm Prediction Center. We've seen it before. It's not unusual by any means, so don't always rely on the outlooks, because they're not always exact, and sometimes we can still see isolated tornadoes elsewhere. Just know if you're in a general risk for severe weather, you can still see severe weather, basically. Like a marginal threat for like wind or hail or whatever it might be, you can still see a tornado even if they don't outline it. It's just usually, it's lower than a quote-unquote 2% chance within a 25-mile radius. All right, so the rotation here still appears like it's in this area near Hoosier. I'm not seeing anything super definitive here. If we have a tornado, it might be up near Hoosier. Just nothing clear and confined there when it comes to the correlation coefficient either. Again, if you're in Folsom, Louisiana, you need to seek shelter. Could have a tornado heading in that direction here over the next several minutes. Definitely an area that you want to stay weather aware in, and make sure that you're staying in your safe place, as we have multiple different areas of rotation embedded in this line of storms right now, both Mississippi and as well as Louisiana. What exactly is a mesoscale convective system, or whatever you just said? Mesoscale convective system. It's just a fancy word for a line of storms that is mostly producing a wind threat. Something like this would be a mesoscale convective system, just a large scale line of storms that can also sometimes produce tornadoes. And when we get a tornado threat, it's usually called a QLCS, or quasi-linear convective system tornado threat, which is something we are kind of experiencing here. Very short-term QLCS, but there is at least a brief QLCS threat happening right here in both Louisiana, near Franklinton and Bogalusa, and also back near Macomb, Mississippi. So I really hope DFW is finally in the clear. You are not. You're gonna have more storms tomorrow. Possibly late tonight, but more into tomorrow morning. All right, the tornado warning back over South Macomb was just expired. They still have the tornado warning, though, that covers this entire area. The other one was just including areas that were already hit, so that warning's been let to expire. So we got the 3 tornado warnings for near Mite City, Franklinton, and Tylertown here, both in Louisiana and as well as into Mississippi. Still no initiation in Oklahoma. Yeah, we probably will not see any initiation for probably another half an hour. I'm looking at satellite, nothing really popping off there yet. Nothing really popping off there right yet. Still watching it closely, though. And really, the main location for today for severe weather will be back over in, in Oklahoma. But that might still be a little ways from now. Should get going within the next hour. But it might take like an hour or so for that to really start to ramp up and get going. You have actually a severe thunderstorm warning in Carson County, Texas for 70-mile-per-hour winds. This tornado warning has just been condensed for Pike County, Mississippi, Walthall, Mississippi, and Washington County, Louisiana. Storm's still moving east at about 40 miles per hour. The rotation still on the broader side of things, but if we do get a tornado, it'd be on the leading edge right now near Tylertown. So if you're in this particular warning, you can stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building, as this will still produce the potential for a tornado. All right, here's the latest velocity scan. Still got some stronger rotation near Osceola and going towards Folsom in Louisiana. This is the area of circulation that we're watching for. No debris signature still, but as this moves down to the southeast towards Folsom, it could produce the potential for a tornado. So again, if you're in Folsom, you need to be in your safe place still, as we are still watching for the potential of a tornado in Folsom. Tornado on the ground? Where? I see two people saying that. Not seeing anything confirmed right now. Are storms initiating now in Oklahoma? They should be getting going here pretty soon. Not seeing anything on reflectivity yet. If we look at the satellite imagery here real quick, let's check it out. This is the last 7 frames, or actually last 30 frames on radar Omega. Looks like we have some sort of initiation. It's trying to happen back over here near Clinton. Still nothing really bursting through yet on satellite imagery, though. The storms back over in the Panhandle really got going quickly. The one near Pampa, Texas, that one's actually producing damaging winds up to 70 and some quarter-sized hail. That thing initiated really quickly. And then this is the storm activity back over in Louisiana and Mississippi, which is just massive. Huge area of rotation there. All right, let's go back to reflectivity again here. Yeah, again, if there's any sort of confirmed tornado, you can at me on reports on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. If you see anything, let me know. I don't see anything confirmed on this, though, right now. It could be on the ground, though, at any time. There's no debris signature, as of right now, on radar. That is appearing on this particular storm. The warning in McPherson County just got downgraded to $half sized hail. There's some cameras back over near Hammond, but that's kind of down to the south. It's getting very windy back down in Hammond, Louisiana right now. It's a live shot out of Hammond, just south of the tornado warnings. And pretty much rush hour right now in Louisiana, along Interstate 55, as it is 5:30 on a Tuesday. Tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday. The wind's starting to pick up just a little bit here, and the main concern right now back over near Hammond is going to be damaging winds. We are still watching for the potential for a tornado out of this activity. Really, the main storm that I'm watching for that tornado threat would be this one near Folsom. So the Folsom storm right now in Louisiana, that's the one I'm really watching the closest for. The one near Tylertown does not appear as if it is really that concerning. I'm not seeing as much rotation on that one. I'm seeing a lot more on the one down here to the south. I do have a live camera out of Columbia, Mississippi. This is another radar Omega cyclone port, which again, you can watch all these in the app with the top link in the description below. But again, pretty ominous skies, lots of high clouds here. We should start to see storms there here pretty soon as that line does approach. So we'll be watching that closely. Any chasers? We have storm intermedia in Oklahoma, but again, nothing's initiated yet. We'll pull them up once things start to get going. For the time being, we have a live cam in Fort Madison, Iowa, which I don't know why, but it looks kind of cool there. There was a storm in the area. And then we have Oklahoma City. We have Wichita, Kansas, too. We have DFW. We have a bunch of places, but those are like the two main ones I put up there for now. Still not seeing anything definitive here, but that rotation would be right there heading towards Folsom. Still not super strong. These are your winds again going away from the radar. These are the winds going towards the radar. If we had a tornado, it would be in the black circle. So just to the west of Folsom. Eventually going on track for the north side of Covington. And Sun, Louisiana would also be in the track of this. Rotation on the northern side looks to be really broad at this point. That looks more like a wind threat near Tylertown. So Tylertown in Mississippi, I think you're okay, but just continue to stay in your safe place just in case. They have just condensed this tornado warning, which now you'll see. This storm's moving east at 50 miles per hour. It is still radar indicated rotation for the storm in southern Mississippi. So, again, main concern still being the potential for damaging winds. We also have a warning back over in Georgia. This is in Jefferson County. Got some towering cumulus clouds. Wow, cumulus clouds are towering up here over in Georgia. Just ordinary thunderstorms for the most part today. Could get an isolated storm, though, that produces some hail and wind. Nothing too crazy, though. The worst of the threat for the Hammond area is probably already done, by the way. So Hammond, I mean, you're looking at mostly wind. The worst of that threat is passing through as we speak. So our storm's guaranteed to initiate in Oklahoma. There's never a guarantee, but I am leading towards yes. I would be really kind of surprised if they didn't initiate. They're going to initiate at some point. It's just a matter of when, really. The sooner that they initiate, the higher the tornado threat will be, basically, at this point. So if they initiate within the next half an hour, I think that tornado risk will be a bit higher. I think if it initiates closer to like 8, I think it'll be more of a wind and hail threat, honestly. So that's what I'm thinking right now. I'll show you the satellite here in just a second. This is interesting. I'm not sure exactly what this is coming from. Look at that. This is in North Texas right now. It's got a line of clouds right now moving across North and Central Texas. And then back over into Oklahoma. We got some actually, look at this. We got some convective roll clouds right now in southern Oklahoma. If you're out there, you might see some like little humps in the sky back over in southern Oklahoma. Definitely check that out. Storm initiation has begun over here in the Texas Panhandle. This is where we're watching for initiation. Right now, I'm not seeing any signs of initiation, at least on the latest satellite scan here. It's like a little initiation trying to happen right there, but it's not much. Yeah, we got convective roll clouds right here, all up and down northeast Texas and back into southern Oklahoma. Let's see if we have any photos of that. I'm not sure if we do. Let me check. Nope, we don't. I don't know if anybody's looking outside for those. All right, we'll see what the velocities show here in a second for Folsom, Louisiana. By the way, convective roll clouds are really cool if you ever see them. I'll try to find a photo of them here in a second. Rotation broader. This might not get warned again. We'll see. It looks like the QLCS threat is starting to wind down already. It's a pretty quick threat, but we'll keep watching them just in case. Let me find a photo of a convective roll cloud. Just give me 1 second. Thank you, Rhonda, for the $5 super chat. Rhonda, it is. If you have Radar Omega, you can use the satellite view if you are a subscriber on the app. Certain subscriptions get you more benefits, so like the satellite imagery would be with one of the subscriptions. That's where the satellite imagery comes from. Let me try to find this. Give me 1 second. Where are the convective roll clouds? Let's see. If you guys do see any convective roll clouds, by the way, feel free to mention me on Twitter. This is what it looks like. This was from a while back. This is from Brittany Ewell on Facebook. This is actually one from a while back in North Texas. This is kind of what it would look like. It might be a little bit different shape-wise, but again, just rising and sinking air all over the place here. Sinking air right here, rising air with the clouds. But really cool little picturesque view there of convective roll clouds. They're called horizontal convective rolls. Also, the tornado warning here in Louisiana just updated. It now only includes Folsom, Louisiana. So if you're in Folsom, continue to stay in your safe place. This warning, this particular storm is going east-southeast at about 40 miles per hour. And we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning now for Columbia in southern Mississippi. Main concern there will be damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Thank you, Julie, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Can't see them from DFW Airport. I think they're a little bit further north. Let me see if I can see them here on radar, Omega. Let me go to satellite. Yeah, they're right up here. They're near Paris, so you can actually see them on here too. These are your convective roll clouds. We're kind of all up and down near Sherman. If you're near like Sherman, Texas or Paris, you'll probably be able to see them. But Dallas, I don't think you'll be able to see them. They're too far away. You'd have to kind of be like you'd have to almost be under them to actually see the appearance, because if you look from like 10 miles away, they're just going to look like a low layer of clouds. It's not going to look special. Our storms in Oklahoma going to be strong. Again, there's a potential for tornadoes in Oklahoma. It's going to really depend, though, on when those storms initiate. If they initiate in the next, like, 45 minutes, I think the tornado threat will be much higher. If they initiate in, like, an hour and a half, 2 hours, it's going to be more of a wind and hail threat overall. So thank you, Mower Man, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. I do appreciate it. And welcome to the Velocities. The tornado warning just east of Mite City was just canceled. So the only one now is Folsom, Louisiana, and the Tylertown one, which expires in a minute. So that one will be done in a second. And then our only remaining tornado warning will be this one out of the QLCS tornado threat that is kind of ramped up here across parts of Louisiana and Mississippi. Is there a tornado warning? There is. It would not say tornado warning if there wasn't a tornado warning. The one that we have right now is in Louisiana. The one in Tylertown is about to expire. They're not going to reissue that warning. This is a live shot out of Columbia, Mississippi. We'll have some storms approaching here momentarily. Just a lot of high clouds right now, but not far from now, we should see at least maybe some sort of shelf cloud there. So we'll be waiting on that. Minnesota. I think Minnesota's risk is going to be pretty low. Be mostly just wind up there, maybe a brief tornado on the northern side of the state. No swallowing flies today. Thank you. Appreciate the reminder. Honestly, they might end up canceling this tornado warning, because this one looks pretty broad as well. Hey, Jessica, for the $4.99. We're in a motorhome in Robert, Louisiana. How's it looking? What are your thoughts? Let me check real quick. You're just going to be mostly wind, which I think has already moved through. I could be wrong. Yeah, your main concern was wind, and that wind has already pretty much moved through. At this point, it's mostly just rain. What about Iowa tonight? Mostly wind and hail, just an isolated threat. We do have a new warning as we speak about Minnesota, for St. Louis County, Minnesota, for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. So there you go. New warning up there. No problem, Jessica. Yeah, if you're in a mobile home today, just make sure that you're staying weather aware. Obviously, mobile homes are not really that safe when it comes to severe weather, but for the most part, I think that this mesoscale convective system that we're currently looking at down here in Louisiana and Mississippi, I think the main concern from here is going to be mostly just wind, and I think honestly the wind threat should start to die down more as we go further to the east. There could still be an isolated tornado. I just think the risk overall will be kind of simmering down just a little bit as this activity continues to move eastbound. So that's what I'm thinking, at least. Get some tacos. I had Taco Bell for lunch. And I kind of regret it, honestly. On this tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday. I didn't even realize it was Tuesday, and I actually had tacos today. What a weird coincidence. Thank you, Rodney, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Yeah, this rotation pretty broad as of right now. Still a low chance at a tornado near Folsom. Really, we're going to start shifting our attention more to Kansas and Oklahoma here pretty soon, once that threat starts to ramp up. It's kind of a waiting game right now for those storms to fire up. Is there going to be a gritty risk for today? It's Tacos Tuesday. Yeah, I know. It's tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday. Speaking of trampolines, by the way, today's flying trampoline meter is a medium risk. It's actually not that high today. It's a medium risk for flying trampolines. So make sure you hatch down your trampolines. Obviously, this is a trampoline awareness time of day, as we will have the potential for some flying trampolines. Honestly, it's more of a high risk if you're in central Oklahoma, where the more significant threat for wind will exist here pretty soon. All right, this tornado warning's pretty much done. But back over in Oklahoma, we'll be watching for that initiation here pretty soon. And any storms that get going will be able to produce the potential for damaging winds. And this is what it's going to probably look like here in a couple hours. In terms of the future radar. So you'll see here around 6, 7, 8 o'clock, storms will start to fire up. Maybe. I can get the model to go far enough. There you go. So this is what the latest HRRR model shows. And again, storms could fire up sooner than this. It shows it at 8 o'clock, which is 2 hours from now, but I still think it could happen really at any time. I'm watching Storm Runner Media. They have some towering cumulus clouds. We'll see if any of those can really get through, and we'll pull them up once that happens. But right now, the storm initiation is just west of Oklahoma City. Once we get, and that will happen probably again an hour or two, or maybe sooner. Once we get closer to 9 or 10 o'clock, this is going to really upscale into a pretty significant wind threat, anywhere from southeast Kansas back into Oklahoma, and we will have a potential for a tornado with any storm that can remain discrete, and that will really happen, I think, initially with a lot of these storms. So any storms initially that can produce that threat for a tornado are going to have the best chance, again, of producing a tornado threat. Once we get closer to around 10, 11 o'clock, that starts to move more to the east, and we'll eventually be talking about a mesoscale convective system that'll probably, again, stretch from Kansas back into southern Oklahoma with mostly a wind threat here, and maybe an isolated brief tornado. Overnight tonight, this will move through Arkansas, Texas, and Louisiana, basically the same areas where we just had a mesoscale convective system, and it'll produce more numerous damaging winds across quite the large area. So that's what we're going to be watching for there over the next several hours. But we should see these storms really blow up here over the next hour or two. Same thing with Kansas, but Kansas is not going to be as significant of a severe weather threat. Even though there will be hail and wind, the tornado risk is pretty close to zero. It's not zero, but it's very close to it. Again, the tornado risk that the Storm Prediction Center outlined today is primarily in Oklahoma, which includes Oklahoma City. It includes Tulsa, Elk City, Altus, Vernon, Texas, just north of Wichita Falls. Again, a large 2% with a conditional 5% tornado risk right in the smack dab middle of that. So right in the heart of Oklahoma City is where that greatest tornado potential basically is today, or just right along Interstate 40, which again, that's contingent on there being discrete supercells. It's a pretty similar situation to yesterday. We had initiation back over in the Panhandle, but storms never really organized. It could be different today, though. If anything can organize, we could get a tornado, and it could be on the stronger side of things. But again, it's heavily contingent on there being discrete supercells that really get going. Also, we had a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust just east of McPherson up here in Kansas. Still have at least, it looks like, some broad circulation near Marion. It's really rain-wrapped, but still some broad rotation there in Kansas that is currently north of Florence, for reference. The storms are really starting to ramp up now up here in Kansas. Thank you, Mike, also for becoming a moderate velocity member, and welcome to the Velocities. Again, our only tornado warning right now is in Louisiana. It should be done with in a moment. Still have the warning, even though the rotation is on the weaker side of things as of right now. So if you are in this particular warning, just continue to stay in your safe place for the next few minutes until it is over with. We are still watching the radar Omega cyclone port back over here in Columbia, Mississippi, where you might be able to see a shelf cloud. So we'll see if we can see that or not. It is a possibility. But we will see. This camera, it's like so low. Or so high, I mean. There we go. Okay, that's a bit better. Taco watch or taco warning today. Thank you, Hypnos, for the 666. I don't think there's going to be either of those today. But we could end up seeing a flying trampoline warning somewhere. We'll have to wait and see. That is a possibility. Flying trampoline warning. Anybody? Thank you, Cassie, for the $4.99. Do we have to hatch down the trampolines in northwestern Arkansas tonight? That's Cassie with the $4.99. I think you do. I think you should. I don't know why people don't hatch down their trampolines to begin with. Some people don't. It's a mix for disaster, I'll say that. Day 1 update might be interesting. It's still about 2 hours away. It's still quite a ways away right now from happening. Still a ways away. Guys, if we had a PDS tornado or a tornado emergency, like, I would let you know. Just gonna be honest with you. I would have already probably said it 16 times. If we have one today, that would be insane. I'm not gonna say we won't have one, because if I do, I'm probably gonna jinx it. So, I remember the new Boston, Texas tornado that happened, you know, like 2 weeks ago or whatever that was. They had it. That was a tornado emergency. I was like, you know, 15 minutes or 10 minutes before that happened, I was like, there's not going to be a tornado emergency today. But, you know, they were under one 2 years ago, and then it happened. So we're not going to try to jinx it today. Thank you, by the way, Brittany, for the $10 Venmo. Appreciate your generosity. Thank you. PDS trampoline warning. That'd be something. That would be something. Yeah, that tornado warning does expire in 6 minutes. It probably will be canceled, but we'll see. Just trying to see, is there any, like, interesting views anywhere right now? Got some storm initiation just west of Memphis right now. There you go. Got some towering cumulonimbus clouds here. Back over in northeastern Arkansas. The one on the left side of your screen is actually pretty impressive. You can't see it because there's some low to mid-level clouds here, but got some big thunderstorms developing here. Nothing severe, but cool stuff. Is the Oklahoma Panhandle safe tonight from severe weather? Let me check. Let me look at the dew points. Dew points will tell the story. Yeah, you're probably not going to see anything. The dew points are very low. Whenever we have dew points below 55, usually the threat of severe weather is pretty low. In this case, it is, and also storm initiation probably will not happen up there. So I'm not really expecting anything there. If you're near, like, Woodward, for example, you might see something. We'll see. But it's also a relatively low risk. The dew points are high enough, but it's more about where the storms initiate more than anything. There won't be really any initiation up in the Panhandle. If we had an initiator like a cold front, you would probably see some storm activity. Just the severe weather threat would be lower. More than anything. Should I strap down the trampolines in DFW? Why doesn't everybody just strap down the trampolines to begin with? I'm honestly curious. I'm not sure why, but like some people just decide not to hatch down the trampoline. I mean, wouldn't it just be easier to hatch it down now and not worry about it later? Like, I'm just curious. I'm not a trampoline owner myself, and I never will be, because we have a flying trampoline meter, and I've seen flying trampolines almost every day when we have severe weather. So that's never happening, but I'm just curious. Is there a reason why people don't hatch down trampolines? Mowing the lawn. Okay, that's a reason. Okay, I see it. It's more fun not doing it. I don't know about that. That is very debatable. All right, we no longer have a tornado warning here in Louisiana. That one was just canceled. Friendly reminder, today's live stream is brought to you by Radar Omega. You can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below. If you need a weather app to stay ahead of the storms today or even tomorrow, which we do have another small risk for severe weather tomorrow, back over in the Ohio Valley and even back into the southern parts of Texas and Louisiana, you can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. It comes with a ton of features like the live radar, velocities, correlation coefficient, all that jazz. It also comes with all the Radar Omega cyclone ports. All these circles that you see on here, those are different live cameras that are in their app that you can watch. You can also watch live storm chasers in the app, and you can also get computer models on the app in addition to satellite imagery with their subscriptions. So if you want to check it out, it is the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. And I do appreciate them sponsoring today's live stream. Today's live stream is also brought to you by ESP Storm Shelters. You can download, or you don't download shelters, sorry. You can pick up a storm shelter though if you need one. It's above ground storm shelters, probably the best on the market from ESP Shelters. Their link is in the description below if you want to pick one up. It is espshelter.com. They are very safe. They can withhold very strong tornadoes. And it's a great idea to get one now because severe weather season's still not done. We still got probably a pretty active mid to late June coming. I think the severe weather is going to ramp up again as we go into the later half of June, with more tornado outbreaks being a possibility. Over the next week and a half after today will be much quieter, I think. But as we get past June 14th, I think that weather threat's going to really ramp up. So if you need a shelter, you can check out espshelter.com or the link that is the second top link in the description below. Save the trampolines. Hashtag save the trampolines. We need to get that trending on Twitter at some point, honestly. Let's look at the infrared imagery real quick. This is interesting. Let's go to infrared imagery. Look at that. This is the mesoscale convective system here back over in Arkansas, Louisiana, and Mississippi. This is the leading edge of the storm activity. This is showing how cold the cloud tops are aloft. They are very cold. These are not small thunderstorms by any means. So big thunderstorms, obviously, on the leading edge of this activity. Now, again, I do think this will start to weaken as it moves towards, like, Alabama and the Florida Peninsula, but there will still be damaging winds. And then here's that initiation back over in Iowa, Kansas, and Nebraska. Same sort of story here. This is where the bulk of that thunderstorm activity has ramped up. Overshooting cloud tops, stretching to the northeast. Got more thunderstorm activity over in southwest Iowa recently. So that's also ramping up there. And then we've also had storms ongoing back over into Canada. We actually did have a tornado warning near Dryden, Canada earlier. I almost went live for it because the rotation was actually pretty strong, but we don't usually cover Canada. But there was rotation up there. Not seeing really any anymore, but there was definitely a pretty strong couplet there earlier. We even have a warning up near Duluth in northwestern Wisconsin into eastern Minnesota. There's actually a tornado possible label on this storm back over to the northwest of Des Moines right now. This one did have a little bit of rotation earlier. Not seeing as much anymore. Mostly a wind threat and hail threat. Could see a brief tornado, though, up here, or even a land spout into Iowa. I think the threat is pretty low, but it's not zero. So something to be watching for if you're back up in this area. This is the Radar Omega cyclone port in Burlington, Kansas as well. And just low-level clouds right now, very ominous. And these clouds are going to keep things, at least for the most part, a little bit more tame when it comes to the severe weather threat. So the majority of these storms will be hail and wind producers. We could see a brief tornado, but I think the threat is not as high. They'll at least stabilize the atmosphere just a little bit. This is from Brandon on Twitter. So they're trying right now in Oklahoma. They're trying to tower up. They're not really succeeding, though. We're not getting a very definitive storm base or really any sort of really impressive updrafts that are creating these big thunderstorms yet. So the longer these storms wait to develop in Oklahoma, the lower the threat of tornadoes will be, in my opinion. That's at least what I'm thinking. Because I think the greatest concern would be here relatively soon. With that said, we do have a little bit of something developing now. A couple of little showers just to the west of Chickasha. So anything that can get going here could produce something. But nothing crazy quite yet. And this is Storm Runner Media, by the way. And they're currently looking at a storm that's trying to pop up. While they do that, I'll be back in 60 seconds.
You always park in the grass.
So that's Storm Hunter Media. Let me fix this screen here real quickly, because we're going to be on the screen probably quite a bit. Where is the camera? Where'd it go? Right here. So yeah, that's Storm Hunter Media, and we're going to be keeping a close eye on them. They're going to be watching for storm initiation in Oklahoma. Really, the most favorable target here for severe weather today is in Oklahoma. So that's basically we're watching for that potential, again, for tornadoes if these storms can get going, which I think they will. Just a matter really of when. So that's what we're waiting for right now. Let me fix this as well. There we go. All right, cool. That's fixed. All right, let's go back to here for now. And we currently have 17 severe thunderstorm warnings. Actually, we have 16. Again, we got a few across Kansas right now. Many of these storms have tornado possible labels, so there is at least some broad circulation. Some of these do get issued, too, for just poor radar coverage in some cases, so just keep that in mind. Here's the storm activity that's moving through Mississippi right now. This activity is quickly weakening, but here is that leading edge of the thunderstorm activity here in Mississippi. This is back over in Columbia, Mississippi. Let me try to try to do something like this. Give me 1 second. Let's do that. You can kind of see that leading edge right there. Kind of on the left, top left of your screen there. See it a little bit better. That's the leading edge of this thunderstorm activity. So we got kind of a small shelf cloud. It's not super definitive, but there's at least a small shelf cloud there that's moving in here. And so we'll be watching that here over the next few minutes. And the shelf cloud usually gives you a good indication that there's at least a damaging wind threat that's going to be associated with a cluster of storms like this that's currently ongoing. But that's the leading edge that we're looking at here, back over in southern Mississippi. Thank you, Deanne, for becoming a member as well, and welcome to the Velocities. We also got a couple over near the Hattiesburg area, so I'll be watching these too. These are new, I believe these are both new Radar Omega Cyclone ports. I could be wrong, but I've never seen those before. I wish I could move the top left label. We're going to be redoing our stream overlays here once we go into, hopefully by the end of June. So we're going to have to fix some stuff, because I can't show you the actual shelf cloud unless I do it like this. There you go. See it there at the top left of your screen. Will Troy, Missouri get any storms tonight? I don't know where Troy is, but scattered thunderstorms expected across Missouri tonight. I think most of Missouri will see something, but not everything's going to be severe. See that shelf cloud on the left side of your screen right now. Oops. We'll go back to it once it gets a bit closer. This is the latest. Wow, this is crazy. Look at this. This is the sounding in Oklahoma City right now. This is crazy. So the wind profiles, again, definitely favorable. There's a lot of veering. So tornado threat definitely could exist in this environment. Photographs don't look fantastic, but look at the cap. This is the cap, and whenever I talk about the cap, people are always wondering, what in the world does that mean? What are you talking about? Are you talking about like a hat? No, I'm talking about the layer in the atmosphere where there is basically a temperature inversion, and what that will mean is that whenever the temperature increases at any part of the atmosphere, clouds are going to struggle to get past that point. That is what we have currently in Oklahoma. This is as of about 3 p.m. or 4 p.m. This is at 4 p.m. So this was taken at 4 p.m. So about 2 hours ago. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit different now, but this cap that we have here is literally preventing storms. So the lifting condensation level, that's where thunderstorms will bubble up. This right here is where they're going to stop. They're not going to get past this point right here. It's like a big block, basically. That storms are not going to be able to get past that point. Now, in a normal supercell, storms would usually go from here up to like the equilibrium level, so back up closer to like 12 kilometers up into the atmosphere, so tall thunderstorms. That won't happen until this temperature inversion is overcome. In addition to that, we have a pretty solid inversion with the dew point at the same layer. That's in Oklahoma City. Now west of Oklahoma City, it's probably going to be a lot less of a cap, but regardless, very strong cap as of 2 hours ago in Oklahoma City, which is a very solid reason why no storms have gotten going yet. I mean, we have a couple of showers here, but like nothing getting past that point. And these showers that you're seeing are ones that would be turning into supercells if that temperature inversion was not there. The temperature inversion is basically just cutting off everything right now in this environment. Now, again, I think it'll be overcome. I think it's going to come with time, though. As I mentioned before, I think this is going to be something that's going to really try to develop here in the next hour. I kind of thought it would happen sooner, but now looking at the sounding data as of 2 hours ago, that cap is really strong. I mean, does not look like it's going to be letting up anytime soon. But we'll see. Again, as we go later into the evening here, the temperature aloft should cool down. The dew point should also increase, and that should eventually allow for that cap to be overcome. But right now, that's a major temperature inversion there in the atmosphere. Yeah, whenever we have that increasing temperature in the atmosphere, that's going to represent essentially again, just an atmosphere that's pretty stable in a general sense. So again, this is a live shot out of Columbia, Mississippi right now. Very ominous skies moving in right now. A CC drop is whenever we have like a debris signature on radar. Well, that car's leaving. I don't know where that car's going. We're going to be driving right into the storm. It might be a storm chaser. Who knows? Thank you, Sarah, also for becoming a member. Thank you, Katie, for the $3 super chat. Thank you, Heather, for the $5 super chat. Timing there would be sometime between like 8 and 12 or so. Stop the cap, I know. I'm not capping, though. I'm not capping about the cap. Here's that very, very kind of, I don't even know, just boring looking shelf cloud. It's not really definitive, but there's a little leading edge there, and that's the thunderstorm activity here in Mississippi. And the top side of your screen, it looks like stars, and that's mainly because, oh, there we go. This is a better view. All right, well, we can full screen it now. The top side of your screen was just the my background on my computer. I couldn't full screen it. There you go. This is a better shot now of this storm on the radar Omega cyclone port in Columbia, Mississippi. I'm not putting on the Culver shirt. It's probably cursed. Honestly, if I put this thing on the wall, it might scare away the tornadoes at this point. This is somebody sent this to me as fan mail. We unboxed it on a members only stream last night. This legitimately is my face on a doll. It is probably the creepiest thing I've ever had, and I still have it. It's just on my desk. If we put it on the back wall, I think it would scare away storms, honestly. Got some scud cloud activity here on the top side here of your screen. There's like a little swirling eddy here. You can kind of see it spinning a little bit. Kind of like a little swirling eddy up there on the at the very bottom here of the cloud base. Wait till it starts talking to you. If it starts talking to me, I am throwing this into the dumpster. Because there's no shot I'm going to be dealing with that. A Drew Carey lookalike. This thing does not look like Drew Carey. Actually, I can kind of see it. This is me with old glasses. I just realized that. These are my old glasses. Who found this photo? I'm not selling this doll as merch. There's no way. No. No, thank you. Alright, this storm's moving through right now in Columbia, Mississippi. Pretty ominous looking skies, but nothing too crazy. Just interesting view. I'd buy one. That's fantastic. Good news, I'm not selling it. By the way, for those that aren't members of the channel, I highly recommend you become one, because we're going to be doing more of these, but we're going to do another stream where we do Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? Funniest thing ever. We did it last night. I couldn't even spell vegetables right. It was horrendous. So pretty funny stuff. If you want funny content here on the channel, you can become a member. Any membership tier will be able to watch them, by the way, so it's the join button down below. Just throwing out there for those that want more content than just the live streams that we do for weather. It was hilarious last night, so I think any member can agree if you were watching last night. It was something else. I'm really excited to do another one of those after this weather calms down a bit. We might do one later this week. We'll see. I'm not sure yet. Here's the wind, by the way. Wind's picking up. Large rain shaft in Columbia, Mississippi. So the wind will be picking up here. A little scary looking cloud on the right side of your screen, too. Move it over a little bit. There you go. How'd I spell it? This is how I spelt vegetables. I actually remember, too. That's how I spelt vegetables. I don't know how. Probably the funniest thing ever. Thank you, Andrew, for becoming a member. Am I in my boxer shorts? No, I'm not putting on that underwear. No. Not happening. Thank you, by the way, Brittany, for the $2 Venmo. Appreciate it. Thank you. Alright, we're starting to lose the view of the storm here. Let me reposition this. There we go. So yeah, we're looking at the line of storms right now in Mississippi and even into Louisiana. Even if I got 300 members and put them on, I am not showing you guys what I look like in a pair of boxer shorts. I'm just gonna be honest with you. No thank you. Here's the latest radar scan on the storm near Maggie. This is near Maggie, Mississippi. There's actually some rotation here. No tornado possible label on that, but there is some broad circulation there. Going back over to the Texas Panhandle. We do have some storms over here that have initiated. Again, mostly just hail and wind over here. And again, what we're really waiting for right now is the storm initiation in Oklahoma. We still have a cap in place, so we'll see if that can get overcome here in the next hour or so. The most recent HRRR model run showed that initiation probably wouldn't happen until closer to 8 now. This is what it shows on the most recent HRRR model run. Funny enough, it shows a storm on radar at 6 p.m. when there's absolutely nothing on radar right now, so that's interesting. It still shows, though, the bulk of the thunderstorm activity developing near 8 o'clock, near Oklahoma City, back near Lawton and Wichita Falls. And later tonight, this will eventually turn into a mesoscale convective system, but we're still waiting for that tornado threat to really get going. And large hail threat and wind threat in Oklahoma. Back over near Wichita, we got plenty of thunderstorms over this direction. We might go ahead and switch out the Fort Madison camera to the one in Wichita on the right side of your screen. Let me find that real quick, because we will have a live view out of Wichita if storms do get a bit closer. Wichita is under a severe thunderstorm watch, which goes until 9 p.m. tonight, where damaging winds, large hail are the main concerns, and maybe even an isolated tornado. There is a tornado possible label on the storm near Wichita, or Hutchinson, sorry. But I'm not really seeing anything on that as of right now when it comes to rotation. Let me change out this camera here real quick. Change it to a more relevant area for today. That camera will probably get repositioned here soon. That's Wichita, Kansas on the... What is Kansas? Is it KS? I think Kansas is KS. For abbreviation-wise. But we should have a view that's a little bit more clear here in a little bit in Wichita. Alright. Thank you, by the way, Dan, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate the $5 super chat. Thank you to Marine for becoming a Velocity member. Thank you also, Jesse, for gifting a member. I'm out of soda. And no, I'm not drinking beer. For those that are wondering, this is just a soda can. Thank you. Some people have asked that before. I don't drink beer on stream. Other than that one time when we hit 250,000 subscribers, but that was different. I'm drinking beer. Okay. Well, it's 6:17 Central Time. It's not a horrible time. Not a horrible time to drink beer, I guess. I'm not an alcoholic. I drink literally 1 beer every like 4 weeks at most. We have a new warning for Story in Boone County, Iowa for damaging winds up to 60 and quarter-sized hail. That storm's moving east at 30 miles per hour. Still have some broad circulation near Maggie in Mississippi. I think the tornado risk overall is going to be pretty close to 0 once these storms get into Alabama, but the wind concern will continue to still remain pretty relevant. Thank you, Court, for becoming a member as well. And welcome to the Velocities. Should have a pretty good live shot of these storms once they go through the Hattiesburg area. This is actually live in Columbia, Mississippi, the downtown area. Winds picking up still. Some gusty winds. Mike's Hard Lemonade is not beer. What are you talking about? That is definitely beer. I check Canada. I will check Canada really quickly. I don't even know if there's a tornado warning up here. I don't have tornado warnings on. Looks like there's rotation near Lac Sewell. Going through some lakes. I don't think there's anybody even up there. There's just wind otherwise. I don't see any other rotation. I don't ever cover Canada. These radars up in Canada are definitely interesting. They're much more higher quality down here in the United States. We do have a storm north of Minneapolis producing damaging winds. A 14-inch diameter tree is down and signs are down at Lexington Avenue on the Peasant Ridge Drive. Will there be a tornado in Houston? I don't think so. I don't think you're under the risk today. I could be wrong. Tomorrow there's a risk, but it'll be mostly wind. Here's that new warning, by the way, I was talking about north of Des Moines. That is for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Again, nothing too crazy. Still something we're watching, though. Thank you, Ness, I think is your name. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you. I used to live in New England. New England is a beautiful place. Looks like New England will actually be pretty active after today. Looks like the weather pattern will get a little bit more active as that trough moves to the east. Talked about that a bit in today's video. I think Darcy and class are also becoming members. We have 35 new members today, apparently. Appreciate everybody becoming a member. You guys, do you see any reports on anything? If you have photos, videos, anything like that, you can at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. If you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. And we do live streams just like this one all the time. Again, we'll be live here for probably several hours. I don't think this live stream is going to be done anytime soon. We're really just waiting for initiation, which, again, could still be, you know, a little ways out. I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. The amount of instability in Oklahoma is really ridiculous. I mean, we have a ton of instability. It's a very unstable atmosphere. What's keeping it stable right now, again, is the cap that we have, the temperature inversion that's essentially preventing storms from building. This is the instability right now. This is the mesoscale analysis. I mean, these instability numbers are just off the charts. I mean, instability values near 7,000. 7,000. I don't know if we've seen a number that high recently, but 7,000 joules per kilogram right along the Texas and Oklahoma border. That number is pretty high. We haven't covered a number that high here in a while, but a lot of instability in this atmosphere. So any storms that can get going will quickly get going as long as that cap is overcome. But the temperature inversion is really what's holding these storms back right now from developing. That instability will stay up there here for quite a while too. But yeah, it's a lot of instability. Little access there back in southern Oklahoma, and that's right around Lawton and Ardmore. So storm initiation probably will begin there, is my guess. If not, it could begin a little bit further west of Oklahoma City, maybe near Clinton. We got another small little shower developing near Weatherford. Still indicates that there's probably a cap in place. Same thing over here. So there's still a temperature inversion in place as of right now, by the looks of it. But that could be overcome pretty much at any time. Am I still looking for a girlfriend? I was really never looking for a girlfriend to begin with. I don't have time for that. I literally don't care. I don't have time. I'm too busy. Really, Voldar? I didn't even know that. Thank you, Angela, for the $4.99. Thank you, Mike, for the $5 super chat. I don't know what that means, but thank you for the $5 super chat. If I had a girlfriend, I would never be able to go live as much as I do. That's all I know. So we're not getting one. You all for the £2 super chat. I don't even know where Bavaria is, but I appreciate your generosity. We took a geography. We were doing Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader last night, and I was supposed to answer where the capital of Edo used to be. And I guessed it was one of the 3 countries in like northern South America, and it was apparently back over in Japan. So I don't know where Bavaria is, but I do appreciate your generosity, and yeah. That's Germany? Oh, that's actually a town? Oh, I thought it was a country. So I just said, wow, Bavaria is in Germany. Why do you think I should know this? I actually got an A in world geography, and we did a lot of geography quizzes, so I don't know how I forgot everything, but I forgot a lot of stuff, apparently. Thank you, Janice, for the $5 super chat. Oh, wait, we just hit 279,000 subscribers. We're about 980 subscribers away from 280,000. We might be able to hit that today. We'll see. It is possible. What's Topeka, Kansas looking like tonight? Mostly just hail and wind, Jeff. I don't think there's going to be much else beyond that. Still probably a good hour or two away from that storm activity. If we go on the future radar here, you'll see that a little bit more in motion. So this is right around now, 7, 8 o'clock tonight. There might be some storms trying to initiate here around Topeka and near Kansas City. Not a guarantee, but if you get something, it'd be hail and wind. Right now, the HRRR model is showing more of kind of a more stable atmosphere up here. Meanwhile, a much more intense cluster of thunderstorms would develop near Wichita and Emporia. But if anything can get going up there, hail and wind are going to be the main concerns. Once we get past midnight, most of that storm activity is not severe in Missouri, but we might still have some gusty winds or small hail with that activity as it moves east. So not super concerned about that activity, but overall Kansas shouldn't be too bad. I think the worst of the storm activity will honestly be here near Wichita. So that is where we'll be looking for the worst activity. I do not cover typhoons because we only do United States coverage, but we do cover hurricanes and that sort of stuff. I'll do a gritty today if we get 100 members total. We need to get 100 members in the stream. We're at 35 right now. 65 members and I'll do a gritty, but that's going to be like at the end of the stream. 5K likes equals a gritty? I don't think so. I hardly ever say like the stream at all anymore, because like I just don't think it even does anything. Thank you, Savannah, for gifting a member. Is that not a hook? What are you talking about? This one here near Burns? This is just a little cell merging. It might look like that if you keep it on one scan. It looks like one, but it's just this storm is merging into this. We could get a localized, slightly higher tornado risk, but I kind of doubt it. I don't think we have any rotation here. Yeah, there's not really any rotation here. Just a little merger. Yeah, if there was a hook echo, I would let you know. But we don't have one. Thank you, Elijah, for the 5 gifted members. Oh, we're at 41 right now. So we'll see. Will tornadoes be possible tomorrow? There is a tornado threat tomorrow. It's actually going to be in the Ohio Valley. So tomorrow's risk is back over in Ohio, in Pennsylvania, New York, Michigan, Indiana. It's a low risk. It's very low. We're not going to be live tomorrow for this. I just don't see a point. Unless this gets upgraded, there's a chance, but otherwise I'm not going live for that. But a low tornado risk. It'd be basically just a brief and weak tornado or two, and that'd be about it. And by the way, this is outflow driven storm activity here in Kansas. You can actually see the outflow boundary on reflectivity. That outflow boundary slowly pushing south. So most of this activity right now is outflow driven. See if we got any live view of this storm activity yet. Got ominous skies right now in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Thank you, by the way, Tom, Jen, Fred, and Manon for becoming members, and welcome to the Velocities. Oh, the wind's whipping here. It's spinning. The wind is spinning. The wind is spinning, yes. The anemometer is spinning, sorry. The wind is spinning. There's no tornado here, but wind is definitely whipping over in Forest County. Hey, Chrissy, also for becoming a member. Still have some broad rotation back near the Maggie area. Still not ruling out a brief QLCS tornado threat, but I think it's a low chance right now. How's Chicago tonight? Shouldn't be too bad. I don't expect really any severe weather there. Now, we've had some storms firing up here near Memphis. Nothing severe here, but the one thing I'd be looking for is a storm structure like this. Look at this. Here's your cloud base. This is your towering cumulus cloud. I don't know if the controller of this camera is watching, but if we can see that, that cloud is building up really tall there. It's on the radar omega cyclone port. This one's back over in Arkansas, so that's near Truman. That's a big storm that's developing there. Let's see the Memphis one. This is Memphis, just some low-level clouds. You can watch all these live cameras on the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Yeah, this right here is your cloud base. Again, this is not even a severe storm. It's just cool to see. Big towering cumulonimbus clouds here as well. Love seeing the live cameras. Yeah, they're awesome. They have a ton of them. We have the virtual rail fans too, but they don't nearly cover as many areas, at least in this area. There's a ton here in Tennessee and even in Mississippi. Basically always have a view of something. Thank you, William, for becoming a member. 4 members away from 50 on the day. Is there going to be any action? We're just kind of waiting. I mean, there's a lot of action right now. It's just a lot of it is not that substantial. A lot of it's just isolated wind and hail. I didn't try to go live too early today because honestly, a lot of the stuff earlier today was just wind and hail. There was really nothing crazy earlier. It's gotten a little bit, it's definitely gotten more active. The peak of the severe weather threat, though, will be in Oklahoma more than likely. And that should be here relatively soon. The warning was corrected, apparently, in Mississippi. There is a tornado possible label on this storm now, I think. One of them. It's this one down here. So this activity here is now on a tornado possible label. And the rotation that is in question right now is near Picayune, Mississippi. I think that's how you pronounce it. Near Interstate 59. Thank you, Mike, for the 5 gifted members. I appreciate it. If you got a gifted member, make sure to thank Mike in the chat. And also thank you, Fred, for the 5 gifted members as well. Makes it 56 on the day. We need 44 more to do a gritty at the end of the stream. Just such a dumb goal. All right, there we go. New tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's actually on the storm we were just looking at. So again, brand new tornado warning here. That is going to be for those in Picayune, in Mississippi. If you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Again, this is the storm that's going in the direction of Highway 603. It's right now near Interstate 59. This is for Pearl River County and Hancock County, Mississippi. The storm is moving east at about 35 miles per hour. Again, that rotation would be on the leading edge of the storm activity right here, which would now be right here. So if you are in this particular pink polygon, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. This includes Ozona, Mississippi as well. We don't have any debris signature on this on the latest scan. But we are further away from the radar site, so keep that in mind. We might not have as good of a view of this storm as we go further east. I will see if we have any sort of live cameras here, but I'm not sure if we do. Let's check that out. This is right along Interstate 59. We do have a couple, I think. Or we at least have one. But it's currently unavailable, apparently. That's exciting. So we don't have a camera. Nice. But rotation right now, honestly, on the latest scan, doesn't even look that impressive. The first scan there did look a little bit more impressive. But the other problem is we are in between two radar sites, so seeing this is a little bit harder to see. And QLCS tornadoes can sometimes be on the briefer side of things, and they can sometimes happen in between radar scans. So that's really what we're looking at right now in this particular storm. But yeah, if you're in the pink polygon near the Picayune area in Pearl County, or Pearl River County, or Hancock County, Mississippi, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Thank you, Royal, Jesse, for becoming members, and as well as Devin. I'll have another radar scan probably in just a moment. By the way, this warning system, for those that are, I mentioned this earlier in the stream, but we have a new warning system, and we're actually able to get these warnings like a second or two before they get issued here on radar. This warning system that we have now is completely custom built for us on the Max Velocity channel, and this will also pop up with alerts on screen as well when warnings and whatnot get issued. So that'll happen soon. It's probably gonna be about a week or two from now. But it shows all the updates, it shows the warnings and all that sort of stuff. So all these tornado warnings that we've had so far, I've at least seen them about a second or two before they're actually issued. But in some cases, it could be a 30-second lead time. It just depends on what happens. But pretty cool stuff. We currently have 10 warnings that are severe, and then one tornado warning. And that's the one here near Picayune in Mississippi. Thank you, Mary, for becoming a member. Thank you, Gan, for becoming a 1-month member. It was custom made. Yes, that is custom coded and everything. Wouldn't have been possible without all of our channel members. And all the membership funds that we get are pretty much just reinvested into our setup and everything. So it's a pretty big upgrade. Why has this year been so active? I think it has a lot to do with the El Nino and La Nina transition that we're having right now. I think a lot of it has to do with that. But even then, I mean, the temperatures have been drastically warmer compared to years past. So severe weather began earlier, and it's still going. So. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Again, if we have a tornado, it would be near the Picayune area of Mississippi, going towards Ozona. There's just no definitive debris signature, at least as of 4 minutes ago. We'll see what the new scan shows. Again, these QLCS tornadoes can, in some cases, be very fast. The latest scan still not showing anything really definitive here in terms of a tornado. See what the velocities show. See if that's intensifying at all. We also just got a new warning up here. Back over to the, let's see, northeast of the tornado warning. That's for Wiggins, Mississippi. 60-mile-per-hour winds as these storms continue to move east at about 40 miles per hour. Got a couple of live shots back over near Forest County, near Hattiesburg in Mississippi. Look at that. Ominous skies here. Got some low-level clouds moving into Hattiesburg right now. The leading edge of the storm activity will be approaching here pretty soon. check out the velocities here. Still got some rotation, just it's not super impressive here. But again, we could get a brief tornado at any time in between the radar scans. So if you are in the Picayune area or Ozona in Mississippi, specifically for Pearl River County and Hancock County, Mississippi, make sure that you are seeking shelter in case this does produce a tornado. And radar coverage is pretty sparse in this area. It's not great, so we don't have a fantastic view of this, but it's good enough to the point where we at least know where the rotation would be. And it'd be basically right on the east side of Picayune, approaching Leetown, Caesar, and Standard, and Catahoula in Mississippi. Apparently we got something developing here. Oh, look at that. Look at this. We got it. We got a shower. We got a shower initiation near Apache, Oklahoma. It's happening. We have a shower. That's what's happening. There's still not, this is still not getting past the cap, so I don't know. Nothing's going yet. We're probably still, I think, 30 minutes out. We also have something actually developing. Oh, look at that. Oklahoma City. Okay, we actually have something now in Oklahoma City. So we actually have our first cell that is actually, it looks like, gotten past the cap in Oklahoma City. So we have development now beginning in Oklahoma City. So we'll see if that can get going, but it's trying. I don't think that's going to be the one, but it is a sign that we are going to get development here within the short term in Oklahoma. We'll have another radar scan here in a moment. And the cap is a temperature inversion in the atmosphere that prevents storms from building up. The cap has been in place pretty much all day, but it might be overcome here in the next little while. Yeah, BMC for the $5 super chat. I don't know what that means, but I appreciate the generosity. Will this reach the Florida Panhandle? It probably will, but it will not be as intense. It's really starting to weaken pretty quickly. We actually have some showers out in front of this that'll stabilize the atmosphere out in front of the line. So I highly doubt it'll really get that far. If it does, there could be some gusty winds, but severe weather is going to be really not expected. It's a very low risk overall. No debris signature on this as of right now. Still watching it closely as it moves east. Thank you, Michael, for becoming a Velocity member. And this near Picayune in southern Mississippi. See what the velocity show in a moment. Thank you, Max the Goat. I was gonna make a goat impersonation, but I couldn't think of how to do that, so I didn't. Thinking out loud here. It's hurricane season now, it sure is. The GFS model is already showing a tropical storm hitting the Texas coast in like 3 weeks. And you know it. You're gonna see posts on Twitter, Facebook, whatever social media platform you're on. You're gonna see posts that are like, ooh, there's this big hurricane coming next week, or whatever it is, and it's gonna be one computer model run showing that. And it's not gonna happen. Again, there's nothing right now in the next 7 days that looks concerning in the tropics. So I would not worry at all, at least for right now. It's a doom and gloom when it comes to hurricane season. Yeah, velocity's never updated, by the way. So, not really sure about that one. Do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for the Hattiesburg area. It's also going to include Lamar Forest, Covington and Jones County in Mississippi for damaging winds up to 60. Quarter-sized hail, and there is a there's no tornado possible label on this. This activity is moving east at about 35 miles per hour. A little downpour moving through the south side of Hattiesburg right now. This is what Hattiesburg looks like in downtown. Again, very ominous skies. Here's your cloud base with a little cell that's moving through right now. This is not the line of storms. We should have a pretty solid view of a shelf cloud here pretty soon. And here is Storm Runner Media. They're actually looking at that storm initiation back over in Oklahoma right now.
It's not showing up on radar because it's not precipitating.
So it's going. We got storms bubble up in Oklahoma now. We'll see if those can stay and hold together.
I think last time I looked, it was 35.
It's near Cordell, Oklahoma is where they're at right now, but I think they're looking towards Oklahoma City. Or they're looking south. Maybe they're not there. I don't know. Have we had any confirmed tornadoes today? We may have had one or two in eastern Louisiana, but nothing official. Just by radar, it looked like we may have had at least one or two. Let's go back to Oklahoma here. And we got a little bit of initiation right now on the west side of Oklahoma City. I still think we're probably a half an hour away from any of these being severe, but they are getting going. So we'll see if anything can really, ramp up here. It's near Oklahoma City. We have some cells also near the Cache area and Lawton that have been trying to get going too. Where's Cordell? Let me find that real quick. Where's Cordell, Oklahoma? That's where they are right now. So they're looking south. That's Storm Runner Media. I think they're looking at this. I could be wrong. I think that's what they're looking at right now. So they might be targeting those storms. The storms that are getting going though right now in Oklahoma City, those ones are definitely trying. We'll see. And we've had a cap in place for a while. It might be being overcome right now. We'll stay here for the radar scan. Thank you, Elizabeth, for the $5 super chat. No, main concern is going to be wind up to 60 miles per hour. I wouldn't really expect anything higher than that. Just make sure you're staying weather aware, though. Thank you, WDW, for the 279. Appreciate that. This little cell behind the one that's here over Oklahoma City, just southeast of El Reno, that one's becoming a little bit more strong, so just something to watch for there. I still think we're a little ways out, but we'll see. They're getting going. The tornado warning here in southern Mississippi does continue, but the rotation's done on radar, so this might just get canceled. Main concern right now with this area will continue to be damaging winds. Maybe an isolated tornado. Thank you, May, for the $10 super chat. When I cast your stream to my TV on the Home Depot, or on my TV, the Home Depot ad takes up a third of the screen. Let me see if I can fix that. That's weird. There should be an exit out button for that. I'm not sure how you fix that though. Should be a way to exit out of that. Is anybody else watching on TV having the same issue? Maybe refresh and go back in. That's the power of the Home Depot. It'll power the Home Depot. Yeah, nobody else having that issue, so you might just have to go out and go back in. Should be able to skip ads too. I just changed from 360 pixels to streaming in 2K. You're so pretty now. Thank you. I'm glad. We actually, recently, we've made streams so they're no longer 1080p. They actually go up to 1440 pixels, I think, now. So we have higher quality streams. Slightly higher quality. You're on a 1440p device. The storm here in Oklahoma, it's bubbling right there. Unwarned Media is going to be approaching that here pretty soon. The storms are initiating. Oklahoma. Thank you, Charles, for the $6.99. I have YouTube Premium too. It is definitely worth it. I have it though because Storm Chaser feeds, I have to make sure they don't have ads playing on them so I can actually play them on stream. Because sometimes they play ads in the middle of stuff. Also, thank you, Mary and Michael, for both becoming members. Once again, this tornado warning is in southern Mississippi. Rotation's pretty broad right now. The warning will probably end up getting canceled, but we'll see. Just continue to stay in that safe place until the warning is officially lifted. Here's a live shot out of the Hattiesburg area of Mississippi. Just ominous skies right now. We'll have a better shot, I think, of this activity. Yeah, here. You can see it pretty clearly. In downtown Hattiesburg, very ominous skies. A little shower moving through. This should be back here, the leading edge of the thunderstorm activity that's going to be coming through. So that'll be what we're watching for here. That mesoscale convective system that's moving in this direction. Oh, I think the warning just got canceled. Yeah. Alright, so this warning's canceled now. Even though it's still showing on screen, it is now canceled. So, this warning's done for Picayune, Mississippi. And now we can probably focus more on the threat that is developing back over in Oklahoma. It's beginning to get going. Again, we got a couple of little cells developing here near Oklahoma City. So, again, Unwarned Media is going to be approaching that. Pan to them here real quick. Again, they're looking at that supercellular initiation. That's actually going to be back. Again, I think they're looking right now back towards southwestern Oklahoma, which is also where some initiations beginning to fire up. The bulk of the initiation so far, though, has been right in Oklahoma City. Hey, Teresa, for the $6.99. Appreciate the generosity.
Well, no, I mean, we can explain that to you if you want in some way.
We're at 61 mods today. We need, or 61 mods, yes. 61 new members. We need 39 more members for a gritty at the end of the stream. And again, we'll be doing more members-only streams here in the future that are not weather-related, just kind of fun stuff. So if you want to become a member, it is the join button down below. Further reminder, by the way, today's live stream is brought to you by Radar Omega. You can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. They have all sorts of features like a live radar feed, live cameras across a large chunk of the country on the app. You can also look at satellite data and as well as computer models with their subscriptions. So you can check it out. Top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Yeah, highly recommend it. Again, it's the app that we've been using for, I think, about a year now that they've been sponsored with us. So pretty crazy. It's been a long time, but fantastic app. You can get it on both your iOS and Android device for only $8.99 with all those features, and then the computer models and satellite imagery are additional features with their subscriptions. And also, if you need a storm shelter, as we are in the peak of severe weather season, you can get a storm shelter from espshelter.com. It is also the second link in the description below. You can get an ESP shelter. These are above-ground storm shelters, probably the safest on the market. These are EF5 protection with lots of cool features. You can check this out again, espshelter.com. There's also one that you can get on Home Depot. There is a link to that down below as well. You can pick it up. But I highly recommend ESP shelters if you need an above-ground shelter. is the way to go to stay ahead of the storms and staying weather aware and staying safe, most importantly, as we are still in tornado season. And as we go into later June, I do think things will ramp up again across a pretty large chunk of at least the central plains and the Midwest. I don't know about the southern plains yet, but it does look like the weather pattern as we go into mid to late June is going to get active again, especially in the Midwest and the central and northern plains. So severe weather season still far from over, at least across the United States. We still have June. We still have some of July. Things get a bit quieter in August, and then we'll turn more of our attention to hurricane season once we get closer to August and September. So, still got severe weather, though. Thank you, Drew, for the 1 gifted member. Thank you, Justin, for becoming a member. Thank you, Plush, for the $1.99. Thank you, Micah, for the $5 super chat. I'm glad I can help. I would not be nervous about tornadoes if you're back over in Minnesota. I think the risk is very low to zero. Again, really the only area where we have really any sort of noticeable tornado risk today would be Oklahoma, maybe along the Red River there in Texas and Oklahoma, and then perhaps back over in Mississippi where that QLCS tornado threat's been happening. Otherwise, it's like a very low to zero chance back over in northern Minnesota, and really anywhere in Minnesota and Iowa, it's a low chance. I'm not very concerned about this area, honestly, when it comes to that threat. So, wouldn't be too concerned. I'll be really just mostly focused on the wind threat, but obviously have a tornado action plan in place just in case, but it's definitely a low threat, pretty close to zero. Here's the shelf cloud rolling into Hattiesburg, Mississippi. We'll stay here for a moment. This is the Radar Omega cyclone port here. We'll stay on this for the time being. Thank you, Body Renewal, also for becoming a VIP Velocity member. And welcome to the Velocities. Those clouds look nasty. They do. Got some scud activity, too, on the right side of your screen. Just a lot of rising motion. That's usually what that represents. College in Hattiesburg? I think that's what this is. There's a name on this. Yeah, University of Southern Mississippi. So that's where we're at right now. The other camera is down here. South Hattiesburg. But that one's looking more to the north. This one's looking, I think, more into the storms. Storm Tracker, you might have Canada alerts on, or like Germany or something. You can turn those off in the Weather Alerts tab on Radar Omega. I only have alerts on for the United States. We actually have 11 total warnings, by the way, in just the United States. We have 3 flash flood warnings, too. So, I don't have those on there. Should I be worried about tornadoes in Wichita, Kansas? I don't think so. Wichita right now, the storms are going to be rolling through there. Let me just real quickly pan to that. Storms are going to be rolling through here, but these are predominantly outflow driven. They're actually all outflow driven. So the tornado risk is going to be pretty close to zero here, unless something kind of gets discrete out in front of that, but I kind of doubt that. So not super concerned about that right now. The storm that's just west of Oklahoma City is also ramping up now more. Looks like this will be probably our first supercell, will be this one right here near Yukon. That's going to be moving into Oklahoma City here pretty soon. So once it gets warned, we'll be focusing more on Oklahoma here pretty soon, and also parts of Kansas. Here's that live shot again in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Do I expect a busy hurricane season? I do. I think this hurricane season will be busy. Doesn't mean we're going to have doom and gloom everywhere in the country. Just means that I think it'll be busy. I think we'll have at least a few hurricanes, and I think it'll be active, especially as we go into August and September, which is pretty typical. All that said, I would not be panicking. Just stay aware. They promote hurricane season months in advance in these areas, and I just gotta be honest with you, I don't think it's really necessary. I think preparation's necessary, but the doom and gloom part of it is really annoying. Here's the latest from the Storm Prediction Center in Oklahoma. Severe threat is likely to increase this evening with large hail and wind damage likely. A tornado or two will also be possible. And that's the threat that we're live for. So that'll start to ramp up here in the next hour or so. I do cover winter storms too. I cover cheese curd outbreaks as well. So whenever we have cheese curd sized hail falling in a large chunk of the country, we're always live for that too. But again, this is the line of storms moving into Hattiesburg, Mississippi on the Radar Omega cyclone port. The line of storms moving through right now. We got the leading edge here, shelf cloud and everything. Very unique view here. Shelf clouds, again, are my favorite kind of clouds. Also, we have the virtual rail fan in Oklahoma. Actually, let's check that out real quick. Oklahoma City, we actually have that towering storm. I do want to pull it up real quick, even though we have a pretty good view here. In Oklahoma City, where is Oklahoma City here? So this is the virtual rail fan in Oklahoma City right now. Look at that. That's your storm right here. This is the overshooting tops that we have here in Oklahoma City. So we actually have a view of that now in Oklahoma City. So that's the overshooting cloud tops. This is going to probably go severe here shortly, but this storm's blowing up pretty quickly. We have another one looking the other way, which is actually looking towards the storm, but we can't really see anything yet. But yeah, actually, I'm going to keep a close eye on that too. I forgot we had those cameras. Thank you, Vex, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate the $5 super chat. I can't wait to play that game again for members only. That was fun. And again, this is in Hattiesburg. This is not the Oklahoma City storm. This is the one in Mississippi. And we also have Oklahoma traffic cameras, so we'll be keeping a close eye on those too to see if we can see anything. They have a ton of cameras there around Oklahoma City. Those storms that are initiating right now, we should get a pretty solid shot on some of those here soon. This is the shelf cloud that's rolling in here to Hattiesburg. Got another live shot in Oklahoma City. Here is another live shot out of Oklahoma City here. So this is from the south side of Oklahoma City. And storms are starting to initiate. Just ominous skies right now. We'll keep a close eye on these cameras. There's a ton of them around here. And again, this is in Hattiesburg. Look at the shelf cloud, by the way, how fast it's moving now. So as this shelf cloud gets closer, you'll see how much faster how fast it's actually moving. It is definitely moving pretty quickly here. And then we should start to see that wind threat really ramp up here too. Sorry, I'm trying to look at all the different live cams here. It's ominous in Oklahoma City right now. Yeah, storms are bubbling up there. Thank you, Coach, for becoming a member. We are 34 members away from 100 today. What are your thoughts on Mississippi State Meteorology Program? I have no clue. I've never been there. It's not even a college I even toured. This is, by the way, Storm Runner Media's view of that storm in Oklahoma. This is the one in I think this is the one in southwestern Oklahoma that's trying to bubble. Hasn't really gotten going yet.
I guess I don't know why I'm really complaining. We gotta go there anyway.
We have to go there.
And then this is the storm in Hattiesburg. So we're starting to lose the visual of that shelf cloud now. Here's what it looks like inside of the storm. Wow. It's actually, wow, look how windy it is. It's actually windier than I thought. Look at that wind. That American flag is going crazy. This is just south of Hattiesburg. So the wind's actually really strong. That anemometer's flying. It's whipping. Didn't realize how windy it was here. The tornado risk in Oklahoma is still on the low side of things. It's not zero, but it's low. A couple of tornadoes are possible. I still think we're going to at least get one, as long as storms do stay discreet, but it is still conditional. It's not a guarantee to happen. It's still a bit of a conditional threat. The problem with today's setup is really we need initiation like now for there to be a tornado threat. If these storms continue to hold off, it's going to be a while until we actually have a tornado threat in Oklahoma. Yeah, definitely windy there. Hattiesburg is probably going to start getting really windy here in a second. Camera's starting to shake a little bit, which it's a little bit off the ground. Back to Oklahoma. Again, we are starting to see storms firing off. We got one just west of Oklahoma City now. It's just a strong storm, nothing severe here yet, but this would be the one in question for a severity potential here. This is the virtual rail fan out of Oklahoma City. And the reason why I'm showing this to you is that you can see at the very top of your screen that overshooting cloud top. I'm going to go back in time a little bit so you can kind of see. This was at about 6:37 p.m. Notice we had nothing here, nothing at the top of your screen. That's as of 30 minutes or about 20 minutes ago. Going minute by minute, you'll start to notice that overshooting cloud top becoming more apparent. The sun, once the sun gets blocked out, you can see it better. But look at that right there. That is your overshooting cloud top in Oklahoma City. That's from the supercell that is trying to develop. It's not officially a supercell, but it is a strong storm. And once we get closer to what's happening now, you'll just see how that overshooting cloud top becomes, again, more apparent. So this right here, that's your overshooting clouds. This is becoming a much stronger storm. It's definitely gotten past the cap at this point, and it's now a matter of just how strong the updraft can stay and if this storm can really organize. So definitely an intensifying storm there in Oklahoma City. So we're going to continue to keep a close eye on that. But right now, just a strong storm. Nothing severe quite yet. Small hail, gusty winds will be possibilities. And then we're also watching for some initiation back over near Lawton. We have a little bit of initiation happening there now near Lawton, but that one's still struggling. It's not really getting past the cap in the atmosphere, which again is a temperature inversion. But once it gets past that, we'll start to see a better shot there for severe weather. And now it's getting windy in Hattiesburg, so the wind's picking up there. Let's go back to the live cam down to the south. The wind is starting to calm down just a little bit here on the south side of Hattiesburg. But it's picking up in the downtown area near University of Southern Michigan. Or Southern Michigan. University of Southern Mississippi, sorry. Thank you, Julia, for becoming a moderate velocity member. And welcome to the Velocities. Tornado threat in DFW is pretty much zero. Your main concern will be after midnight tonight. It'll be into tomorrow morning. Be more of a wind threat. The storm in Oklahoma City is moving east. It's not severe yet. Once it goes severe, we'll go back up there. Yeah, so the wind's picking up here in Hattiesburg. Can't really see anything anymore. The visibility is basically zero. We are on a bit more of a tower cam, so it's obviously a little bit off the ground here. But this is the activity that we're looking at here. So the leading edge of this thunderstorm activity. We have a new warning in Iowa for wind and hail. Yeah, tornado threat here should be pretty close to zero at this point. As this moves east, the threat for severe weather will continue to decrease. This mesoscale convective system has been going pretty much all day today. So that should eventually start to fizzle out more. And then the storms that are back over near Wichita in Kansas right now, predominantly just wind. We could end up seeing some sort of hail threat as well closer to Wichita. I'm not expecting a tornado risk right now in the Wichita area of Kansas, but we do have some storms that are moving in your direction. Do have another live camera in Wichita, Kansas, so if anything happens, we'll pan over to that. And then again, this is the storm in Oklahoma City right now. It's not severe yet, but it is getting going. So we're still watching it closely. Don't most storms move east-northeast? It highly depends on just overall storm direction. I mean, the storms don't always move east. Sometimes they move west. Sometimes they move south. It depends on what the storm motion is. It's not always east, though. Most supercells, though, favor a northeasterly direction. If they go northeast, it's usually not always a good thing when it comes to severe weather. Usually it means we're going to have tornadoes and stuff like that. This is storm intermedia right now in the Godebo, Oklahoma area. See the storm trying to fire up there. Pretty view. Is that like a mountain? Where are we? Are we sure we're in Oklahoma right now? This looks like Arizona or something. And I didn't know there was hills and it almost looks like mountains here in Oklahoma.
Come on, Storm. Don't make me regret leaving OKC, please.
I've very minimally been to Oklahoma before.
I still think...
To be honest with you, I never remember seeing mountains.
I still think that those storms up there are going to encounter some sort of stability issue.
29,000.
Looks like Colorado.
Yeah, these are just south of it.
You're not wrong. Friendly reminder, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Like the stream as well. And if you want to support the page above and beyond, you can become a member with the join button down below. It is also one of the links in the description. Thank you, Sun Gale, for becoming a member. We are at 69 members today. We are 31 away from 100. You get a lot of benefits being a member on the channel. Exclusive videos and live streams, which are not severe weather related, by the way. Just like fun stuff. Access to bloopers, other stuff like that. You also get a chat badge, emojis, and a lot more.
Thank you, Teresa.
Do I follow Ryan Hall? We're friends. I talk to him quite a bit. Not quite a bit, but we talk occasionally.
Much appreciated.
Tapping in Iowa, just mostly isolated hail and wind. Isolated hail and wind. Oops. We do not have a tornado warning. Take that off. Alright. So yeah, what they're looking at right now is back over near Lawton, which that initiation's struggling. We still have a cap in place for now. But that's what they're watching for, is that initiation near Lawton and Elgin. My mom laughs at your jokes. What jokes? The cheese curds? The flying trampolines? Those aren't jokes. Those are all real things. People think, I mean, some people joke around about these flying trampolines, but they really are a thing. I mean, yeah, I get it, but like, the amount of flying trampolines that I see is absurd. Wow, it's really windy in Hattiesburg. You can't even see you can't even see what's happening, but the sheets of rain are blowing into this camera. This is all from damaging winds right now in Hattiesburg. Membership link isn't working for me. Is it not? Should be working. It's the third link in the description. Yeah, it works. I also click the join button. A Max plushie? I mean, it's a real thing, literally. Somebody made this for me. It's a legitimate plushie. It's a real thing, apparently. You can't buy these, but somebody mailed me one. Definitely got windy here in Hattiesburg. You know, these winds might be higher than 60. It's hard to tell. I wouldn't be surprised if they were closer to like 70. They look a little bit stronger than 60 in my opinion. It's hard to guesstimate though looking at a sheet of rain. Look at the velocities. We don't have a good view of the velocities. We're too far away from the radar site. Well, this radar site shows higher velocities, but again, it's too far away. It's not a clear view of it. Looks like it's starting to calm down now, but it was definitely up there for a good solid minute. We haven't had a new warning in about 7 minutes. Sheesh. Let's go back to Oklahoma City here. So that storm that got going in Oklahoma City, it's already dying out. That one's not the one. But maybe a storm behind it will be the one. But this one is not it. You are not him. We have a tornado possible label back over in Mississippi now. I think. Yeah, we have a new warning here in Mississippi. Do we? Yeah. New warning in Mississippi hasn't popped up on here yet. For Harrison, there you go. Oh, there it is. So the one near Harrison and Gulfport County. That's what I'm talking about, by the way. Our warning system's so fast. This is now a tornado possible label. That's for Gulfport, Biloxi. There is mainly a threat for damaging winds up to 60, but they have added a tornado possible label to this. The area of circulation would be right near Gulfport right now. Really broad area of circulation, but might become a tornado risk down the road. Thank you, Shay, for becoming a Velocity member, and welcome to the Velocities. Yeah, this storm near Oklahoma City is not it. Biloxi? This is Biloxi, isn't it? Biloxi. What? That looks like Biloxi to me. Bilo-ixi? That's too many. That's too many letters. I can't pronounce it. I literally cannot pronounce anything. So I. Biloxi? Sounds like the same thing. We have a new warning for Kansas. That's Harvey County. We have a bunch of new warnings. We have another one for. We have one now for Wichita. That's damaging winds up to 60 and quarter-sized hail. We have another one in Illinois, and that's not on here yet, but that's going to be near DuPage County. It's probably going to be this one. So this one's going to be warned, I believe. Yeah, Cook County, Will County, DuPage County, Illinois. It's either going to be that one or the Rockford one. I don't know where DuPage is. I think it's this, though. So a new severe thunderstorm warning here in Illinois for damaging winds up to 60. Or 70, sorry, actually. This is up to 70-mile-per-hour winds. So 70-mile-per-hour warning here for Bolingbrook, north of Joliet. So if you're in this particular area in northeastern Illinois, definitely stay away from windows. Damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour is radar indicated. It is a considerable threat. You can actually see that surge of wind going right into the radar site. It's like a little small pocket of wind going right into the radar site right now. Going towards Romeoville and Bolingbrook. And northeastern Illinois. Now, long term, if this does stay severe, it will be on track for Wheaton. We have a tornado warning. I think that's in Canada, though. Okay, yeah, okay. That's why I don't have tornado warnings on. Let me take it off. I don't have tornado warnings on for Canada for a reason. I just saw pink, and I'm like, I don't see it on my other thing. All right, let's take that off. But this storm down the road, it'll eventually go towards Naperville and Wheaton. Just staying west of Chicago right now. Schaumburg will also be in the track of that. Out of curiosity, where is this warning? I don't know where it is, but I'm just gonna look at the velocities. I'm guessing they issued a warning on this going towards Slate Falls, Canada. That's what I'm assuming. Either that or it's one of these little cells. Very rural parts of Canada. Let me take off. I thought I just took off tornado warnings. Give me 1 second. Canada. There we go. Alright. Thank you fully for becoming a member, and welcome to the velocities. And all a wind threat right now for Wichita, Wichita, Kansas, just dealing with damaging winds as the main concern right now. There is a virtual rail fan in Wichita. I'm not sure if the people controlling it are watching, but if that can turn to look at the storm, that'd be fantastic. I'll pull it up. Storms are north of the camera, so I'm not sure if we'll be able to see it. Yeah, I don't think the operator's here. Unfortunate. We'll see, though. Hasn't moved yet. I'm watching to see if that Wichita, Kansas camera moves or not. Am I smarter than a storm chaser? That'd be an interesting game. It would be interesting. Let me go back to this screen here. There we go. I have storm intermediate on the bottom right. Cam operator's on break. Gotcha. Should be a cheese cart emoji. Is there not already one? I thought there was one. Look at that, by the way. What could be a storm? It's popping up. It's blowing up near Lawton, Oklahoma. There's something. Bottom right of your screen. It's towering. We could see a storm tower here in southwestern Oklahoma. Well, it could be our storm. We'll see. A lot of waiting right now. We got these tornado warnings that have been happening in like Mississippi, Louisiana, but we're really waiting for the Oklahoma threat. This is really the significant threat for today. We have an enhanced risk, so we're just kind of waiting to see if storms initiate or not. It's the waiting game for right now.
Was that you trying to get me to unlock the door?
Connor looks different. This isn't Connor. Thank you, Ted, for the $10 donation through the donation link in the description. I appreciate that. Thank you. That $10 donation for my vacation will be able to get me a couple of bottles of water at Disney World. So thank you. No, in all honesty, I appreciate your generosity. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ted.
Yeah, I think we need to go here.
I agree. Just go south and then head east on 62.
Yeah.
Have to go into Lawton.
Yeah, now they are moving.
Even if he wants to go north, I think.
Yeah, that's what we're watching right now. This right here. Near Elgin. We'll see if it gets going. It's trying. We'll see. The storm near Oklahoma City right now, too. That one's just kind of fizzling. So, it looked like it was promising, and it's kind of fizzling. So, still waiting. Still a waiting game here. Lycona, I know. I've been to Disney a lot, so like I know like the, you know, I'm not actually buying bottles of water. I'm just joking. I don't think I've ever had a bottle of water there, honestly. Well, the worst of the severe weather right now is both in Illinois, the one storm that's southwest of Chicago, and we got the one storm over here that is near Wichita. This one's producing damaging winds up to 60 right now and quarter-sized hail. And I don't think we have a live camera view still on this. Let me check. Nope. Nothing right now. damaging winds being the main concern right now for Wichita, and some quarter-sized hail. Hey, Tracy, for the $9.99, can you give Kathy C a shout-out? Shout-out to Kathy C. Thank you, Kristen, also for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. We have another warning just west of Burlington, Kansas. That is going to be for damaging winds up to 70 and ping-pong ball-sized hail. We do have a radar Omega cyclone port here. It's a live camera view just to the east of this storm, so we'll see if we can see anything as this does make its approach near Burlington. It's not a very fast-moving storm, though. It's only moving east at about 20 miles per hour, so pretty slow. But might produce something as it moves east. We'll see. And again, we got the storm back over near Juliet in Illinois right now. This is producing damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. This has just been updated, by the way. This is now an observed threat, so we officially do have damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour here in Illinois, near the Joliet area. So if you're in this particular area, continue to stay away from windows near Bowling Brook. This is an observed threat for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. And we have another warning in Mississippi and Alabama for wind up to 60. Where is Quincy, Rochelle, or Galesburg close to this storm? Does anybody know? We have a few live cams. Does anybody know any of those 3 locations near here? We'll go back to Wichita in a second. If we get 28 more members, we'll do a gritty at the end of the stream. Whenever that is, which is still probably a few hours away. Today's stream could be upwards of 5 to 8 hours, depending on how things go. We're almost at hour 3. But we're just kind of awaiting initiation right now in Oklahoma. Rochelle is close? Okay. Yeah, nothing there right now. Quincy? Let me check Quincy. I just got logged out. Nice. Remember me. I have a new warning for Polk County and Dallas County, Iowa. That's damaging winds up to 60 and quarter-sized hail. We're 700 subscribers from 280,000 for the person that just asked. The hail threat for Harvey County and Sedgwick County in Kansas is now up to ping-pong ball-sized hail as well. Where is Quincy? There it is. Okay, I guess. Okay, cool. For some reason I can't look at that camera. Let's go back to Des Moines. This is the new warning. So Des Moines, Iowa, now under a new severe thunderstorm warning. Main concern will be damaging winds up to 60, quarter-sized hail. I'm not expecting a tornado with this, but we do have a hail core here. That's going to be going right into Polk City. And then also we have the threat for damaging winds, which is right about in the same area right now. So that's where the main concern is right now. And we have another warning in Kansas for Lyon County. That is going to be damaging winds up to 70, in addition to the potential for half-dollar-sized hail. So we'll be watching that storm closely as it approaches Madison. Burlington will be next in track of it. Yates Center, stay vigilant. And then Wichita, Kansas is where we're now watching for up to ping-pong ball-sized hail. The greatest hail concern would be on the northern side of Wichita right now, near Park City and Mays. So ping-pong ball-sized hail rolling into town. If you're back down to the south of this area or just to the east of this area in Wichita, I would recommend protecting your vehicle, as that hail could definitely put some dents into your car or truck or whatever your car or vehicle might be. So definitely something to keep in mind there. So again, today we do have Storm Chaser, Storm Runner Media. He's at the bottom right of your screen. We also have the Storm Chasing Guy. We've never used him before, but if he sees anything, we will have him up on the screen. He is in central Oklahoma, so we basically have a storm chaser right there in central Oklahoma, and then we have one here that is in southern Oklahoma. So we have 2 different areas that we're watching for that potential for a tornado. If either one sees anything, we'll let you know. We got both of them up on here. Or I got both of them on my other monitors. Storm chasing guide. Well, once we get our new overlays, which I don't know when that'll be, we'll be able to have multiple up on the screen. Here's that storm, by the way, near Elgin. It's actually blowing up a bit more now. So, supercell initiation maybe beginning here in Oklahoma. Little cell there just south of Elgin. It could be the one. Oh, storm chasing guy. It's not guide. Storm chasing guy. If it was the guy, that'd be interesting. The cell in Oklahoma City has died out. We had another little cell trying to pop up near Weatherford. That one doesn't look healthy yet, but it's trying. Thank you, Lenda, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Welcome to the Velocities. Smarts in the chat for Lenda, as that is our highest tiered membership on the channel. Thank you, Eli, for the $50 donation. I appreciate your generosity. Happy vacation. Thank you. Appreciate it. And we're still a little ways away from vacation. We still got a few days. I'm not even on vacation until Saturday, but I don't think we'll be live again until probably after the vacation, because Wednesday, Thursday, Friday look like nothing at this point. So, well, tomorrow might be something. It's not gonna be something I'm going live for. It's just a marginal threat. The Fibers for becoming a 1-month member. Have I ever been hit by a tornado midstream? I mean, I've been under 2 different tornado warnings, I think, on stream now. I think at least once. I know that. I don't know about 2. Maybe twice. The first one I took shelter for. The second one I don't remember ever going to my safe place. I was still live, so I think I was live. I think the second time was. I think I was under a warning. Thank you, Brent, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member, and welcome to the Velocities. I've been under, I think, 4 tornado warnings this year. Like, I'm not even kidding. I think I've been under 4. Only been live. I've never been live during any of them, though, I don't think, this year. Crazy stuff. Alright, so still, again, Wichita, Kansas, looking at quarter or a $half size tail, the ping pong ball size tail, and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Again, if you're in this particular warning, just stay away from windows. The main concern right now is going to be hail upwards of ping pong ball sized hail. This is a virtual rail fan out of Wichita, Kansas. I don't think the operator's here, so it's not going to move, but you can at least see the ominous skies in the background. Looks like some sort of shelf, maybe. Very back right of, or top right of your screen. So something's there. Might just be a shelf cloud or something like that, but very ominous skies here. You got a guy here too, doing something. I don't know what. You got a train going by now. A train intercept here live on the virtual rail fan in Wichita, Kansas. That guy might. Oh, we got the operator, I think. Oh, maybe not. It might just be the train camera. We're watching the train go by. Might see. We actually might see the storm. Let's see. Here's part of the storm. I don't know if the operator's here. I can't tell. We got a train intercept happening on stream right now. I don't understand anything about trains, so I don't know what's happening, but... Okay, yeah, that's just... I don't think the operator's here. I think he was just looking at the train. Yep, there you go. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, look at that. Right there. Bada bing, bada boom. I don't understand trains, so I don't know what's happening. Alright, let's go back to Live Radar. But this is the storm that we're talking about that's producing some ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Again, if you're in Wichita, Kansas, stay away from windows anywhere in this warning. This warning will probably end up being extended into like Hayesville and Derby. The highest wind surge that we have right now is on the southwest side of Wichita, Kansas. Moving down to the southeast. That's quite the train intercept right there. And this is the storm right now in Oklahoma that's blown up. Look at that. We got a little anvil, it looks like, on that storm near Elgin, Oklahoma. They just went over a railroad. Look at that. Crazy timing. That Wichita camera is still looking at the train. I'm waiting for it to go back to the sky. I didn't even realize there's a full-blown dashboard on here. I can look at like a bunch of cameras. Holy cow. I haven't looked enough at this. Okay. Back to Oklahoma right now. We just got some showers right now in Oklahoma City. Nothing really getting going there yet. We got our initiation northeast of Lawton. Again, this looks like it might be the storm. We'll see. Nothing really getting going here quite yet, but this might be the storm to watch for, as this does move towards Sterling and eventually going towards Rush Springs. So that is the storm that we're watching for right now. Have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Cook County as well. And here's okay, I think the operator's here now. This is the live shot right now in Wichita, Kansas on the virtual railfan. So this is a better shot of what's happening out there. The American flag is definitely whipping there. Very ominous skies here. A storm tracker for becoming a member. Another train coming, apparently. 2 train intercepts on the same stream. Holy cow. I think that's another train, I can't tell. Well, very ominous skies. That's without a doubt. Very ominous skies. The wind was definitely picking up there. We'll go back to it if we see anything. Let me pull that up there. And again, this is the little cell that's developing right now near Elgin. This is a great view, by the way. Look at that storm. That's the view right now in Oklahoma. On Storm Hunter Media.
I actually did see something about that on Twitter.
Oh, you did? Okay, never mind. Dale did.
That's quite the live shot of a supercell that is blowing up down there. Well, if we don't see any tornadoes or anything like that, we at least see pretty cool storm structure. But we'll see. It's 7:30 right now. The tornado threat at this point would have to be between about now and like 9:30 or 10. And after that, it gets a little bit lower.
That's right.
Word is the bird.
While we look at that, I'll be back in 60 seconds.
It's good to see a discrete supercell, though. I kind of forgot what they look like. Whatever it is, yes, you can, Tabitha. Yeah, he's got us on the main screen here.
Wow. I don't know what's happening in Wichita right now, but it got kind of crazy when I went away. Look at this. I don't know what's happening here. I don't even know what we're looking at. It looks like we're looking into the sun. Let me go back a little bit in time. Back like a minute. Wind's really picked up in Wichita, Kansas. You can't even see anything anymore. The visibility dropped entirely. Wow, look at the wind. You can actually see it on the left side of your screen, that tree. Oh, and then we got... Oh, that's what we're looking at. Alright, so the camera zoomed into the train. Let me go back to what's happening now. Yeah, this is live. Looks like hail's falling. Yep, there you go. There's the hail. Camera's looking at the ground. All the hail bouncing off the ground. This is probably ping pong ball sized hail falling right now in Wichita. At least what it's warned for. Definitely windy. Ah, yes. The train. You can actually see the wind going off the train right now. Kind of riding along the train. I don't know what direction we're looking right now, but assuming that's north or northwest, that wind's going parallel basically to this train that's parked. Elizabeth, I don't know when you sent a super chat, but there's nothing as of like the last 30 minutes. If it was something like an hour ago or something, I would have already answered it. I've answered, I think, every super chat. So, just an FYI. And again, this is the virtual rail fan in Wichita, Kansas. Definitely windy. Had some hail falling, lots of lightning. Got a train coming in as well. Another train intercept. Train intercepts are getting crazy here in Wichita right now. Train might be the most exciting thing we've seen all day. Let's go back to Storm Intermedia here. This is their live shot of that storm blowing up in Oklahoma right now. They have a pretty solid look at that. Bottom right of your screen is what it looks like on radar. Storm is definitely becoming larger. Wichita Cam is looking north. Yeah, so that makes sense. The wind would have been going like north to south. This might be the storm though. It might be it. We'll see. The storm that's in Wichita is now an observed threat for damaging winds up to 60. This is what it looks like right now in Wichita on the virtual rail fan camera. What it looks like. Wind picking up. Let me go back a little bit here. We should see a better look at the wind here in a second. There we go. So there's the wind picking up. So this is an observed threat. You can see the hail falling too in Wichita, Kansas. Again, the wind upwards of 60 miles per hour. That is now an observed threat on this storm. Let's go back to live here. So this is the train. Again, train intercept as well. It's a moist train out here in Wichita, Kansas. But the worst of it, I think, has just gone through Wichita, or at least it's happening now with the hail predominantly. And this is the storm that's southwest Oklahoma City that's getting going. We got another storm near Weatherford that's trying to form. We got one near Oklahoma City that's struggling, but it's been trying. So a couple areas that we're watching for. So far, the healthiest looking storm that we've had is this one northeast of Lawton. So we'll see if it gets going. Again, this is a live shot of that right now from Storm Runner Media. By the way, we do have a moderate risk for flash flooding tonight. That's going to be where that mesoscale convective system is going. That's going to be in northeast Texas, central and southeastern parts of Oklahoma, western Arkansas, and northwestern Louisiana. Slight risk for excessive rainfall elsewhere from the upper Midwest back into the southern plains. Marginal threat that stretches out to the east coast, where flash flooding will be a possibility. I turned up Storm Runner Media. They should be a bit louder now. There's that storm that's blown up in Oklahoma right now. Some low-level clouds out in front of it, making it a little bit harder to see, but good view of it right now.
headwinds are, but like the Forerunner's struggling right now. Like if you want to go faster than me, you can, but I got it about as fast as I think it'll go.
Thank you, Allison, for becoming a 1-month member. That's good. At least you got the game in.
It's definitely not.
Yeah, baseball's tough. You can have bad weather, and it can mess with everything.
I mean, we're going much.
It can be a tough situation, especially when there's storms around. Anything outdoors, but baseball in particular. Like, it just lasts so long. Looks like the worst of the wind threat is now on the south side of Wichita. Some velocities estimating near 60 miles per hour. Again, it is an observed threat on the south side of Wichita. This is currently moving down to the south and southeast. I just got a cameo request. I forgot we had a cameo. I've never actually had a cameo request. I made that randomly. I got a cameo request from somebody. Do I even have a link to that in the description? I kind of forgot I had that. Guess I have to make a cameo at some point. By the way, 80-mile-per-hour wind gust was observed about 22 minutes ago. Back over just to the west of Burlington, Kansas, near Opie, Kansas. It's a trained spotter that reported wind gusts, so not confirmed, but trained spotter observed that. The warning right now is for 70-mile-per-hour winds. What's cameo? I basically will make a short video for whatever they want me to make a short video for. It's like a personalized video platform. I forgot I have a cameo. Hey, you Royals for becoming a 1-month member. Princess and the P, thank you. I don't need to be reminded of being in first grade. Thank you. We actually have wind damage being reported on the north side of Des Moines near Polk City. The report of damage is currently unknown because we didn't get a remark, but some sort of damage there, probably trees or maybe some sort of, you know, power line outage or something like that. There is a tornado warning in Canada. I don't even know where this rotation would be anymore. It'd probably be west of Slate Falls. There was a rotation on that. Looks like that is becoming less concerning, more of a wind threat. Back to Oklahoma here. And this, again, what could be the big storm of the day. We'll see. In Oklahoma. We're almost at 8 o'clock now, and I'm surprised we really haven't had anything really blow up yet. Still waiting. Is it Father's Day this weekend? I didn't even know that. Apparently it might be Father's Day this weekend. Next weekend? Oh, okay. Let's see what the velocity show here. There's like a little notch here near Derby. I'm not sure if that's just... This is mostly outflow driven, so it shouldn't be tornadic, but seeing what the velocity show. Yeah, that's just wind. Okay. Scary looking radar imagery, we'll call it that. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be this one right here. Derby, El Dorado, Rosalia, Augusta, Latham, Douglas, all included for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. The wind threat is observed. The hail threat is indicated by radar. The hail that we saw there in Wichita kind of looked... There was at least hail falling, but it didn't look super large by any means. It was just kind of ordinary hail. We also have another warning here in Iowa. That's going to be back over north of Waterloo. So brand new severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be for Howard, Chickasha, and Mitchell County, Iowa. That's for damaging winds up to 60. Should pop up again here in a second. I'll give it a second to pop up on radar. Am I a dad? No. I'm not a dad. I was just wondering. Here's that warning. So Elma, Lawler, Fredericksburg, Riceville, all included. This is the storm activity near Des Moines. Again, this is all wind right now. No tornado risk with this. Just damaging winds up to 60, rolling right into Des Moines and Altoona in Iowa. And also, this storm has just been downgraded, so the hail threat no longer in play. The hail should be less than the size of a dime. And then southwest of Chicago, we still have a threat for damaging winds up to 60. This storm activity, the initial storm north of Joliet, that one fizzled. We have a new storm just west of Chicago. So damaging winds up to 60, the main concern. No tornado risk for the Chicago area tonight, or at least it's low enough to call it a 0 chance. Do have an organizing cluster of those storms right now near Wichita that's getting going. We got radar, or we got storm radar media currently on the storm that's back over in southwestern Oklahoma. We actually got a few storms now firing up, so I think things are starting to get going here. We got a cell just west of Oklahoma City. We got one north of Anadarko, and we got the other one that they are looking at. That's the one near Lawton. So any of these that can organize could produce a tornado threat. So we're gonna have to watch this closely. That's your large supercell, or large storm, not really a supercell yet, but large storm right now. That's back over here in southwestern Oklahoma.
I guess if he wants to go north, we want to stick to this one. I can stay on Zello with each other and see.
Need mark for the 199. Hope it does. We'll see. It's almost 8 o'clock. We haven't really had any initiation that's really gotten going here. Got a couple of little blimps kind of pop up on radar, but nothing else. Friendly reminder, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Click the bell icon down below so you're notified with the latest videos and live streams. Like the stream. If you want to support the page above and beyond, you become a member. It's the join button down below. It's also the third link in the description below. We are currently 26 members away from 100 today. So make sure if you want to become a member. St. Louis, mostly just gusty winds overnight tonight. Severe weather should be a very low threat. Not 0, but very low threat.
They're just going to take us through town instead of around town.
You can always go north. Yeah, you can always go north.
I missed my exit. I was supposed to take that exit, so I'm going to turn left here to get back so I don't have to go like through town here.
Northwest Arkansas this evening. Should be mostly a wind threat. Really, the only place right now that I think has a legitimate chance at a tornado would be Oklahoma, and maybe the Red River Valley in Texas. Those are like the two spots that I think have any shot right now at a tornado threat.
No bueno.
So that's what I'm thinking right now.
That's beautiful, though.
That it does.
Hey, big brother, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities.
Yeah, that north one's definitely expanding.
That's a pretty cool looking supercell, or at least storm. I keep saying supercell, but pretty cool looking storm here in Oklahoma. It's near Indiahoma. Got the, I can't draw on it, but you can see the overshooting cloud tops. Obviously got the structure right in the middle there.
That means this one's
but the kind of thing that's spreading out there will be your overshooting cloud tops. It's a baby storm right now, but it's definitely looking more organized.
I don't know, what do you guys think, north or south?
Yeah, I'm gonna be blasting north. It now has almost 60,000 foot tops.
I don't know, what do you guys think, north or south?
By the way, this storm right now, this is the Echo Tops. So this storm's about 50,000 feet tall right now, the one that they're looking at. So it is definitely a tall thunderstorm. The other one up to the north of that one's 55,000. I think they're looking at this one. They're in Lawton. They're west of Lawton. So yeah, I think this is the one that they're looking at. Yeah. So that's the one they're looking at. There's another one further north that's actually a taller thunderstorm now. So they're kind of debating which one they're going to go after, but that's the supercell, or the storm right there. I keep saying supercell. That's the storm there. I'm used to these storms usually being severe.
What northern storm? I don't even see it.
It's back. It's blocked by this little thin cloud right there.
That's it though.
Popcorn clouds? It's kind of what that is.
Radar says almost similar on both. North is somewhat taller than south, but they're both sort of blowing up at the same time.
By the way, this is what 6,000 joules per kilogram of instability will do to thunderstorms. I mean, this storm's been exploding. We have so much instability in the atmosphere today. It's a very unstable atmosphere. So any storms that can get past the cap will blow up just like this one.
In the span of 20 minutes.
A pretty impressive storm. Favorite kind of pasta? I have no clue, but pasta sounds good right about now. I'm hungry. I might have to get some like DoorDash or something. And no, we're not getting Culver's.
South of 40 and to like Lawton, the 44 has the highest storm relative velocity.
Leaning towards a Wawa shake right now. Because I don't think this live stream is going to be done anytime soon. We're really just waiting for storm initiation here in Oklahoma.
At the moment, they're both about the same to me.
This is one of them.
See, I waited till the surface temperature.
I'm going to get my Wawa shake.
Max caught it.
Gotcha.
Get some IHOP. It doesn't sound like a bad idea, but IHOP is like $20 on DoorDash just for like a meal. It's just absurd. You can get a shake for like $7 and it'll be good. Hey, Elizabeth, for the $10 Venmo. Appreciate that, thank you. $10 Venmo for Wawa. Sheesh. Only $17 to get one shake at Wawa delivered. Only.
Oh, radar. Oh, I'm not even on the Frederick radar.
Oh yeah, the Frederick radar shows the clear difference. I was on the Oklahoma City radar.
That's all I'm getting, just a shake.
49.
No food. I gotta say though, Wawa's quesadillas, their burritos, like all that stuff is so good. Food is amazing.
The
Absolutely love it. Thank you, Dex, for becoming a member. Thank you,
Closer to ours.
Marina, for becoming a member. And welcome to the Velocities.
I think so.
Yeah.
$17, bro. We ate Outback last night for that. Yeah, DoorDash is crazy. And that's just for a shake. That's not even for anything else. The shake itself is like $5.
Are you gonna go up
Tip, delivery fee, all that stuff is $12. The item itself was only $5. I don't know why he doesn't cook at all, because I'm live. It's kind of hard to do that. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is the storm near Lawton, Oklahoma. It is looking like a beast of a storm, even though on radar it's not looking very impressive yet. Just kind of waiting for this thing to go severe and see what happens. If it does go severe. Big thunderstorm. Cooking stream? Oh, goodness. A members-only cooking stream? What could go wrong? What could go wrong? So many things. Thank you, Kono, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate your generosity. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
The mesoscale convective system that was rolling across Mississippi, by the way, that is beginning to weaken. Let's just go to radar real quick. This line of storms we've been talking about for a while, it is beginning to fizzle. It's beginning to weaken. A lot less concerning at this point. This is a live shot here in southern Alabama, I think, or southern Mississippi. It's actually nighttime now. It is raining here. Confirmed, it is raining. That's about it. Storm media, by the way, they're looking at two different storms. The one on the right is the one in Lawton. The one on the left there, further in the distance, that's the one just west of Oklahoma City somewhere. I can't remember the name. Let me look.
I mean, I don't.
That's the one near Gracemont, Oklahoma. So they're looking at the one on the right, which is the one that is near Lawton, the one that you can clearly see. The one further out is actually a bit taller than this storm, but they're a bit further away from that one. And that one just got a special weather statement, so. All right, quick update for Kansas. We still have a threat for damaging winds and hail with this embedded activity near Douglas. There is a little notch maybe forming here, so we could get an isolated tornado threat as this storm goes towards Winfield. We'll be watching that closely. The storm near Burlington, Kansas, mostly a hail and wind threat. Damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour remains the main concern. Here's that live radar Omega cyclone port out of this area. Again, very ominous skies. Your storm's back here in the background, so we're gonna be watching this closely. Back over in Des Moines, the worst of the weather is moving through Des Moines right now with mostly a damaging wind threat, upwards of 60 miles per hour, and maybe some small hail. The storm also near Cresco in Iowa is doing the same thing, mostly just a wind threat up to 60 miles per hour. The storm near Chicago is also no longer warned, so just a special weather statement. So that storm is kind of fizzling, at least for the time being, up there. We're still watching for initiation here in Oklahoma. Thank you, Kelly, for the $20 Venmo. I appreciate that. Thank you. Another milkshake. Yes, let me get 2 milkshakes. Let me turn into queso real quick. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you. Thank you, Nick, also for becoming a member. And welcome to the Velocities. We're 22 members away from 100 today.
Join us in Lawton, Oklahoma. We're going to be blasting back north towards where we just came from, towards a storm near Fort Cobb, Oklahoma. We got about a 40-minute drive up there now.
Yeah, what we're looking at right now is that storm that's initiating near Lawton, Oklahoma. Not yet severe, but it might be at some point here soon. We will see. Yeah, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We are closing in on 280,000 subscribers.
I just saw a sign blow past that way, so we do definitely have headwinds.
You have a new warning for Mobile County, Alabama, George County, Mississippi, and Greene County, Mississippi for damaging winds up to 60. It's really not enough to go zoom over to it, but it's an update there.
But I mean, even
look at that storm, by the way. Wow.
North,
that's the storm right there. Popcorn looking clouds. That thing's a massive storm for what it is. It's not really doing much, but pretty cool view of this storm. That thing tower up. It looks like a snake going up into the atmosphere there. That's kind of crazy looking. We're almost underneath this storm now. Yeah, this storm is definitely rotating aloft. You can see it. You can actually see the spin. Kind of in that cloud base, or not cloud base, but like kind of in the mid levels there. Pretty crazy stuff. This is Storm Intermedia. You can check them out. The link in the description too. They're on YouTube.
Oh, he went home.
The Greenwood County, Kansas storm is now an observed threat for damaging winds up to 70.
Yeah, that's what this looks like.
By the way, the new Storm Prediction Center outlook should be out here in a moment. We'll see if they have any major changes to that.
That one's, we're only going to this one because right now it's exploding.
There's the other storm, by the way. I'm not sure what storm they're going to focus on here. They might go north towards the storm that's near Gracemont. It doesn't look as impressive on radar.
Spinning us up here.
So they're kind of looking at 2 different storms. This is the one near Lawton, which still looks pretty crazy.
It still has like a little tail kind of feeding into it.
So I got one camera on each storm. This is the cell northeast of Lawton. This is the cell we're going towards right now.
Hey, Jay, from becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. SPC update has not come out yet, by the way. We'll be waiting for it. See what the risk is outlined as. Thank you, Tanya, for the $50 Venmo. Smarts in the chat for Tanya. You're crazy. The message is, not sure. My husband loves watching this. What kind of message is that? Appreciate your generosity. Thank you, Tanya, for the $50 Venmo. Really do appreciate it. Not sure what that's supposed to mean, though.
I was gonna say, you can see, look at that. That looks so weird. It's a little...
Alright, wow. I think that's an inflow tail right there. This storm might do something. This is a really impressive looking storm here in southwest Oklahoma, and it could do something. We'll see.
My transmission stop overheating, please.
Not severe yet. I don't have another overlay, so keep in mind, it's not severe, but it very well might go severe. We'll see. It's a crazy looking storm. I mean, that's the other one. That's the other storm that's back over like 50 miles north of them, and you can see the overshooting top and everything. I mean, it's pretty crazy. Plans to cover Ohio. I'm not planning on going live tomorrow. I am probably going to be driving, actually, most of tomorrow. We're not going to be in the weather studio tomorrow, unless something gets upgraded. We're not going to be in the weather studio.
This one's collapsing a little bit. Yeah.
Stable air.
All right, we have our first warning of the day in Oklahoma. And this one is going to be for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail. That's the one near Grace Mount. The echo tops on this storm are a little bit taller than the southern one. You can actually see it here. Echo tops 57,000 feet on this storm. The one near Lawton, 44,000 feet. I think Storm Intermedia might go for this storm, so we'll see. But both storms, respectively, look kind of impressive right now. This one seems a little bit more like one that would produce a tornado, just in the position it is on radar. This one here near Lawton, it could also, but I think it has a little bit of organizing still to do. But this one still, you know, visually, from what we just saw, looked pretty impressive. But storms are beginning to initiate now here in Oklahoma. Just a quick update on Kansas. We still have a line of storms right now producing the threat for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Anywhere from El Dorado and Augusta back through Derby and Kansas. Again, the main concern here will be damaging winds, maybe an isolated brief spin-up, but predominantly just a wind threat. And also the storms near Burlington in Kansas right now, mostly wind as well, up to 70 miles per hour. This is now an observed threat. You can actually see the shelf cloud on the radar Omega cyclone port here, back over here in eastern Kansas. So shelf cloud very visible there. And so this will be the leading edge of this thunderstorm activity, where damaging winds is going to be the main and primary concern. Des Moines is still under a warning. That is for damaging winds up to 60. The bulk of this threat is now through Des Moines, and it's now moving towards Carlslee, Indianola, Pella, and Knoxville over the next several minutes. They just updated the warning too. And then also north of Waverly, damaging winds up to 60 is the main concern there. Still got that mesoscale convective system fizzling out here in Alabama and Mississippi. The only thing left at this point will be damaging winds up to 60. Not expecting any sort of really tornado threat to get going here. This activity is quickly weakening out here, which is really the main thing we covered up until really about an hour ago. So let's go back to Storm Intermediate here for the time being. Still are looking at that storm that's near Lawton. Popcorn clouds and everything. Thank you, Sandra, for becoming a member. And also thank you, Dawn, for becoming a member. And welcome to the Velocities. We are now 19 members away from 100 today. SPC updated. They actually have updated it, and look at this. This is interesting. So, a couple of changes, which these changes do not surprise me at all, because storm initiation has just taken so long to actually happen. This is the new SPC outlook, though, for today. So, the most notable changes here is that this enhanced risk for severe weather has actually shifted to the south. Let me zoom in on this. So this right here is where that new area that we're going to be watching for is initially this enhanced risk was like over here, but now it does include, I think, Oklahoma City, just south of Oklahoma City as well. That's where the enhanced risk of severe weather now is, so they've shifted that. The wind threat is the most significant now back over in southern Oklahoma and even into North Texas, so that's the biggest change there. This hatched area will represent the potential for damaging winds that could even exceed 70 miles per hour, could get as high as 80 miles per hour out of the storms tonight. The hail risk is hatched across central and southern Oklahoma, where large to even very large hail will be a possibility. We could see some hailstones as large as the size of tennis balls, or maybe even up to baseballs out of any storms that can stay relatively discreet. The tornado risk has been downgraded now to a 2% tornado risk, which this does also not shock me at all because the storm initiation has just taken so long. That greatest tornado threat will be near Oklahoma City and just south of Oklahoma City back into the Red River Valley, where the tornado threat will still exist. It's just going to come out of anything that's discrete, like this storm here, just northeast of Lawton, or the one that's near Chickasha. If those can stay discrete and organized, we could see a tornado. It's going to still be highly contingent, though, on one, again, these staying discrete, and two, the threat really has to happen, I think, in the next couple of hours, because this environment that we have for tornadoes is really only good until probably about 9 or 10 o'clock tonight. I don't think it's going to last too far beyond that. Still possible, but I think the chances are a little bit lower. Here are the hodographs here in Oklahoma on the HRRR model, and the reason why I'm showing this to you is it gives you an idea of the spin throughout the atmosphere. Still fairly favorable as of 7 o'clock, which is, you know, an hour ago. 8 o'clock, still favorable, at least near Oklahoma City, back into southern Oklahoma. A lot of spin there, but look, by 10 to 11 o'clock, these hodographs just kind of don't look as impressive. Not a whole lot of spin in the atmosphere. So after 10 to 11 o'clock tonight, I do think this tornado risk will start to dwindle more, but I think it'll exist until about 10. So we have to really watch between now and 10 for the greatest chance. Anything after that, I think it's a very low chance. It's pretty close to 0, I think, after that. That's at least my opinion, so we'll have to wait and see. But anything that can remain relatively discreet will have the best potential of producing the potential for a tornado. But again, still a 2%. It's pretty much just like the same as yesterday, where we had, you know, a contingent threat on there being supercells that remain discreet and can stay, you know, going for a while. But the cap has been a big problem here in Oklahoma today so far. So yeah, it's the latest. Thank you, Running, for gifting 5 members to the channel. I do appreciate it. If you got a gifted member from Running, make sure to thank him in the chat. Also, thank you to Christy for gifting a member. Thank you, Shadows, for becoming a maximum velocity member, and welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Garrett, for the $10 donation. Thank you, Go Yukon. I don't even know where Yukon is, I'm going to be honest with you. Is that Connecticut? We appreciate the $10 donation. This is Storm Runner Media on that storm that's back up near Grace Mount now. So I think they're going to be going north, intercepting the storm just southwest of Oklahoma City.
Like, this one went nuclear. It's still growing.
Yeah.
Well, this one.
You know what though? Has anybody been looking at reflectivity?
Oh, yeah.
Because this looks like
There is rotation on the storm near nowhere. This is actually a town name. There's rotation actually near nowhere in Oklahoma. So if you're in nowhere, stay weather aware. An interesting name. Near Fort Cobb, Square Top, there is at least some broad circulation there. And that's, again, where Storm Runner Media is heading towards right now. There is rotation there, though, near Fort Cobb. But it's, again, right over nowhere. Right over nowhere. This is the structure of that storm that we're looking at as well. So there is at least some broad circulation on radar that's appearing now.
Bye, Freddie.
So it's not somewhere? No, it's nowhere. Nowhere, Oklahoma. Right there in nowhere. I mean, I don't even see like a town center here. I don't even know if this is an actual town. I don't know what that is. The storm still has to organize, though. It's not organized yet. But if it can organize, we could get a tornado with this. There's definitely some broad circulation near Fort Cobb. Let me check out the other radar sites here. We got broad circulation. There's a little bit of something there. It's broad. Also, the severe thunderstorm warning in Howard County and Chickasha County, Iowa, that is now an observed threat for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Cell blowing up over Chicago. There's been a few storms blowing up there. Yeah, this is right near that outflow boundary. It's actually kind of staying the same intensity right now. Really gusty winds being the main concern near Chicago. Wouldn't be too concerned about it. The storm activity in Iowa is still producing mostly a wind threat as of right now. We could again still get an isolated event of hail, but I'm not expecting any tornado risk out of this activity in Iowa. So if you're in Iowa, not super concerned about you, just mostly wind right now. Back over in Kansas, we still have a couple of areas that we're watching for severe weather. We got the one near El Dorado, got the one near Burlington, Kansas. This is the Radar Omega cyclone port in Burlington, Kansas right now, and this is the storm that's rolling in right now. Look at that shelf cloud becoming a lot more apparent here. A lot of lightning. And this storm right now is producing damaging winds upwards of 70 miles per hour. So definitely in a little bit of an increasing activity here when it comes to wind, at least. We'll stay here for a moment. The shelf cloud should start to get much closer here in the next couple of minutes. We are now 11 members away from 100 today. So if you want to become a member, it's the join button down below. Again, today's live stream is brought to you by Radar Omega. You can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. You can watch live cameras like this on their app. They're all across the country. They are called cyclone ports. They are the live cameras that provide a live shot of storms that are happening in real time. In addition to temperature data, humidity, dew point, all that sort of stuff, all in the app. You can actually see the pressure tendency as well, which is pretty cool. You can check this out. Again, top link in the description below on iOS and Android. It is $8.99 to download the app. There's also subscriptions that can get you things like computer models, satellite imagery, and that sort of stuff. And that all comes with the subscriptions that they have on the app, which are not required, but those are additional add-ons that you can get if you really want, which I do recommend. 100-member merch? We're not doing 100-member merch. Somebody actually sent me a t-shirt. I don't know who sent this. There was no name. But somebody sent me this custom shirt. Welcome to the Velocities. So, pretty cool. Somebody got this on, like, Etsy or something. There's another fan mail that I got. We got a lot of interesting fan mail. And we open up fan mail on the member-only streams, too. Thank you, Maggie, for becoming a member. And if you're just tuning in, this is the storm in Burlington, Kansas, which we have a shelf cloud visible on the Radar Omega cyclone port. That's what we're looking at here. So pretty clear as day. We have a shelf cloud. This is the leading edge of the thunderstorm activity. And damaging winds, again, being the main concern with this as this moves to the east. This is what it looks like on live radar right now. Again, this storm down the road will eventually go towards Garnett, Welda, Colony, and Lola. Or Lol. LOL. LOLA. Where the potential for damaging winds will exist. The storm over southeast of Wichita, mostly a wind threat right now, upwards of 60 miles per hour. Could even be as high as 70 miles per hour as well, but right now warned for 60. That'll eventually go towards Winfield, Kansas, Eureka. It's moving pretty quickly, by the way. This particular area of storms is moving at 30 miles per hour, but it could be even a little bit faster than that. I actually see the shelf cloud. It kind of bows out here. It bows out here across the line. Thank you, Aaron, for the $10 donation. Or super chat, sorry. Need some cheese curd sized hail. You might get some in the third week of June. The third week of June looks pretty active. I think next week will be a bit quieter. But third week of June does look busy. We are currently about 450 subscribers away from 280,000. We have a new warning in Kansas that is going to be back down near Winfield. That is for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour, in addition to the threat for some nickel-sized hail. The storm's moving southeast at about 35 miles per hour. Got the storms initiating in Oklahoma. The one near Lawton it's trying. It's just kind of sitting there. The storm that's back over to the north of Anadarko is still not looking super organized. There's at least some broad circulation there, but it's just nothing that's imminent, in my opinion. Nothing super concerning quite yet. All right, let's go back to Burlington here. Where is it expected to be busy? Specifically in Oklahoma was where we were really... Main reason why we went live today was for Oklahoma. So, just trying to see if anything happens there. This is in Burlington, Kansas, though, where, again, the radar mega cyclone port currently showing that shelf cloud rolling in. Lots of lightning. Should have a pretty good view of this here in a moment once it gets a bit closer. Buckeye, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Oh, that's just Radar Omega. I'm guessing that's what you're talking about. It's just their computer models feature. If you have a subscription on the app, you get access to it. Like a certain subscription. They have 3 different tiers. They have the Alpha, Beta, and Gamma. New severe thunderstorm warning for Howard, Chickasha, and Winneshiek County, Iowa. That's for damaging winds up to 60. Yeah, this is the storm in Kansas right now with the shelf cloud. A little bit pixelated, but... Oh, wow. That was a CG right there. Cloud to ground lightning. Right in the middle. While the storm approaches, I do want to remind you today's live stream is also brought to you by ESP Shelter. You need a storm shelter? They are American built here, right in Missouri, by the way. ESP shelters are the way to go for emergency security preparedness. That's what ESP stands for. They can withhold very strong tornadoes. So if you need a storm shelter that's above ground, ESP shelter is the way to go. This is what it looks like. Again, fantastic storm shelters, really easy to install as well, and they are also cheap to install. So really a pretty solid option, especially on a budget if you need a storm shelter in your area. It's also great for security. So a lot of really good things that you can get out of a storm shelter, not just for storms, but also, for robberies and stuff like that, whatever else might happen. So good idea to get one. If you want to check one out, you can click the second to top link in the description below, or look up espshelter.com. I do appreciate them sponsoring today's live stream. My Wawa shake is almost here. Sheesh. I actually do think above ground shelters, though, are better than below ground, just personally, not as an advertisement, but actually, I do think they are better. They are safer in a lot of ways, flooding and stuff like that can actually happen after a tornado, especially if there's a lot of rain in a particular area, which can be dangerous if you can't get out and there's an actual tornado that happened. There are definitely pros and cons to both, but I still think above ground is actually a bit better. It's also easier to install and all that, so... Well, here comes the shelf cloud here in Burlington, Kansas. Lots of lightning. Thank you, Zoe, for becoming a member. Thank you to Laura for becoming a member. Thank you, Nicholas, for the 1 month. Thank you. Don't thank me. Join for the shelf cloud. Join for the shelf cloud, stayed because of the pronunciations. Hey, Sharkay, for the $2 super chat. I hopefully pronounced your name right as well. I do appreciate it. Again, I'm not super concerned about pronunciations. I try, but... it's not a super big deal. A lot of these areas, at least here in Kansas, I don't usually cover these that often, so I probably wouldn't even remember the pronunciation after today. If it's somewhere I cover frequently, I do try to get the pronunciations right, but it's not something that's on the top of my mind. All right, I got my shake. I'll be back in a second. All right. Oh, wind's picking up now. You're in Burlington, Kansas on the Radar Omega Cyclone port. What can you not most the least? It sounds like Mona Lisa, honestly. Appreciate the $2 super chat. Does raindrops look like lasers? I can't disagree. They don't. They kind of do. I feel like we're in a Star Wars movie right now. Pew 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 pew. Star Wars happening right now. This feels like we're on that one planet. What's that planet called in Star Wars? The one that rains all the time? It's kind of what it feels like right now. This is the latest from the National Weather Service of Norman. Might be hard to read. I'll try to zoom in a little bit. Storms continue to develop in central Oklahoma between Oklahoma City and Anadarko. The severe weather risk, including damaging winds, large hail, will persist with these storms. And there's also a growing concern about the flooding risk as well. So that's also something else to keep in mind. They didn't mention anything about tornadoes, and I honestly don't blame them. I don't know if we're really going to get a tornado. I really thought we'd get something, but these storms have just taken so long to initiate. But I mean, these storms are exploding. They are definitely going to be capable of very large hail and damaging winds. We could still see a tornado. I don't know if we're going to. You know, I was more confident about it 2 hours ago, but with no storms initiating, I just don't know. This is or now we have initiation, but, you know, it's taken a while. This is the storm activity, by the way, in Oklahoma that's blown up. That storm right there is the one that's huge. This thing is, like, circular. It's a big thunderstorm. So that one's definitely going to be capable of some pretty big hail. The other one that's back near Lawton, not nearly as impressive, but that storm right there, that thing is just massive. Big storm there, just west of Oklahoma City. That should eventually grow and kind of expand into a mesoscale convective system as well, so... Thank you, Bradley, for the $5 super chat. Andover, Kansas, round 3? I don't even know where Andover is. No, you're just on the back side of the thunderstorm activity. You'll be done with that here in a little bit. Hey, Chris, also for the $5 super chat. Appreciate it. Hey, Teed Rimmer for becoming a 1-month member. Appreciate the generosity. You know, I'll be honest with you guys. When we did that "Are You Smarter Than a 5th Grader" stream, I almost lost my mind with Claudia. It was close to happening. Claudia and Teddy, or whatever his name was. It was close. It was close to happening. Thank you, Grace, for the $4.99. Grace, it's not really, there's not much of a delay. These warnings are also directly through the wire on Radar Omega, so they come out instantly pretty much. But the system that we have is just like a tad faster. It's barely faster. There are cases, though, when a warning updates, it might be a bit faster on our end. Either way, it's... Typically, warnings, when they're issued and they get out there immediately. There's sometimes a very small delay, but it's usually less than like 5 seconds. So our new warning system, at least for updates, I know for updates it's definitely a little bit faster. It's not like drastic. Usually 1 or 2 seconds does not make a big difference. And warnings also usually get issued ahead of time too, so just keep that in mind. Thank you, Kitty, for the $2 super chat. Can I go to Minnesota and Wisconsin? there's really much happening up here anymore. It's just a large line of strong thunderstorms, basically. There's not much severe here. The only severe weather is south of Rochester, so that's just wind up to 60 miles per hour.
What a view, though.
Wow, what a view of this. This is the storm in Oklahoma right now. Kind of crazy view of this storm. It's interesting.
See, if I want to go to Fort Cobb, I'd have to turn there.
Guys, this shake is so good. We need a Wawa sponsorship. Caramel or cookies and cream or whatever this is, it is so good.
I'm gonna figure out.
I could slurp a few of these down. Thank you, Burger, for the $2 super chat. It's so soupy, thick air in Oklahoma City. It is air that you can wear today in Oklahoma and Texas. Heat
Yeah,
indices were as high as 120
Fort Cobb, or if I want to go Anacardo, because this is
in South Texas today. Thank you, Angie, for the $9.99. Appreciate your generosity. Thank you. No problem at all.
It's actually sinking.
Do have a new flash flood warning, by the way. This is going to become a growing concern. These storms are going to be training for probably an hour or two here in central Oklahoma, so flooding will definitely become a concern. Definitely make sure you're being vigilant if you're near Oklahoma City or just west of Oklahoma City, as there is still going to be a threat, obviously, for severe weather, but flooding is also a concern. So be prepared for that as well. Yeah, the heat index in South Texas, I think, got to 121 today. Let me double check and see. I'm not sure if there's a new... I'm not sure if that was exact. Let's see. The heat index is still 113 in San Antonio. For anybody in San Antonio, I feel bad for you. It's kind of crazy. These are the heat indice values right now. 122. It was at least 122 here in South Texas for heat index. Again, air that you can wear in Texas. And even here in between that number, I can't see what the numbers are there, but that's possibly upwards of 125 between San Antonio and about Galveston. So thank you, Connor, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. $127 near Beeville. Whoever lives in Beeville has to get out. I mean, that's so hot. I think the highest heat index value I've ever experienced was probably about 110 to 115. And even that is pretty brutal. I mean, I've golfed in temperatures upwards of 90 degrees before. Heat index values usually, though, are not that high. It's usually pretty dry. $102 over 81. Yeah, the dew points down there are ridiculous. I mean, I think the dew points right now, let me check. I think they're still in the 80s. It is just absolutely atrocious weather. I mean, we got dew points even in the mid to upper 70s in DFW right now. Near 80, actually, in Gainesville, Texas. Back over in Corpus Christi, that's the area that the dew points are actually in the low 80s right now still. So these dew points mixed with the high temperatures, they are just a mix for brutal heat, especially when the sun's out. It feels even worse. Would not want to be there, I can tell you that. I think the heat index values in Florida are about to go into like the 110s too here. I'm not excited about that at all. Especially with vacation coming up. It's gonna be brutal. 'Tis the season though. Late May and early June in Texas are the worst when it comes to heat index values. They can be brutal. Like legitimately, this is the worst time of the year because we have all the moisture down in the southern plains and it's also warmer. So any places that don't see storms on a given day will be very hot. This happens actually very commonly in Texas. It's not like rare, but a heat index value of 127 in Beeville, that's apparently what Evan said. I mean, that's definitely a little bit higher than normal. Oh, how's it going, Ryan? Ryan Scholes here. I didn't see you. This chat goes too fast. Hey, you, wait, did I miss something? No, I didn't. Alright, never mind. Did you not go chasing today, Ryan? I saw your stream scheduled earlier. I was gonna see you if you were gonna gritty today.
Cows are moving.
The cows are moving now.
It's gonna happen.
Bats? Oh, wait, we actually might have bats. Whoa, okay, we have cows instead. Never mind. Well, we might have bats. I'm gonna check that in a second.
If you gotta do that, let me go back to that road.
Okay.
I went home instead. I was quite tired. I don't blame you. I'm taking a full week off starting Saturday, so excited for that.
The cows are moving.
We have a cow intercept right now in Apache, Oklahoma.
Cows are moving.
Moving.
Hey, Friends of Freedom for the 2-month maximum velocity member. Appreciate that.
Stop with the autofocus, please. Alright. Let's go back.
That's a lot of cows.
Go
That's our little. That's our.
Oh, hello. What is that over there?
As Brandon Kopic would say, moo.
Ah, never mind.
Very
Might be
exciting.
wall cloud, though.
Very exciting.
Can I clear your way?
Moo!
Yes, you're clear.
Right in front of us, right?
Moving
There's a
on.
little bit
Ha ha
alley,
ha.
but
So
yeah.
funny.
Oh, I see you.
Alright, well, that cow intercept is done. What was I about to look at? Oh yeah, the bats. Let me check. Let's see if we have bats. Oh, bats are taking off. There you go. This is the third night in a row we've been live and seeing the bats taking off on radar. This is more interesting than the storms we have right now, honestly. We got the bats taking off over in southwest Texas right now. That's what we're looking at on reflectivity. They always take off right around this time. Got the bats taking off, and that's the third night in a row. Last night wasn't as impressive. The night before was more impressive. This is pretty impressive. We even have some yellow showing up here, so that might be a big swarm of bats. Look at the correlation coefficient on this. It looks so scary. These are just bats taking off. It looks scary. Wait, what? This is the third night in a row we've actually seen bats on radar in Texas. How can you tell? I just know it's bats. I did a meteorology course on, like, satellite radar interpretation. This is one of the things we learn about. And, this happens actually very commonly in these bat caves. I think there's one here and one over here. This one doesn't have as many bats, you can tell, because it's not as large. There's a lot more bats here. So they always take off right at sunset, and it's right now sunset in this part of Texas. So what makes it look scary? It's just a big blue blob. Oh, there we go. It's growing in size. It's expanding. Now, in the morning, you can sometimes see birds taking off. Actually, looks like there's another one over here, too. Another bat cave or something over here near Highway 163. Looks like we got 3 of them. You mean like real animals? No, I'm talking about Batman. Batman's taking off in all 3 locations. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Bat cam? Is there actually a bat cam? That'd be pretty sick to look at. Wisconsin? Wisconsin doesn't have any bat take-offs or anything like that, I don't think. Tennessee's fine? Yeah, you should be fine. Honestly, the severe weather over here is kind of just... Like, these storms are just ordinary. There's nothing crazy here. Just some ordinary thunderstorms. This is a live shot out of Bolivar, Tennessee, I think this is. Yeah, Bolivar, Tennessee. On the Radar Omega Cyclone port. Hey, JK for the $5 super chat. That's interesting. Imagine we had a bat NATO. That would be insane. Imagine we had a tornado over there right at sunset and there was a bat NATO. I can't even imagine what would happen. Just thinking about that sounds very interesting. Quick update on the other storms. Again, we got severe weather still in southern Kansas, mostly just mesoscale convective system that's trying to at least form here. More than anything, it's at least a cluster. Producing damaging winds up to 60. A little bit of hail as well. The storm near Burlington, no longer severe. We saw a shelf cloud here not long ago. A lot of rain has fallen here. And that'll continue here for the next little while. The storm near Des Moines, no longer severe. The only severe weather we have in Wisconsin, Iowa, or Minnesota right now is this one little area of storms near Decorah. It's moving east, or northeast. Not really super concerned about this. Could see a brief tornado at the leading edge of this, but it's a really low threat right now. It's pretty close to zero, so even though you're not in a technical tornado risk, you could still see an isolated tornado. All right, somebody remind me in like 5 minutes to go back and look at the bats. So I'll go back and look at them. Actually, let me go back and look at them real quick. I want to look at the velocities on this. All right, we have 65 mile per hour winds on the bats. I don't think that's accurate. You can literally see how the bats just take off in this one area. You know, what's fascinating. This is so fascinating. The velocities show what direction they're going. That is kind of crazy. Because this is going towards the radar. These bats are spreading out. Okay? Full nerd moment right here, all right? You got bats that are going towards the radar. That's what this green is showing. You got the red that's going away from the radar. They're spreading out. The gray in the middle is just representing a neutral wind direction, which this is the radar site looking this way. Crazy stuff. It's very fascinating. Peak content. Yeah, this is literally the highlight of today's stream so far. Got like nothing. This is probably the craziest thing we've seen so far. And then these bats all up here are just going away from the radar. So these aren't even going towards the radar. They're all going away. I don't know why. Maybe they're migrating. I don't know. Doing something over there. I think these are the only 3 spots though in Texas that you can actually see this. I don't think there's any other areas. Is there one near San Angelo or something, or no? There's windmill contamination, but that's not related. Highlight of today's stream is the bats. So far. Back to Storm Intermediate here for the time being.
It's been fascinating.
If somebody adds me in that clip on Twitter of me talking about bats, I'll retweet it. Fort Worth tonight, you're not going to see any severe weather probably until like late tonight, like overnight into tomorrow morning.
Yeah, that's not spinning though. That's just being rushed out ahead.
Am I going batty? What does that even mean?
Yeah,
Going batty?
This one kind of looks like it's moving towards the southeast a little bit.
Weather, southeast Missouri. I'm not expecting anything really there. Just gusty winds, if anything. That's like overnight tonight.
I'd say southeast.
Yeah, the storm intermediate, they're not intercepting bats. They are intercepting a severe storm near Anadarko.
3 miles to our northwest.
In Oklahoma.
Our northeast.
So just go east on 9? Yeah, probably.
There's 10 to 12 million bats in that cave. That's what we're looking at on radar. Is 10 to 12 million bats. Excuse me. I didn't realize how many bats. There's no way there are that many bats flying here. Do have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Oklahoma. That is going to be for this storm, I believe. That's going to be for Canadian Oklahoma County. This is actually for Oklahoma City. Damaging winds up to 60, quarter-sized hail gonna be possible. There you go. Oklahoma City, Norman, Choctaw, Newella, Hera, all included in this warning. 60 mile per hour winds, quarter-sized hail are going to be the main concern. The other concern we're watching for is flooding. Again, this is gonna be a train of storms, essentially. So this training effect that we're gonna get will increase the potential for flooding as well. Let's ask Batman. Let's do it. Hey, you, Russell, for the $10 super chat. A little bit of cool info. This is where they hold the Frio Bat flight tours. I don't even know what that means, but I appreciate the generosity, and also thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, JK Bear, for becoming a Velocity member. And welcome to the Velocities. We're 5 members away from 100 today. Join button down below if you want to become a member. We have another severe thunderstorm warning for Caddo County, Oklahoma. I don't remember what county that is, but damaging winds up to 60 and quarter-sized hail will be the main concern. So that's a brand new severe thunderstorm warning again for Caddo County in Oklahoma. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. That storm's moving southeast at 16 miles per hour. So that's this one here. Near Anadarko. No tornado possible label on this. There is some broad circulation, but... You have a football player donating to you, Max? I don't even know what that means. I played football for a whopping 25 days and then I dropped out. Fun fact, in high school. If we do get 5 more members, we'll do a gritty near or at the end of the stream today. Well, our moderator Tucker, who does the social media posting and stuff like that, has had quite the easy day so far, because we haven't had really no tornado warnings aside from Mississippi and Louisiana. Hasn't been much. This is the storm media zone. They're on the storm here near Oklahoma. It's a large rain shaft right there.
Maybe then we're gonna
On the one storm that at least has broad circulation on radar.
And now they fixed the warning box.
We have a 70-mile-per-hour
They gotta
windstorm
go
for
southeast.
Butler County, Kansas that is now observed, by the way. So new warning up there.
Moving southeast at 15.
You see how it's a warrant for the whole thing?
They got it to the county, and then they got the other stuff going east.
I don't even know about southeast. That looks like it's diving straight south almost.
Is that Reed Timmer? No, this is Storm Runner Media. I don't know. Is Reed Timmer on this storm? I don't even know where he is. I haven't been paying attention to his stream today.
Should you be concerned about Tulsa? You guys might be able to get some storms coming out of Kansas later on.
Hey, midlife
So I
for the
guess you
$10
guys
super
should be
chat.
looking out for those.
I will try
They
to for
continue
members at some point in the
moving,
future. I'm gonna try to do a members only Radar Omega video or something like that. But again, they have tutorial videos on YouTube you can watch too. So just look up Radar Omega on YouTube and you'll probably find it. Yeah, the rotation that's been trying to develop here, it's trying. There's at least some circulation near Anadarko. It's not really great, but there's at least broad circulation there. It's been like that for a while. That's the storm again that Storm Intermedia is on. Good thing they dashed to the north because the storm down over near Rush Springs just died out. They're in the same area. Do I have my shake? I've been drinking my shake, yes. We need a bat chaser on our stream. Who wants to bat chase for us? Over in South Texas. Somebody literally took a video of the bats. This is from Alyssa. Somebody took a video of the bats. We got a bat chaser on stream. There go the bats. There you go, in Uvalde, Texas. Thank you. Appreciate Alyssa, our now official bat chaser of the channel. A lot of bats. Surprised how close some of those people are standing to those bats. Gainesville, Texas tonight. Mostly a wind threat. Mostly a wind threat. Tornado threat should be pretty close to 0. Storm media is kind of near the rotation area that we're looking at here.
Yes, we know
Oklahoma.
it's
There's
rotating.
broad
We know
circulation
that.
here, so keep a close eye on it. We had tornado warnings earlier, but not in Oklahoma.
Yeah, my phone just died. That's cool. I thought something in the road.
Now the sun is setting, so overall our view of these storms will become more, you know, it'll become a bit harder to see overall in nature because we are going to be going into nighttime here. We are still watching for at least some broad circulation near Anadarko. There isn't really a whole lot here in my opinion when it comes to rotation. The southern radar site shows it, but I just don't personally see that much rotation. With that said, we could still get an isolated tornado out of this activity. We do have at least some, really more, I would say just rain there, but maybe a little bit of circulation near Tuttle. Very rain wrapped. It's just, again, not super concerning to me. The one that's back over here, though, on the southern side of all this storm activity near Anadarko, that's the one I'd be watching for the closest, because it's really the one that's in the position for a better tornado shot. It's further south, better environment here, it's more discreet. It's not this linear train of storms that we have here. So overall, this storm would have the best chance of doing something. So we're going to continue to watch this storm near Anadarko pretty closely, as it does continue to push southeast. Thank you, Jesse, for becoming a member. We are 4 members away now from 100 on the day. And Storm Runner Media thinks they're going to issue a tornado possible on this.
Oh, is it doing this thing again? Might be doing the thing again.
There's at least broad circulation on this.
My phone might be done for the rest of the chase. If I can't get it to come back on, can you do navigation?
Ain't they supposed to do navigation?
Well, like, actually plug your phone in for navigation.
The membership link is in the description. It's also the join button down below. Can I hear me? You can definitely hear me. My mic is on. What weather radar do I use? I use Radar Omega. It is the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Thank you, Russell, for becoming a member. We do have a new warning back over in Minnesota and Iowa. Damaging winds up to 60 continues to be a concern here. They're back near Decorah or Mabel, Spring Grove, Rushford. Any of these areas, the main concern is going to be damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. And that'll be moving east and east-northeast over the next little while. Thank you, Danny, also for becoming a member. Watching the Are You Smarter on my other monitor. It is really funny. I highly recommend watching it. It is hilarious. We'll be doing another Are You Smarter Than a 5th Grader members only stream here pretty soon. So we'll be doing that. We might do another one this week, but if not, we'll do one after my vacation. Thank you, Matt, for gifting a member. We are now 1 member from 100. 1. The Red River really is not safe tonight. For now it is, but like later tonight, we're not done. Let's go to the future radar here. So this is what it's going to look like overnight tonight. We're going to get an organizing line of storms here in Oklahoma. This will eventually collapse into North Texas as we go into late tonight and into early tomorrow morning. So this is a very late threat tonight. The main concern is going to be damaging winds here. I'm not expecting really any tornado risk down this direction after like 4 a.m. So it should be a really low threat overall as this does continue to push down to the south. Once we get closer to 8, 9 in the morning tomorrow, this line will start to bow out, still producing some damaging winds, but overall a lower risk. And eventually that'll move into parts of the Gulf Coast by early tomorrow afternoon and fizzle out as it impacts the fish in the Gulf of Mexico. So if you know any fish down there, make sure to let them know. Our next threat of severe weather after today, going to tomorrow, will be over in the Ohio Valley, where an isolated tornado will be possible along with damaging winds and a little bit of hail. Again, this environment does not look great for tornadoes, honestly. It's not really that high of a threat. Like, again, we might see an isolated tornado, but this environment is just, it's kind of meh. Let me see what the tornado parameter values show here. Let's see. Yeah, it's really a kind of a crappy environment. So, live stream tomorrow, probably not. Unless we have some sort of upgrade, I'm not going live because it's just such a minimal threat, in my opinion. Even if we have a tornado, it would be really on the brief and weak side of things. So, not super concerned about it. We do have a new flash flood warning that you'll see on the screen in a second that does include Oklahoma City, Choctaw, Hara near Newella. So this is a brand new flash flood warning. You can see it now. That's going to be for Oklahoma City and Choctaw. It's a considerable threat as this train of showers and storms will continue to roll through Oklahoma City here over the next little while. Thank you to Stephen Haschick Motion for all becoming members, and also thank you to Tornado for becoming a 1-month member, and thank you Texas for becoming a member, and also thank you Rhonda for the 1 gifted member. Officially over 100 members. That means we'll have a gritty at some point in the stream, probably near the end though. Smack DFW again? Yeah, unfortunately it looks like that. But after this event, we should be done. We should be done in North Texas for at least a few days. So, thank you, Davis, for becoming a member as well. And welcome to the Velocities. We are also 350 subscribers away from 280. If you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. And we'll keep you posted with the latest with severe weather coverage. Wisconsin is getting loud right now. Yeah, it's mostly wind. There's going to be lightning, there's going to be thunder, all that sort of stuff, but I'm not really that concerned right now about Wisconsin. Severe weather should remain a pretty low threat. This is Storm Intermedia. They're currently looking at the storm in Anadarko. Can't really see much, but maybe just I kind of see the storm base. That's about it. Thank you, Bluegrass, also for becoming a member. I would say DFW has about a 60% chance of seeing storms tonight.
I mean, they're
or
both
overnight tonight and tomorrow
charter,
morning.
so it didn't go before.
Oh no.
Well, that's going to be fun.
Do we have a Category 6 hurricane coming to the United States? Is that what we're hearing? I just saw this post on Twitter about the GFS model showing as we go into June 14th, apparently, a tropical storm or hurricane coming to Florida. Oh no. It's over. Yeah, it's a Category 6 hurricane coming. Get ready for the hype train. It's going to be coming on TikTok over the next 24 hours. Nothing's happening, by the way. It's just computer models being computer models. One single output from the GFS model showing a hurricane does not mean there's going to be a hurricane. Just letting you know. It just does not mean it's going to be a hurricane. But don't worry, if you're on TikTok over the next 24 hours, you're probably going to see Category 6 hurricane, it's coming to Florida. Like all this stuff. I can tell you right now, it's pretty unlikely. Thank you, Brian, for becoming a member. And welcome to the Velocities. I'm not seeing any rotation on this. It looks mostly like wind, honestly. So the one storm that I think has a chance at producing a isolated tornado doesn't look like it's going to. At least for now. Still raining and windy in Burlington, Kansas. Still going there. Thank you, Joyce. Appreciate that. Yeah, if I'm not talking about your area right now, it's probably not very concerning. The only area that I think is concerning right now is Oklahoma and the storms that are in Kansas. The other storms, there's going to be some isolated damaging winds, maybe, you know, a few trees get knocked down, whatever it might be. But aside from that right now, I don't see anything out there that looks that concerning. I think really the main concern right now is Oklahoma and as well as Kansas. I know the thumbnail shows a much larger area, but again, the thumbnail just outlines where the risk is. And also, we just had a new SPC outlook not super long ago, which does show a bit of a smaller area in nature. So, again, this would be your area that we'll be looking at for that threat. Looks like a balloon or a raindrop. Got the raindrop risk of severe weather here. But it's a bit smaller. Most of Minnesota's out of this now. Allie, I think McAllister, Oklahoma will be mostly just a wind threat. There's that storm near Anadarko, Oklahoma right now. I'm not eating anything.
Really,
no, I'm not having Culvers.
See?
We're banning Culvers from streams from now on.
I mean, it could be trying to do something right in front of us right there, but...
I survived a Florida tropical storm once. It tipped over my lawn chair.
He's definitely behaving weird.
There you go. Any flying trampolines, though? That's the real question.
How goes the storm?
It goes.
It's going.
I'll say this. I'm happy to have a storm because we didn't even get this yesterday.
I gotta agree, they didn't even see a storm yesterday. They saw like a little shower block pop up. Never really materialized into anything.
I'm not stuck, bro. Don't worry about it. At least I don't think I am.
Is that rain? It is rain. That's a big rain shaft.
At this point.
We have confirmed rain right now in Anadarko, Oklahoma.
I would be rather amazed.
So if you're in Anadarko, be prepared. Rain is falling out of the sky. We can confirm that now by visual. It's visually observed rain.
There it is, exiting its warning region again.
You know, for the record, this storm is pretty tall. The echo tops on it upwards of 55, 60,000 feet. So it's a really tall thunderstorm, actually. Right around 55,000 feet is how tall it is.
But I mean, we're gonna have to. But yeah, we're just playing the game of stopping.
It definitely is a tall thunderstorm.
I can see through the storm now.
I'm in El Reno, continuously thundering. Well, that thunder's not going to end anytime soon because this area of storms is just training right now. Barely moving south, and it's just kind of moving west to east. Initiation's happening from over here. And so this training effect is going to continue. And that's one of the concerns here is flash flooding. So, unfortunately, flash flooding definitely going to be a concern here. But right now, the tornado risk just... not getting going right now, and I don't know if it will, but we're still waiting to see. We'll give it like another 45 minutes to an hour.
That's moving toward us.
I do think after 10, I think the tornado risk gets very close to zero.
No,
it's not zero, but it's going to be much closer to it.
We're facing due north right now.
I think really the next 45 minutes to an hour is the time to watch for something.
That's what that is.
But I'm still kind of doubtful. Never say never in 2024. Well, anything hit Ardmore will be hit later tonight with damaging winds, most likely. You are now in the enhanced risk for severe weather.
What, this right here?
Yeah, what are you? Not really rotating. Be nice if you were though.
The National Hurricane Center, they have 5 tropical waves they're looking at, but that doesn't mean anything. Just gonna let you know. They even said it here. Tropical cyclone formation is not expected during the next 7 days. I could be watching 5 cookies in the oven. Does it mean they're done? No. Same sort of thing here. Bada bing, bada boom. Let's go back to them.
Might eventually have to start moving south.
I don't know if we're going to even see anything. It's getting pretty dark out there. Really need more lightning to see anything in this activity.
Yeah, I definitely do.
I'm not doing a cooking stream. If I do a cooking stream, we're cooking a grilled cheese and that's it. The storm is beautiful. I can't even see it. I don't know if anybody else can see it. I can barely see it with my own eyeballs. You can barely see anything. It's really dark out right now. The sun is set.
Looks kind of eerie, huh, guys?
See a little bit better now. You can get pretty creative with grilled cheese. Olive oil instead of butter is the way to go.
Kestrel or weather flow weather meter?
We, like in our early meteorology,
It's on the Kestrel.
yeah, that's the only one I've used.
Oh, my bad. We'll be back in a second. I feel like something will happen. I don't know. I'm here just in case. I don't know if anything's gonna happen though. I mean, convectively, this just already looks like kind of crap. Because, like, you know, what we were trying to see basically was around like 5 or 6 o'clock. If storms did initiate, they would have initiated in this area here. We did have a couple initiating storms in those 2 spots, but they were like near 8. And so everything's already training. If they happened earlier, we would have had a higher tornado risk naturally, because they would have been more discreet and they would have been, you know, not really elevated in nature. They would have been surface based. A lot of spin in the atmosphere. Anything that could remain discreet would have produced a tornado threat. But the problem is we already have this huge train effect here in central Oklahoma. So, again, we're going to continue to watch this at least probably for the next 30 to 45 minutes. But if nothing gets going by then, I mean, I don't know if we're really going to see anything. I mean, it's mostly just hail and wind right now. This wind threat, for the record, is going to increase. The severe weather threat is going to increase as we go throughout the night tonight, especially down here in southern Oklahoma and eventually into North Texas. But that is well into tonight. We're talking near midnight and after that for the damaging wind threat to really ramp up. You can already see the southerly motion on this storm activity, though. It's beginning to speed up a little bit. So this particular cluster of storms beginning to speed up as it moves down to the south. So that's what we're currently looking at. Now, maybe we could get something in here, possibly down the road. Maybe we could get something hooking there. I don't know. I'm not seeing anything quite yet, but that would be one area that I'd be looking at. The tornado risk that the Storm Prediction Center currently has outlined is this entire area. I would safely say that most of this area is probably done already. I'd really say the main threat would probably reside in this particular spot. So that's where we'll be watching for that tornado risk. to try to ramp up. And again, the enhanced risk for severe weather no longer southeast of Oklahoma City. It's actually now south of Oklahoma City. Goes closer to the Red River. That's where the main concern is going to be. For damaging winds, large hail, and then maybe an isolated tornado. Don't forget Kansas. Not forgetting Kansas. Don't worry. Haven't really been checking in on Kansas, but even these storms, they're not going to be... They'll keep going here for a while. We might get some storm activity near Tulsa, but main concern would be damaging winds up to 60. There wouldn't be too much beyond that. There's that motion of it. Kind of got a little twirl here, almost like a mesoscale convective vortex almost developing there. They need cameras for the bad drivers in Oklahoma City. There's plenty of bad drivers out there. Just so you know, all my kids and I got Circle now. I don't know why I'm not sponsored by them yet. I feel like it's unbelievable. There's a lot of people that are apparently buying it now because I've been talking about it. Giving them free promo out here. There are storms in Wisconsin, but again, I'm not concerned about this at this point. It's mostly just isolated damaging winds, and that's it. We have one severe storm going towards La Crosse, and that's it. Everything else is just ordinary stuff. Bought Circle because of you? Oh my goodness. It's over. Free promo for for Circle. That's fine, whatever. I really don't care. I'm just surprised, you know, we drink it literally on every stream. I feel like it's the perfect duo. It's like Culver's. It's like the perfect duo. Could there be a brief tornado on the Kansas storms? Probably not. The Kansas storms are mostly outflow driven. You can actually see the outflow boundary on radar just a little bit. That outflow boundary should keep this from being very tornadic at this point. So I'm not super concerned about that. I have to say, watching your stream makes the time go by quickly. Yeah, time flies. Feels like we were just starting back in April with all these severe weather outbreaks. It's crazy how fast time goes.
I can't. Again, too dark. We gotta do this for nighttime.
Still drinking the shake? It's like 20 ounces. Not a small shake. It is good though. Their shakes are really good. Does Circle actually work? I don't know. I still drink Diet Coke, so it hasn't. The first time I drank Circle, it got me off of soda. This time, it really hasn't. Depends on what you're doing. Let's see a train intercept. let's check out the virtual rail fence. I'll look and see if there's any trains coming by.
QLCS was on the line. That's good.
Interesting looking funnel cloud. That's not a funnel cloud.
I see it on this one here on the phone. Right here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this storm that we're looking at right now, it just looks, it's so far from, nah, that's just scary looking clouds. This storm in particular is just so far from producing anything tornadic. Just so far. It's not a funnel, just scud. You can tell because it's disattached from the cloud base, and it's also rough shaped. Whenever that, you can kind of see it. It's hard to see with the lightning, but
I was going to say, even if that was the discrete cell, it would have a little bit more time before this all eventually.
and also the rotational radar is really not there, so I would highly doubt that's even a funnel to begin with. But it's also really rough shaped. You need something a bit smoother. How's my day been? That's been bad. Has not been too shabby.
Besides, like,
I haven't really done anything today. I don't even know what I've done today, to be honest, other than going live. What did I do before going live?
In Torlotten, you know, that's when, or not southeast.
I don't know. Didn't really do much today.
But
Pretty quiet day so far.
This is kind of parallel.
Kind of packing up, getting ready for my vacation here in a few days.
I'm not gonna do that one. If anything,
about
we
it,
have
though.
to just stay out ahead of it. We're actually about ready to get back into it. Oh, wow.
Chaser's my guess.
I'm not gonna make the joke.
Can I join the stream for the gritty? I might just do the gritty. I mean, there's really nothing right now happening. It's so quiet. I really thought we'd get something. I really thought something would happen here tonight. It's just wind and hail right now. I was confident that we were going to see a tornado in Oklahoma today. Yesterday, I had no confidence. Today, I actually had confidence. And we've had, like, there's nothing organized. Which, again, it's not super shocking. I just had a lot more confidence that we would have storm activity there. We do have a new Storm Prediction Center outlook, or mesoscale discussion. New severe thunderstorm watch is likely. That'll be for eastern Oklahoma, southwestern Missouri, southeastern Kansas, and western Arkansas. And that is from this other cluster of storms that's back up in Kansas. So, damaging winds, again, being the main concern, and possibly some large hail. The tornado risk should be pretty close to 0. By the way, thank you to Grace for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Also, thank you, Patrick, for becoming a member. Oh, by the way, I want to remind you guys real quick. I haven't said this at all in the stream today. Just a friendly reminder, our limited release. This is the last time I think I'll have a reminder for this other than on social media, which will probably be tomorrow. This is the last chance that you can get a limited release hat or t-shirt for 250,000 subscribers. So if you want to pick one of these up, again, shopmaxvelocity.net. You can pick one of these up on our store. The link is in the description. It'll also be posted in chat. We have a t-shirt and as well as a hat. And both limited release. We also just released these fleece shorts, which actually look amazing. This is an embroidered logo. It's not even printed. So that's something else that we just added. If you want to check it out, it is shopmaxvelocity.net for a limited release, 250,000 subscriber merch. Links in the chat. But again, last chance to pick that up. I'm not going to have another live stream probably between now and Thursday. So just letting you know, we have not said it all in the stream. So I just wanted to remind you. How is that a shameless plug? Saying it once in a live stream? Oh no. For the first time in 25 minutes, we have a warning that's updated. That's saying something. This warning back over in southeast Minnesota is still producing damaging winds. They've condensed the warning. But literally, that is our latest updated warning. We've had no new warnings in the last 25 minutes. we've had no new severe thunderstorm warnings in the last 35 minutes. Kind of crazy. Oh yeah, bats. Let me go down to the bats real quick. There goes the bats. Let's go back 21 frames here. That's the bats on radar. Not as long lasting as what we saw a couple nights ago, but still there. Okay, so on radar right now, let's go back to 7 frames. I just want to look at this. So just to the west of Norman, do have an outflow boundary right here. You kind of visibly see that on radar. Wouldn't rule out a low tornado risk in here somewhere just west of Norman, but I don't know if we're really gonna get anything. Just possibly like some sort of QLCS spin up or something down the road. That's the one area that I'm looking at right now. It's really not that concerning in my opinion, but maybe something to watch for. So we'll see. Not really any rotation there, but there might be some sort of low potential there. But this is becoming quickly outflow driven, and it is quickly moving south. And there's your new severe thunderstorm watch, by the way. So new severe thunderstorm watch here for this is the watch here. So this goes until 3 a.m. tonight. This is for southeastern and eastern Oklahoma, including Tulsa, southwestern Missouri, and southeastern Kansas. It includes Joplin as well, where the main concern will be damaging winds, large hail, and then maybe an isolated brief spin up. But I don't think we'll have a tornado in that particular area. Maybe near Ardmore, but it's a low risk. This is their statistical probabilities that they are giving us for this. So again, low risk for tornadoes. Wind and hail being the main concerns out of those storms. They did not even mention the word tornado on this, but there's definitely a chance maybe for like one tornado. And that'd be about it. And then this is the statistical probabilities on the watch that we have in central Oklahoma for comparison. Low tornado risk, high risk for wind and severe hail. So, and then, yeah, pretty much the same thing, but slightly higher tornado risk, but I don't know if we're really going to get that. Oh, just a heads up, we are currently closing in on 280,000 subscribers. If you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We are very close. We're only about 200 away right now. You think multiple tornadoes are going to happen in Kentucky on Thursday? I hate to break the news to you, but Thursday's severe weather outlook right now barely even includes Kentucky. And there's not even a severe weather risk. It's just general thunderstorms across the United States. Thursday right now, we have no risk of severe weather. If we have no severe weather risk issued by Thursday in the United States, that would be the first time in about 2 months that we've had a general risk for storms and not even a severe weather risk. So that would be something. It's happening tomorrow. There's a marginal threat of severe weather in Ohio for maybe some damaging winds and maybe an isolated brief spin up or tornado. But aside from that, I'm not really expecting much tomorrow. You have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Lincoln County. That's going to be basically Norman. For quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. The storm is moving southeast at 45 miles per hour. So mostly a wind threat here. Moving down to the southeast. I also include Shawnee and Tekasuma. Also, today's live stream is brought to you by Radar Omega. You can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. You can get tons of features like the live radar feed, live cameras, live storm chasers inside the app, tons of customizability. You can also get the satellite imagery and computer models with their subscription that you can get, which they have 3 different subscription tiers: the alpha, the gamma, and the beta. Highly recommend picking up one of those for all the extra features, but the base features include things like the radar, and as well as even some of these things like the tracking tool, so you can track out where a storm's going and when it will arrive to your location, instead of relying on computer-based stuff, which is not always accurate. So if you want to check it out, check out the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. It's only $8.99 for the base app, and again, you can get that on iOS and Android. I do appreciate Radar Omega for sponsoring today's live stream. And again, today's stream is also brought to you by ESP Shelters. If you need a storm shelter, which many of you might, especially if you're in the Great Plains or even in the Midwest, as we do continue to go throughout the severe weather season, I do think it'll stay active as we go into the end of June. I think we'll have a little lull here over the next week or two, which is a good time for you to pick up a storm shelter, which is an above-ground storm shelter for ESP Shelters. This is espshelter.com. These are above ground, affordable, and they're also easy to install and also cheap to install, much cheaper at least than a below ground shelter. You can get one of those as well at espshelter.com. It's also the second link in the description. I do appreciate both Radar Omega and ESP Shelter for sponsoring today's live stream. Chicago suburbs tonight, not much, just isolated strong storm activity. This might be the least amount of severe thunderstorm warnings that we've been live for in like the last 4 months. Pretty crazy. 4. We have a whopping 4 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Record breaking. Absolutely record breaking right now. Would have thought we'd be live for only 4 warnings right now. Well, I gotta be honest, I'm wrong. I thought we would at least see 1 tornado today. I mean, we could still see a tornado, but at least through the through sunset and even into the early evening. Just nothing looks like it's imminent right now. Who would have thunk? Who would have? Is Reed still going? He's still going? My apologies. I just had my water ball hit my microphone. I don't know what that sounded like, but hopefully it wasn't bad. Bro, I'm looking at the virtual rail fan. I think there's somebody pulled over on the highway there. That wasn't loud at all? Oh, really? Just look at the right side of your screen. There's somebody pulled over there in Oklahoma City. Or they must have already been pulled over. I don't know how long they've been there. It's on the live virtual rail fan. Oh, that's an ambulance. Oh, my bad. That's not even a police officer. Oops. They just walked behind the wall. I don't know what's going on there. Oh, hopefully everybody's okay. I thought that was just somebody getting pulled over. Brandon Kopic got pulled over, I thought, by I saw it on Twitter. But I don't think he got pulled over. I think he was just talking to, a sheriff or something. Saw that, a week ago. Thank you, David, for the $4.99. Where in Ohio tomorrow? Primarily in central and western Ohio. This is the risk for tomorrow. So, again, not a super big area. But Ohio, western Pennsylvania, western New York, eastern Michigan. It's a marginal threat. I highly doubt we're going live unless this tornado threat grows a bit. It's a 2% risk. It's very low. I would not be concerned about this. Just stay weather aware. Have ways to receive alerts, obviously, all that jazz. If we go to let's go to the computer models here. I'll give you a quick timing guide here. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, for Caddo County, Comanche County, McLean County, and Grady County, Oklahoma. That is for damaging winds up to 60 and quarter-sized hail. This is the timing for tomorrow. We'll go hour by hour here. So we'll start with tonight. Just some showers tonight. Tomorrow, the atmosphere will try to recover. We could end up seeing an isolated tornado or two between about 4 and 8 o'clock. And then after that, it's kind of done. So it's about a 4-hour window. Main concern, I think, will be between about Muncie and Indiana back into Mansfield and Columbus. And then I think the risk kind of dies down after that. Could see something isolated also in Northeast Ohio, but mostly going to be a wind threat, in my opinion. And then after that, we're done. So it's like a 4-hour window. Here's that new warning, by the way. Just a large warning here for damaging winds up to 60. And quarter-size tail. How does Bartlesville, Oklahoma look tonight? It doesn't look too shabby. Mostly just a wind threat out of this dying line of storms off to the north. They have issued a new watch for this area. It's going to be mostly for this. So that will be your main concern. Here's the future radar for tonight as well, for those that are further down to the south. This is what we're looking at for timing tonight. So storms will continue to move to the south. Any storms up here in even eastern and northern Oklahoma will be predominantly a wind threat with some hail. Once we go late into tonight, that line of storms will move down to the south. It'll become more organized. This will eventually move into North Texas as we go into the early morning hours tomorrow. So by 5 to 6 in the morning, damaging winds moving through the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Eventually by 7 to 8, those storms continue to fall apart and move south with mostly a wind threat. And then as we get closer to around lunchtime tomorrow, this threat for mainly damaging winds will continue through Houston and as well as southern Louisiana. And eventually as we go into the afternoon hours tomorrow, that threat dies down. So that's the main concern for right now. For those areas. Yeah, if you're in North Texas, you do have a threat, but it's probably not going to be until like late tonight into the overnight hours. Alright, we'll be back in a second. I'm going to go storm warning media. We'll be back in 60 seconds. Stay tuned.
Moore had some flooding issues this morning. This is only going to make that one matter worse.
Yeah.
Alright. It's almost time for a gritty. It's getting close. Getting close. Have a good night, Jimin. You should put the doll in front of the camera when you take a break. Yes, let me put this right in front of the camera. Let's just put it real close. Absolutely. That's so creepy. Oh man. We currently have 2 warnings. That's it. 2 severe thunderstorm warnings at 9:31 p.m. They're just marginal threats of wind and hail at this point. Where can I buy that? You can't buy this. And I'm if I actually could sell one of these maybe in the future, but like it would have to be something that actually looks better than this face. I mean, who wants to look at this face? Like, seriously, I don't know where this face even came from, but like, it's just the weirdest thing ever. I would buy, I bet. I bet some people would for whatever reason. This is the storm moving in Oklahoma. It's moving southeast right now. Just wind and hail, that's it. The other stuff is not severe anymore. We have nothing else that's severe in the country. That's all that's left, folks. Which this is, again, still far from done. The wind threat here is... It's still well from over at this point. The hail threat still far from over. But the tornado risk is definitely very low. And again, I expected more. I've been saying this. Obviously, I was wrong today. I thought there would be something. Usually, I'm right. Not usually, I mean, in a lot of cases I am right when it comes to a lot of these events, at least in terms of what they'll bring. But this one in particular, I really thought we would get a tornado, even though it was conditional. I mentioned at the beginning, conditional tornado risk, but it definitely did not come together. But I really thought we would at least get something. Still a chance. Again, it's not over, but it's the chances of this producing a tornado would be lower comparatively to the discrete cells that we would potentially have earlier today. So... But not by no means was this a bust, but it's definitely not as intense as I forecasted. Just putting it out there. My forecast was I thought we were definitely at least going to see one tornado out of something discrete here, but it's all been pretty much wind. So, I'm not complaining either, by the way. I'm just saying, generally speaking, this is actually it's a lot less bad than expected. Now, the one thing that we have to keep in mind is that flooding's still a big concern. Lots of lightning, potential for damaging winds, some large hail, all that jazz is still a possibility. That's an ambulance, by the way, on the virtual rail fan. I thought it was a police officer, too. Just an ambulance. You have a cute face. That's fantastic. We have a new flash flood warning for Cleveland and McCain counties, or McLean counties in Oklahoma. Flash flooding, again, going to become more of a concern. Well, this might be our last live stream until after my vacation. That is kind of crazy. Our next live stream, for the record, unless we do another one this week, our next one wouldn't be until at least 10 days from now. Just kind of crazy to think. Pretty crazy to think. So while we're here, make sure to subscribe to the channel. We are currently 130 subscribers away from 280,000. I know there's at least 130 of you watching that are not subscribed. So click the red button down below, subscribe. We can hit 280 before we possibly are gone for 10 plus days. For those that are members, we might do a members only stream sometime this week. So just keep that in mind. I'll see how much mail we have. We might do another like mail unboxing stream or something like that. Or we might do another one of the Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader streams. So if you are a member of the channel, you'll have access to that. If you want to become a member and watch that sort of content, it is the join button down below. But members might get another video, but just in general, severe weather coverage, it might be 10 days until we have another one. We might go live tomorrow, but I think it's a really low chance that we do. Again, unless there's an upgrade to the risk, we're not going live tomorrow. That's pretty much what I'm thinking. Because it's just such a low risk. It's just not looking that crazy. I'm like petting this thing at this point. This thing's actually, it's pretty soft, I gotta say. Like a flat head, it's soft. It's double-sided, by the way. It's double-sided. became a member last night. I appreciate it. Welcome to the Velocities. Love these streams. I'm glad you do. Use it as a pillow on my trip. I think that's cursed. I think that is cursed. I'm excited though. I mean, like, legitimately, I think we're going on a full-blown vacation. I don't think I'm doing any videos over that break unless it's needed. And live streams, we will not be live at all. So that's gonna be a crazy change. This is the future radar, by the way, for the next couple of weeks. So this large-scale low-pressure system to bring more severe weather tomorrow to the Ohio Valley. Really low risk overall. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we might get some storms here in the Central Plains, but nothing really clear at this point in terms of, like, severe weather. Next week, it looks active in the Southern Plains in the Dixie Alley for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, but really nothing looks significant. Nothing looks really severe at this point. By the time we go into, like, Thursday and Friday of late next week, nothing showing. I mean, we have this very large high pressure system that's going to be in place. I'm going to make a video tomorrow, and it's going to be called "The Weather is About to Be Very Strange" or something like that, or "A Strange Weather Pattern's Coming." So spoiler alert. Guess what? Another reused title on the Max Velocity channel, and I'll be using that title to explain literally nothing's going to be happening for the next, like, 10 to 14 days, it looks like, at least significant storm-wise. Unless we get a GFS 250-hour hurricane, I don't see anything really happening. The European model is also showing pretty similar stuff. This is the 12Z run. So storms possibly in the central and southern plains this weekend. Look at next week. I mean, it looks fantastic. I have no complaints about this. I'm going on vacation from June 8th till June 14th. This has been planned out a year in advance. Who would have thunk we might not actually have anything that week? And I was honestly concerned. Like, a week ago, I was concerned, like, you know, if there's something while I'm gone, I'm going to lose my mind. Hopefully, we don't have anything. Because my mental, like, break would be 10 times better if we don't have anything. Just be 10 times better. Thank you, Noah, for becoming a member. Thank you, Kraft, for the super chat. Don't jinx it. I don't know. It's hard to jinx because over the last, like, 2 days, it's been pretty much showing the same thing. Very, very minimal runs have actually showed anything significant happening. So, but I'll be in Walt Disney World for about 7 days or so. Lots of family. It'll be fun. So hopefully we don't have to go live at all. I will not be live at all. So. If I miss a massive tornado outbreak, I'm gonna be so sad. I almost go live for every event, so. What will you do if you get recognized out of the wild? I've been recognized probably about 6 or 7 times now. I kind of lost count, but I've been recognized a handful of times. Only once at Disney, though. So. But, like, been recognized at McDonald's, Longhorn Steakhouse, just a couple of random places, really. I'll probably at least one of those days have my Max Velocity shirt on, so you might see me if you're going. I'll go live for you. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Let me have some random person in chat go live for me when there's severe weather. Max has been awake. Yeah, I've basically been awake for the last 2 months. No sleep. None at all. We have a, you can't even see it, we have a photoshopped bed here on the right side of your screen. Photoshopped into the shot. A tray for the $1.99. Is the stream ending soon? It's gonna have to. There's nothing happening. I mean, we got 2 storms. That's it. There's like nothing. I'm just here. I thought we might get something, but nothing's happened so far. Now again, for the record, we are still under the threat for severe weather for the next several hours. It's not ending anytime soon. This is where the enhanced risk is. This is where the greatest wind threat will be. Tornado risk might increase slightly, but I really kind of doubt it. But if anything can kind of get organized, maybe like a little notch in this line, we might get a tornado. I just have a lot of doubt. A lot of doubt about that. Yeah, we can all use a break. We should all go on vacation next week. All 7,100 of us watching. And here. How do you become a mod? Well, using crying emojis, I think, will not get you to being a mod on the channel. I'm just gonna keep it a buck. Gonna need a bigger hotel. Let's get all 7,100 of us into the same hotel. That sounds like... does not sound possible whatsoever. Guys, I'm not grittying with Mickey Mouse. It's not happening. Even if I got 100 gifted members, it would just not happen. I'm not grittying with Mickey Mouse Clubhouse or whatever his name is. It's just not happening. I'll email my job and let them know. Sounds great, thanks. Make the plush gritty? How can I even do that? These arms don't go up. Let's see if I can... No, these arms don't go up. I mean, this is all I can do. I can push them out. Right foot creep. Ooh. It's not even possible. Thank you, SL, for the $6.99. Honestly, I'm not sure, SL. I don't even know where Quebec is. I'm gonna be honest with you. Let me look it up real quick. This is why we're not smarter than a 5th grader, just for the record. This is Quebec. Maybe a low chance on, like, maybe tomorrow. Or not tomorrow. Maybe, like, Thursday. But it's a really low chance. Are You Smarter Than a 5th Grade live streams for members are going hard. They're gonna... I'm gonna do at least 2 or 3 more of those this month, I think. As long as the weather stays quiet. I'm not grittying with Mickey Mouse. No. How old am I? I am 61. I'm 8'7". I have a 4.2 40-yard dash. We need a golf stream? That'd be actually really funny. I'm supposed to go golfing with Connor Croft sometime in the summer. It'd be funny if we did a golfing stream. What if somebody donated $100? Would you do a gritty with Mickey Mouse? No. No, I literally wouldn't. I have not talked to Mickey Mouse in like 6 years. No. No, I'm not capping. No, I literally wouldn't. How about 1,000? No. Just no. I mean, like, the embarrassment is not worth that price point. Just no. Gritty with Connor while golfing. I think me, Stormrunner Media, and Connor are all going to meet up in Gritty at some point. But I'm not sure yet. It's very far in the future. And who knows what the weather's going to be in 2 months. Because I sure don't. I was about to say, there's actually a little hook here, but it's all outflow driven, so it's not going to really produce anything. Just saw a little notch there. That would be like your one shot at a tornado tonight, would be out of something like that. A little hook on the storm or something like that that develops. Need a gritty with re-timmer. Maybe next year, we'll see. By the way, we're 54 subscribers from 280. Make sure to subscribe to the channel if you're new here. We can hit it tonight. Yippee. Any bats tonight? There were. Yeah, there was bats. If you go back about an hour or so in the stream, you'll see it. There were bats. I have your merch. The merch is really comfortable. I got a bunch of shirts here. I don't even know where they are. I have a lot of I got a bunch of the shirts. They're awesome. Very comfortable. Hashtag not an ad. Do. When are we getting the Dominator ride? It probably wouldn't be until 2025. But we'll see. Not sure. It's kind of one of those things. I mean, Reed said I could, but like, it's hard to plan that out with how far apart we are. Distance-wise. It's not like I live in Oklahoma. Vegetables, thank you. I don't need a reminder about how I spelled vegetables last night. Just gonna be honest with you. New York Delta for the $5 super chat. Enjoyed the 5th grader game, except Theodore was creepy. Appreciate the $5 super chat. I have to agree. Theodore was not my favorite. I liked whatever her name was, Claudia. I donated like $100. Could I take you on a date? You're bribing me to go on a date? What? There's a new flash flood warning for Lincoln, Seminole, and Pottawatomie counties in Oklahoma. It's the latest warning. Guys, I'm not going on a date. I don't have time. I have too many things going on. I'd rather do weather. Just gonna be honest with you. I don't care. I really do not care right now. Hey, friend of Florida for the $5 super chat. That'd be pretty interesting. Appreciate that. Thank you. Is this Tinder? I guess it is. Is this turning into a Tinder live stream? Have I ever covered a tornado warning where you lived in the Polygon? I've been asked this question so many times, and every time I've answered it, I said yes, I have. I've been live before in a tornado warning. It's happened a couple times. Hey, Joyce to the $4.99. Weatherford, if you do get storms that far to the west, it would be sometime between like 4 and... Or maybe between 3. Yeah, probably between like 3 and like 7. Max Tindosity. I'm just spinning this doll around. Actually, it's turned into a fidget toy. How's Kansas looking? It's just strong storms. There's literally nothing severe up here. It's all just strong storm activity. Moving to the southeast, could get some damaging winds as this goes towards like Joplin or Miami or Bartlesville, but nothing significant. Mostly just wind. Nothing too far beyond that. And anything right now in Oklahoma is predominantly just wind. Yeah, we could get an isolated tornado if any of this tries to get along the outflow boundary, but I think it's a low risk at this point. Hey, you, Rick for the $1.99. The YouTube play button cannot gritty, unfortunately. And if I take that off the wall, I won't be able to put it back because the nails are like kind of loose, so try not to take it off again. Okay, guys, let's stop with making me feel like this is a Tinder app. So we just said, you look good, Max. That's great. Thank you. I appreciate it. But this is not the place. This is not a dating stream. This is a weather coverage stream. With gritties also. Never stop grittying. Where are the bats in the video? In the live stream, there's sometime about an hour ago or so. Like, they were about, like, 60 minutes ago. And cover the weather? Well, there's really nothing to cover at this point. I'm just here. We're just talking. Tell you what, we'll be here for, like, another, I don't know, 10 minutes. And if nothing happens, we're getting off. Because there's still, like, some little rotation areas, just nothing looking imminent. We'll give it a few more minutes, though. It's an outflow boundary. It's a boundary that outflows. I'm kidding. Outflow boundaries are just like an initiator. When you get a strong enough supercell or storm, usually outflow boundaries can develop. These kind of keep storms going, keeps a lot of rising motion, keeps the atmosphere unstable. And with how much instability we have, any of these outflow boundaries will keep things really pushing along. And storms will just keep going. They'll chug along, basically. And by the way, we just officially hit exactly 280,000 subscribers. I just noticed that. Eesh. New flash flood warning for Caddo, Grady counties. As well. Flash flooding definitely gonna be a concern here in your Oklahoma City tonight. 24-hour stream to celebrate? No, thank you. I have plans tomorrow. I was not planning on going live at all. I have to go return those Philips Hue lights. I bought Philips Hue lights for my LGB lights. Or RGB lights, I mean. And, yeah, they just did not work out. Too expensive for what they are. Go return those at some point. Alright, I'm gonna do a gritty now while we're at it. Let's get the gritty over with. Don't forget, you can become a member with the join button down below. If you join, you can watch exclusive live streams on the Max Velocity channel. Like, Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader and other stuff like that. We'll be doing more members-only streams in the future. Alright, let's do it. Alright. Yeah, I think the gritties are getting better and better, honestly. No, the camera's too high. Oh, God. This camera, before I went live, took forever to adjust to the right position. I think that's good. I've been practicing. I know, right? It's getting better. We're getting better at it. Never stop grittying. I'm not grittying with Mickey Mouse. No. This will be who does your live coverage for the next couple weeks. Imagine. It'd be crazy. Alright, well, the weather's kind of winding down. Let's see what the velocities look like real quick. There's like a little bit of something there. Let me just check the terminal velocities. Yeah, I'm not seeing much here. It's mostly just wind. We'll give it one more scan and see if anything happens. if anything tries to materialize here near Shawnee. Gritty and the Dominator 3 in a tornado. That sounds fantastic. Thank you, SL, for the 279. Yeah, I'm seeing mostly wind here. Again, we could still get an isolated tornado down the road. It's just, if something does become concerning, we'll activate an emergency live stream. But, like, I think the risk right now is just really low. I think the main concern overall will be damaging winds. Maybe a brief QLCS tornado somewhere in here, but I think the chances are low at this point. So that's what I'm thinking for tonight. It's 10 o'clock. It's getting late. So if anything happens, we'll go live again, but if not, it's gonna be done for tonight. If you are new to the channel, again, make sure to subscribe down below. Thank you again to Radar Omega and as well as ESP Storm Shelters for sponsoring today's live stream. As a reminder, if you do need a weather app, you can check it out with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. That is Radar Omega. It's the weather app we've been using this entire live stream. Thank you to Radar Omega for sponsoring today's live stream. And also thank you to ESP Shelter for sponsoring today's live stream. If you need a storm shelter that's above ground, you can check out ESP Shelter with the top link, or the second to top link in the description below. These are above ground shelters. As we are going into we kind of in the peak right now of severe weather season. It's a great time to get one. We will have a little lull in severe weather for the next like 5 to 7 days, so it's a good time to get it. And these storm shelters are made right here in America, right in Missouri, and they are very easy and also cheap to install. So if you need a storm shelter, check out espshelter.com or the second link in the description below. If you want to become a member, just click the join button down below. Supports the page a lot. In addition to that, you can get access to a lot of things like our exclusive live streams for members, including Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? You know, that game that we just played last night. Really funny stuff. We'll have another live stream like that here in the future. And we'll also do more fan mail unboxings for members only. So exclusive content, if you click the join button, any membership tier gets that. So even if you're just a minimum velocity member, at least for now, you get that. It might change in the future, but for right now, it's all members. So check that out. Again, it is the join button down below. It's also the link in the description. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter. Don't forget to follow us on Facebook. I will be posting updates on my vacation on those two platforms, maybe on YouTube, but I'm not sure. That's in the description too, at MaxVelocityWX on Facebook and as well as Twitter. In addition to that, last reminder, probably on a live stream, unless for some reason we go live tomorrow. Last reminder, at least on a live stream, our limited release hats for 250,000 subscribers and t-shirts are only here for 2 more days. June 6th is the last time you can get it. That's about 48 hours from now. So if you want to pick this up, it is shopmaxvelocity.net. It is the link also in the description. I'll be posting the link in the chat as well. And thank you, random user, for becoming a member. The link will be in the chat as well, so if you want to pick one up, the links are there. All right. See you guys all again soon. Have a great rest of your night. If I don't see you again, I will see you guys back in mid-June. Okay? I'm going on vacation for about 7 days or so. That starts on the 8th or so and then goes all the way through the 15th or so. All right, so that's approximate. So we'll be back after that. I might do a members only stream though before that, so if you're a member, just look out for that. And we might do a live stream before that, just something kind of like fun or whatever. So we'll see. All right, we'll see you guys all again soon. Have a great, safe rest of your night, and we'll see you guys all again later. Bye-bye, and have a nice rest of your early June. I'll be back June 15th or a little after that for severe weather, probably again. So that's the next time. Peace out. See you guys all again soon.